One, because I kept bringing up the fact that she had a yeast infection. The second reason was because while she was going through it, I kept chasing around the house, asking her what kind of bread she was making. Is it sourdough? Then she'd get mad and be like, well, you're definitely being a bit of a sour puss. I know you're tired of these bread jokes, much like her, she got over them pretty fast. It's a real gluten for punishment. Like I said, I'm not really a smart guy. I used to think Lance and Neil Armstrong were the same guy until about 2009. Nobody else started. Crowd full of liars. I don't have time to finish that work right there.
Wow. All right, Anthony, thank you. Anthony, do you have any hilarious stuff from your dating back by any chance? That can help this?
I told you backstage.
Anthony, how long have you been doing stand-up?
5 to 7 years. I took a few years off there.
When you say a few, did you perhaps mean 5 to 7 years?
Yeah, 5 to 7. It's more like that.
How often do you perform? How often do you get on stage?
These days, just like 2 or 3 times a week. You know, just didn't get back in the swing of things until recently, so just kind of working my way back.
What happened? Why did you take a break?
A couple of down and then waiting for it to come back. Work kind of got in the way. And
What do you do for work?
I don't work there anymore. I was working for Lockheed Martin.
What were you doing there?
I was working on the production line. Nothing, no alien or cool stuff. But I was just,
Nobody thinks you're doing it.
yeah, no, I didn't think.
Don't worry. So Lockheed Martin took a lot of your time and energy, and now you're getting back
Fuck.
to slowly. Your girlfriend has a yeast infection, bread jokes, closed it out with a big lane strong, because they have the same lifestyle, but no real connection. Just that you thought they were the same person, you call the audience liars.
I feel like everyone else is getting a misconception about this person. Does anyone else? No.
Yeah, I mean, they both have the last name Armstrong. Let's talk about your life. Give us something interesting about you.
Interesting. I speak 6 different languages.
Wow, you can bomb in 6 different languages? That's incredible. What are the 6 languages?
I do English, Spanish, German, Chinese.
You do like a mashup, like a German, Japanese, like a
Chinese, German, some
Chinese.
type of Asian fusion.
Journeys.
I don't know enough to call bullshit.
Japanese.
What did you say?
Hold up, no more stop. And then combine something we're start just means together we were strong.
Yay. No, that's what's up. That's the sweet sentiment. That's the sweet sentiment.
It's got called gay by the guy with blonde, bleached hair.
No, that was I was being nice.
Sorry, Matt. Yeah, I do. Surprisingly.
Whoa. That is the black yeast infection. So there you go. Good. There you go.
On Hinge. Yeah, we met on Hinge, messaged a couple times. I got a like Cece's Pizza, and I had like 25 slices, and then just cross on shit. It's like a buffet style, so it's not really hard to say. They have year and 2 months. Is a communications graduate.
Is there something that you really having sex with your black girlfriend that is different than having sex with your female? Can you tell this audience, especially Jeremy, really wants to know?
And if you have any sort of video proof, that would be fucking awesome.
Funny you should mention that. No, I'm very serious. Get with me after the show.
Okay, let's go.
I got you. Yeah, no, the big difference would just be way more cheeks. It's warmer.
Oh, what does that mean?
Sure. That is a fact.
What's
What's warmer?
I think that's what I'm trying to ask. Yeah.
What's warmer? Yeah, like
The inside of the vagina.
the inside. Yeah, like the whole thing. Even the outside.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is the outside also warm?
Well, there's a couple reasons.
Someone's trying to deal with that, yeah.
It's from all the perineum sunbathing.
Okay.
Oh, it is fucking down here.
Anthony, funny you mention that. Like, you might actually have a sex tape out there. Have you guys recorded yourselves having sex?
Yes.
But it's only for your own personal.
No, it's out there.
Where can people find this at?
Red Band, you got it pulled up.
Oh, shit. You just got shit.
Oh shit. Oh, here it comes.
Oh, shit.
Whoa, different couch.
Fucking red.
Whoa. Oh my goodness.
Sorry, D.
Dude, there's a snake on the loose. Alright. Okay, so is it really out there? Really in the corner? Can you at least describe the board to us? Are you playing a character? Is it just like, hey, what's up?
No, it's not great. Like, we don't have a production crew like this.
Didn't you go to acting school with Paul Rudd in '94? How can people find it? How can people find it? What would it be?
It's already.
Dashboard confesso. Okay, nobody fucking knows who that band is. That fucking sucks.
Hey, you're vindicated.
Okay.
Alright, so
One person got that.
you're gonna be able to see his finest work.
What was the coolest move you did in the tape? Like, what was like? Because I haven't done it, so like, what's if I'm gonna make a sex tape, what's the opening move?
It's the opening move on the sex tape.
Well, what was the highlight of the sex tape?
Coming. That was the best part of the sex tape. It was mostly just POV close up, so not really like good moves to really see. Just
Yeah, I know, but I want to see it.
Yeah, that's the pass.
gotta keep our faces out of it, you know.
Yeah, I've never jerked off to Danny Masterson before.
This. I would be kid porn, so you wouldn't want to do that probably.
That is. You do be looking like that. No doubt about it. Do people tell you that a lot?
I've gotten it lately, yeah. I've gotten the.
Are you going for that? Because it seems
No, I'm not going for it, but I have been getting it lately. I don't know if it's the sideburns or the yellow glasses.
With a real rapey vibe. I mean, that. Ever think about that?
Another show. Another show stays with me. Another show stays, not you.
there you go. Same thing. Keep moving along. Try. Let's meet somebody else. This looks like a new name. Make some noise for JP Leonard, everybody. Oh, there's Heidi. Make some noise for Heidi, everybody. JP Leonard.
I am from Louisiana, Cajun country. Settle down. And everyone wants to come to Cajun country. They want to see all the stuff we have. I'm like, look, I live there. My favorite place closed during COVID. And that was an all-you-can-eat. That's right. I don't know if you know this. Lafayette, Louisiana is home to the only Popeyes buffet in the world, and it was beautiful. Full menu, fried chicken, white meat, dark meat, all the sides you can have, with biscuits, ketchup, and everything. And people ask me, was it good? I'm like, you should. And then I look them in the eyes and I tell them, in May 2018, world-class chef Anthony Bourdain came to Lafayette to film an episode of his TV show. He ate at that Popeyes buffet 3 days in a row. Less than 6 weeks later, he killed himself. So, was it good? You goddamn right it was good. All I'm saying is how to be at Bobby Flay Waffle House. All right, that's it.
Okay, 56 seconds of JP Leonard. JP, you look like you're new here, right?
I am, first time, yeah.
Welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up?
A little over 10.
10 years. Where at?
Lafayette, Louisiana.
Okay, you've been there the whole time.
Yeah.
You still live there?
Yeah, I run a scene out there.
But nice. You have a family?
Yeah, I do. Wife, 2 kids, 2 dogs, 3 cats.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. What do you do for work?
I'm education, so I work from home now, so virtual school.
Nice. Virtual school. What are you teaching?
No, I do special ed stuff, IEPs, all that good stuff.
Oh, Jeremy, this may be one of your...
You speak my language.
Yeah.
I also love Popeyes.
I know. Good to see you again, though.
Yeah. One of your former great teachers.
Yeah, I definitely did. I did all that shit all the way through grade school. I was one of the more advanced, that was like chewing on shit. I was like, this fucking,
Yeah, you can, you can swallow. Yeah.
what's that?
You can swallow, so.
I can swallow. What?
Okay.
I still like girls. Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck was that?
None. None.
JP, can you
Tony.
JP, can you give us an example of times where you've noticed something funny while teaching special ed online?
I didn't teach for long, so I do like IEPs and stuff, and I was a supervisor and everything. Like the plan, Jeremy, you got it. The plans for special education kids, like the documents, yeah. But I was an assistant principal before that. I've kind of been everything, so mostly out in the classroom my whole time. So.
Is it easy doing that for the special ed industry? It's like,
I would call it the industry, but yeah, it's. I mean, they're not on the dial, but
they're on the dirt.
Yeah. You said it.
Amazing.
No, man, I love it. I mean, I did teach for a couple of years and then moved into supervisor roles and everything. But yeah, I love education. It's been 23 years.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
great. That is just great. Jeremy?
No. Any of the kids ever try to fucking fight you?
No, I've been cool. I was cool. I was a cool teacher at the time I taught. So.
But did anybody ever like fucking just off their meds on the spectrum just fucking come for you?
No.
Did you ever take self-defense? Like, did you ever think about like what if? Because you always gotta be in any sort of supervisor role. You gotta play the what if game, right?
Yeah, you do. It's called CPI training, crisis prevention. So you try to de-escalate with it.
All right, give me some music real quick, fellas.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Let's say there's a little crisis. Let's
see if you remember your CPI. Here's Jeremy.
Let's say you're in a fucking ATM machine. So you're trying to get some cash out, and I just got done getting Taco Bell, and I realized I was a little short on cash, and I got to get some money to go back to get the fucking nachos, right?
Okay.
And you're at the machine, and all of a sudden,
And here we go. Wow, look at
hey, motherfucker, give me your fucking gun! Or give me, I have a fucking gun. Fuck!
Wow.
So,
Okay, here we go. You got a little.
I gotta get more money. All right.
hey, you mind if I borrow a $5 bill?
You go sit.
Oh, just give suck my dick! What do you do?
I won't suck your dick, and you just go sit down.
Okay, yeah.
It fucking works. I mean, you're standing with them.
Wow, way to fucking improvise.
Crisis prevented. Without a
I
doubt.
never had that much spit on my ear, so it was kind of weird, you know.
That's not the first time you probably had that.
Oh boy.
From the kids. That's good.
JP, how long have you been with your baby mom?
We made 22 years in December, married.
Wow. How do you keep things fresh in the bedroom? How do you keep things exciting?
We role play.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you give us an example of some things that you've done?
Yeah, so the latest one, I act as like cartoon characters. So my new character, I'm doing the Children's Love of the Donkey Eeyore.
Oh, yes. This is gold. And who is she in this?
She's just herself.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah.
She likes donkeys.
I love it. Who doesn't love a good old donkey dicking?
Yeah, I mean,
So can you give us an example of how you come in the room when you're donkeying it up?
I walk on 2 legs because I was trained, and you know she wants to do stuff, and I'm like, okay.
Oh,
I'm like, I guess we can do that position.
okay.
And cheap food joke. All right.
Yeah. How do you come as your?
Also buckets.
Oh, you're a donkey, so you gotta go fucking hard, dude.
I'm pretty mellow, so
Must
I get that vibe.
gone to the same acting school as Monique. Not a lot of commitment there. Give us one more crazy fun fact about your life, JP Leonard. You've seen a lot. Lafayette, Louisiana's a crazy place.
Yeah, it's there. It's interesting. No, I mean, other than comedy, run shows, produce shows, do a lot of podcast editing, and if I'm at home, I just like a good cigar, a good glass of whiskey, and share a rotisserie chicken with my dogs in the back patio.
Hell yeah. Look at you.
Yeah.
A real, just good old American man.
Yeah.
Living the life.
Yeah, there's gotta be something going on. Like, you can't just be like, I just like chicken and hanging out. Like, that's what I do. Oh, there's something fucked up going on here, dude. No, what is it?
Your whole set was about a Popeyes buffet.
Yeah.
Highlight of your interview with rotisserie chicken.
I used to be a really fatter dude, so
Oh.
I lost like 80 pounds over the last years.
Well, that's what it's called.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did Ozempic?
No, I couldn't afford Ozempic, so I got the bootleg stuff.
Oh.
Yeah. Just eating right, working out. I don't have to look at my
Hey,
facts.
say it again?
You don't have to look at my facts when I say that.
No, you look good.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I bet you swallowed.
Rotisserie chicken, yes.
Oh. Sure, if that's what you want to call it. Do you ever have, does your wife ever like, it's like, my boyfriend Jerry is always like, your mom has been fucking for a while, so like at some point we're gonna mix it up, bring somebody else in the bed. Does your wife ever suggest that? Or do you ever get, I always feel that that's like coming in a marriage where it's like you gotta fucking spice things up, bring somebody else into the...
No, the biggest thing I did, I got a vasectomy, so that's it. So
Awesome. Prove it.
Alright. Give me a cup. Alright.
Oh shit, gross.
JP, fun times. Here's a medium joke book. Nice to meet you, buddy.
Alright.
Make the trip again. See another man. It's a one-word name coming at you right now, so anything can happen here. What we've learned from many years of the show is one-word names can be a little bit more wild than two-word names. So make some noise for Kyle, everybody. One-word Kyle.
So the last, since, for like an hour, I was talking to a real comic, and he was telling me dude, this is the worst thing that could ever happen to you. Coming up on stage your first night, I'm like, well, shit, I don't want to do that. And, dude, here we are. But my minute, I don't know when it started, but when you come to sign up for this, you're like, why do you think you would be good? I'm like, well, you're right, I don't think I would be good. And I just I heard there's this exquisite joy failing, public humiliation that you can't get anywhere else. And
What?
I'm here right now. This is
Kyle with somehow the best bucketful set of the night. No preparation whatsoever. I love it. Welcome, Kyle. Welcome. Straight from the Vietnam War. So, tell us, what made you want to start stand-up comedy today?
okay. The answer
Schoolie ran around him. Fuck. Come on. time he hits him, he gets 88 fucking... Fuck, dude, look at this. We're done. I'm so toast. The car needs to be maxed out, I think.
Relax. Okay, Kyle, have you have a job? No, fuck no, look at you. You are dressed like a guy that doesn't have a job. Have you ever had a job? Okay, you would say yes at that part into the microphone, Kyle.
My last job was at 7-Eleven.
Okay.
Love that place.
I worked there for like 2 weeks. And,
You ever commit any crimes?
well, I was trying to get back in the army, and then
Project into the tip of that microphone. You have to talk a little bit louder.
Okay.
Stop it. Just talk. You don't have to do that. Just talk. Like a grown-up. Into the tip of the mic.
what's the question again?
Have you ever committed any crimes?
No violence. No.
Okay.
Ever see any Kit Kats?
Do my
Very specific question. Right? I mean, I'm trying to
questions.
get.
You ever see any Valor?
No.
When you were in the woods, did you ever see a fucking snake? Sorry, dude.
Kyle, are there any ladies out there in the woods? What do you do for fun? How do you, can you...
I do bird calling.
Okay, let's hear some bird calls. Thank God Almighty, we got something out of them. Here we go with some bird calls.
Falcon.
Is that a falcon?
It's just a general call I do to all birds.
Do you know any other calls? Bird calls? Female falcon. Jeremy is a bird specialist.
Wait.
Kyle, I'm gonna ask you again. What made you come down to Austin, Texas? Have you ever watched a show or something?
When you're that bored in the woods, like, I just do shit like drive 500 miles on a scooter, and I'm like, this is kind of fun.
You were on a scooter?
Yes, the scooter.
Did you find this scooter in Tucson, Arizona? Green wheels?
No, I bought it in Plano, Texas.
Sorry, hold on. Appreciate a good roll back there.
Wait, like Dumb and Dumber style? You fucking came all the way here?
Stop it.
Alright.
You ever ridden a train?
Yes.
Steam engine?
Not a steam engine.
You should try it.
I want to.
You'd love it.
I would.
Yeah, okay.
How'd you know I was autistic about trains?
Because you look like a conductor from a kid's show.
That is true. That is true. Looks like you could be the...
That's actually my dream job.
Okay. Alright, Kyle. I recommend preparing for this. Writing, memorizing your set, and signing up again sometime. Come back, sign up again. I'm going to send you back to Oklahoma with a little joke book. I think you got to give Jeremy his snake back. Here you go. There you go. There you go. Alright, there he goes. Ooh-wee. Welcome to Kilter. Will you let this fucking guy go? What the fuck is going on?
I felt bad. He was gonna take it, and I was like, he's by himself. Maybe he should talk to it. But then I was like, I really fucking want. I didn't want to give it away.
I heard Jeremy say, I paid for it. What the fuck?
It's 7-Eleven, ironically.
Unbelievable. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special treat for you. We love this guy around here. He's so different than everybody else. Here with a brand new minute. Make some noise for Sir Winston Pickles, everybody.
been sponsoring this little guy in Africa for the last 3 years at 99 cents a week, and unbeknown to me last March, my credit card expired, so he's dead.
Oh, fuck.
No worries, his family still get a little bit of money. They sold his shrunken head to a tourist. I love America, right? It's the only place you can go on a work, especially Olive Garden. Start your shift as a chef and end up as a head chef. Thank you.
First of all, one of my favorite jokes of the night. How about Ian versus Winston Pickles? But let's talk about that Olive Garden joke at the end. Chef, head chef. What do you mean?
A guy just fried his head, committed suicide.
Oh, got it. Oh, that did, yes. You did. Red Band Mode. He's staff for that. He's a huge Olive Garden fan. It's been a rough week for you. Olive Garden guy killed himself in the deep fryer, and Wendy's are closing 400 locations. Wait, what?
No, they're downsizing and they're trying to redo their menu to make it cheaper because of the economy.
5 letters.
You'll be downsizing.
What?
Red Band will be downsizing.
That's true. He's going to be down 400 too. All right. So Winston Pickles, amazing material. Explain to the people what the half and half is. I don't know if everybody can see exactly what's going on there, but
I actually saw this lady in Tucson last week. Nancy Guthrie.
sorry, Tucson.
Yeah, she got a razor scooter.
That is Nancy Guthrie on the side of a half and half.
Well, somebody's got to do something because the FBI isn't.
That is true. Nothing's happening, it seems. So Winston Pickles back. Jeremy, this must be very exciting for you.
Yeah, it's a real treat. I am afraid of clowns, but you're super fucking funny, dude. Did you go to birthday parties or do you?
No, none of that shit.
Okay. Where are you from?
England.
Let's go. Which part?
Yorkshire.
Is that the Harry Potter part or?
No.
How long did you?
It's just you're thinking of the question, right?
Oh, I got it. Just don't know how to ask it. When I said I'm afraid of them, when you're having it, so first thing, let's get out of the way. When I do it, does it help to look like that? Like when you get to do it, do you fucking stay like that, or do you fucking change it up?
When I do what?
When do I need to fucking act it out? Like when you fucking when you get to fucking okay.
Maybe use your words.
Yeah, just when you get to fucking doing the course and shit.
Yeah, of course I do.
You stay like that.
Yes.
Let's go.
Yes.
Do you please have a little squeaky toy too?
Yes. Squeaky toy, yes.
Let's go. Alright, that's it.
Wow, how far do you go with the paint? Is it full body?
Just finish it at the chest.
Okay,
Yes.
that makes sense.
You black under there?
Yes. I'm a Hein from ice.
Yeah. Black people can do that. Black people can do whiteface.
Really?
Yeah.
Cool.
The other way around, you got a problem.
It's true.
Work for real.
Yeah.
You do any tricks?
No.
The fuck?
I don't own 3 of anything at all, just to deter journalists.
Well, we got news for you if you want some tricks. We got Jeremy right here.
Yeah, there's only one trick. So, alright, so close your eyes. Imagine you're on a beach right now. Give me some beach music, guys.
Yo.
You're on a super, super sexy beach, right?
and there's nobody there. It's
Just a lot of drums. I don't know if that's beach music.
yeah, it's Caribbean Beach, and there's a lot of people that are out there, a lot of big ass titties, right? Everyone's hanging out, a lot of sexy women, and all the ones start coming up to you. They go, "Oh shit, what's up, man? You black in there?" Keep your eyes closed. And then all of a sudden there's like 30 women, and they're all like, "Hey, I don't know if those clothes come off easily, but we would like to." And then open your eyes, and then there's a fucking snake in front of you. Sorry, dude, that was so disrespectful. I'm sorry.
You could have thrown it at his chest. You didn't have to hit him in front of his face.
I'm so sorry, dude.
Yeah, close to it, man.
Go ahead, Stephen.
He has a snake.
Well, you really don't do any tricks, huh?
No?
So you're just the scariest drag brunch ever.
Yes.
Oh my god. It's terrifying. I love his dark jokes. The he's dead punchline was so crisp. I absolutely loved it. Yeah, crisp. It was there was a decisive delivery.
Wasn't like really anything you've seen to me. Jeremy tagging, that's what's up.
Yeah.
And then there was a bunch of people that have done it for a total of 55 years that talked about bread and yeast infections, Popeyes buffets, Brits, South. He's dead. This is my favorite punchline so far.
You're welcome.
So Winston Pickles getting us through another great set. Thank you, Sir Winston.
Thanks for having me.
Fun times. Sir Winston Pickles, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing quite like him. A British evil clown. They don't make him like that anymore. It is terrifying. One more time for Sir Winston. You guys having fun out there? Back to the bucket we go. As you've seen tonight, absolutely anything can happen. It could be a evil British clown. It could be a man from the woods in Oklahoma. Anything can happen. Make some noise for your next comedian out of the bucket. Hey, Bullstab. Hey, Bullstab.
Last time I was in Austin was about $200,000 earlier last year in rehab, and yeah, that's right. Yeah, let that marinate for a second. So they don't take insurance in rehab, but you do get to learn one thing about rehab. Your roommate will always be the one that's trying to jerk off when they're on Valium. It's 2 hours. 2 hours of hearing this when you're trying to sleep. And it's not even fucking good shit. Like, it's not even anyone that's next to you. So that's what I have to say about rehab. That and, right? And the fact that you go to the sober living, which is right next door, so my view from sober living house was all these fucking buildings that I couldn't come to, which was really exciting. And then I got served divorce papers. Yeah, it's just getting there, right? And then on top of that, I decided to become single again at 51. Well, I didn't decide. I didn't decide to become single. I was told that I'm single now. And I still have a credit rating of 820. So,
Alright. Hey, Volstad, making what I believe is your Kill Tony debut, correct?
it is my Kill Tony debut, yes sir.
Wow. Okay. Have you ever done stand-up before?
A couple of times.
A couple of times.
Couple of
Where
times.
at?
So, I host the Hey Volstad show in San Antonio. And,
Shout out.
and
You also look like you host an AA meeting in San
a
Antonio.
lot of them. Hey, I got 6 months sobriety this month.
Let's go, dude.
Okay.
Plus, Kill.
Alright.
No!
So, hey, let's talk about it.
Fuck it.
Right.
He's gonna go see if Jurassic Park is still open.
Oh, that's a tough crowd.
We need dinosaurs and this dinosaur tour. Where we're going, we don't need roads. That's a different movie. Oh shit, different movie. I've only seen Jurassic Park 2, by the way.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Bullstad.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it. How old are you?
I'm 51.
51. You don't look a day over 65.
That's
This is incredible.
jiu-jitsu for me. Jiu-jitsu makes my life a lot
You
easier.
do jiu-jitsu?
15 years.
What belt are you?
4 stripes on my blue belt. Get ready for my purple.
Ooh, is that your new catchphrase?
Getting ready to, yeah, why not?
For my purple. All right. Come on, get a little scenario. All right.
I'm ready, buddy. Fuck it.
Let's say you're at the ATM and I just got back from getting some Taco Bell.
I'm an ATM?
Just
Helping me.
don't hurt him when this happens, hey Bolstad. Don't hurt him. This looks like it could be a real... Yeah, pretend money up. It's the ATM. That's the ATM.
Give me all your money, Pop.
Don't hurt him. Don't hurt him. Oh, whoa. Oh, shit. Jeremy, get back here. You're a lawsuit waiting to happen.
I love you.
Get ready for the purple, bitch.
All right.
All the way in.
Cool, you start dancing out of nowhere.
The only person having any purple up here is John D's and D Magnus. It's their beverage of choice. I mean, purple. Full set, I have 1,000 questions for you. Let's get into it. You're 51, you're 6 months sober. What kind of party were you having exactly to where you had to go to a $200,000 rehab facility?
Ready? Fuck it. Let me see, 1.5 gallons of vodka a day. No one's allowed to tell me no. Basically fly wherever I want, do whatever I want. And, yeah.
What do you do for work? How'd you make that money to be able to do that, fly wherever you want, living in a gallon?
How shameless am I allowed to get?
It's a fucking question. It's been a rough
I don't know.
night for interviews.
I own a river outfitter in New Braunfels, Texas. And, I just been doing this.
You've done that your whole life?
For a good 16 years now, yeah.
Okay.
And, yeah, I don't know, man. I just hustle. I'm a grinder like everybody else. Not grinder.
Okay, alright. Hey, Bolstad. So, 1 gallon of vodka a day, you were flying all over.
1.5 gallons.
Okay, alright. There you go. Was there drugs involved?
Cocaine is always going to be a beneficial thing to almost anything if you want to stay up for a couple of days and shit your brains out.
Okay.
It's a skinny drug.
I know. What the
6
Bro.
months sober.
You right.
You know what? I love you too.
I love you too, man. I don't like when I can see your dick in these photos.
I know you.
Oh, it is very
I
clear.
really don't love it,
It
dude.
is very clear.
Hey.
Oh.
Yeah, you ready to go to the strip club? That's what's up. San Antonio. Oh, shit. Gotta go to that one, too.
I'm having the best time ever. This is awesome.
Wait, you said you were divorced?
Halfway through.
Oh, shit.
1.5 gallons. Oh, go. Oh.
Yeah.
Tony?
Come on.
Yeah, you know what? I wish her the best. I got nothing negative. Wish her the best.
But if you had to say one thing about
I
it,
wouldn't be here.
what would you do forever?
No, I wouldn't be here.
Smart
I
guy.
want everybody happy in life.
I love that.
You have kids, Bolstad?
I got a daughter that's going to turn 7 next month.
Okay. Alright. You're still in her life?
Yes, absolutely.
That's great. So, what made you want to get into stand-up comedy?
I talked shit to Pauly Shore when I was 17, when I lived in San Diego, and he dragged me around because I kept talking shit. And Mitzi and them let me go on for a Saturday night, and then
What year was this?
this would be 1992,
Wow, still 3 years pre-Matt Rife.
and then.
That's absolutely
And
incredible.
then and then after that I went surfing and then went and got a job and whatever the fuck else
What
happened.
was the job?
Motivational speaker.
What were you speaking about?
Positivity, how to raise money for high school athletics. And if I would tell the football players, if you have 2 girlfriends, you make them both sell. That one that sells the most, you keep her. The other one's a loser anyway.
Sell what?
Chocolate.
Yeah, say that.
Chocolate and bro.
This
Yeah.
is a night of confusing interviews.
It's a night
I'll tell you
of
that.
love.
Bolstad, stick with me up here just for a second, because I want to know for my own information, and maybe we'll circle back to this crap. But you talk shit to Pauly Shore,
One on each side,
and then you said,
I went and I was like, man, what you do? That ain't shit. I had no idea. I'm
but
17.
you definitely knew who he was.
Yeah, because he had 2 blondes, one on each side.
And also because the other
shit, yeah.
Word.
Okay, that's the answer. So you knew who Pauly Shore was, you talked shit to him. I want to know about, you met the actual Mitzi Shore?
Yeah.
And then
And I also met the man with the crutches. That had all the, he had all the stuffed animals on his crutches.
Okay,
And they made
doesn't matter.
They made me sit outside in the back of the parking lot because I couldn't come in.
Correct, that makes more sense. Because earlier you said that they put you on stage.
They did.
Okay,
And I had to wait outside.
Okay. Stick with me here, Bullstead. Stick with me here, you ready?
I'm ready.
When you say they put you on stage, was it by yourself? For how long?
5 minutes.
Was it 3 minutes?
No, it was, they had a light. I didn't know what the light was.
Was it upstairs?
No, it was in the main room. In the
Did
main
it have a red stage, or was it carpeted?
I just remember there was a piano there, because I used it the second night I came out.
Was it a keyboard or an actual
No, it was a
physical piano?
piano.
So you were, was it a red stage with red neon lights?
That part I don't remember, but, I mean, everybody was super cool. It's just, it was in La Jolla. And
Okay, there you go.
We'll fucking start with that.
Yes. Total different
can you do,
venue.
No,
damn
You
thing.
get nothing.
Nothing, I love it.
Okay, Bullstead.
Uphill both ways.
What did you do on stage since you had no comedic experience?
I talked about getting my wisdom teeth pulled.
What did you say about that?
I said that I had gone to the planet Drool because I couldn't really do anything other than drool while I was getting it done. And there was a dentist that was in the audience, and he started heckling me. And, so I just went all in. And I just told him that maybe he needed a better profession.
Got him. Got him fucking good, dude.
Yeah, 17, bro. Why you gotta pick on a 17-year-old?
Is Pauly in the back like, boo, bro?
No, he was so cool. Like he was really, really cool about the whole thing. And when I was done, then I got down, walked down the stage, and they brought me over to the kind of towards the front. And there's that hallway that goes back, and they wouldn't let me go in the back, but they let me hang out there. And then, yeah, man, someone offered me $25 for one of my jokes.
Ooh, okay. See, every time I'm about to move on to something else, it's completely fucking insane.
There's
Did
a
you
lot
say
of
that?
it.
What was the joke that someone offered $25 for? Do you remember that? By the way, that is the first time I've shushed somebody in 13 and a half years. That's how you make me feel, Bullstead. I literally never said shh before. Thousands of hours of this show
I know
exists.
you roll.
You're the first person that...
I know you roll.
Okay.
You'll be all right.
Do you remember the joke?
So it was from the planet Drool, and I was talking about them pushing the needle, which was at this point, it was like this long, and they put it all the way through my gum. And I guess the guy, the comic that was back there, he was wearing a blazer, and
I have a question I asked. Go ahead.
well, I'm getting to it. So he said, hey man, I like that.
Christ.
He said, I like it, and he offered me $25. And I was like, well, fuck, all right, I need the money. $25, bro. That's
You don't remember the joke?
I just told you the joke.
You didn't. You just said that you shoved a needle in his thing and then you described what the guy
I
was
was
wearing.
talking about the needle.
You can hear D Madness behind me going, oh my god.
Oh yeah, D-Man is
Everyone,
freaking out.
all right.
He said he's the worst comic he's ever seen.
It is amazing. Oh, God.
Hell yeah.
Here comes the purple.
I got it.
Oh, you got tattoos.
No, it doesn't matter. Jeremy, pay no attention to the tattoos. There's a little joke book. There goes Hey Bullstead, everybody. There's nothing interesting about that man whatsoever on planet Earth. Your girlfriend's here? You want to bring your girlfriend?
Did she come out?
Yeah, sure.
Guys, can you bring my girlfriend out? Is that cool if she hangs out for a bit?
Jeremy's bringing your girlfriend out?
Yeah, go from 10.
This is insane.
You dropped your ass.
This is one of the most carnival-esque episodes of Kill. Oh my goodness! Wait, what in the world is going on here? What? What is going?
Check, check, check.
Oh my God! Wait.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Oh my God!
What the fuck, man?
Oh my God!
What's up, Matt? Good to see you again.
What is your girlfriend's name, Jeremy?
I'm right here, honey.
Oh, what's your name?
It's Lindsay.
I can talk for myself. What did I say about talking too much, bitch?
I love it. He doesn't even try not to move his mouth.
Yeah, well, maybe you take me to dinner, man, and I'll move my mouth a lot more.
Whoa, what was that? A celebratory? What is that thing you did there with your...
Fuck you, Tom.
This is the first time we've ever had a lady like you on this show. Lindsay?
Yes.
Lindsay, you sound a lot like Jeremy, I gotta tell you. You guys must hang out a
Well, I
lot.
have a cold. Jesus. What's up, Redman?
Oh,
Okay. Redman and I are on the same VR channel. Wow. VR world.
Here, Fraggles.
alright, back
What the fuck
to
did you say to me?
This is amazing. Is Lindsay gonna join us for the next bucket poll?
Is that cool?
Yeah, no, that's
You guys
fine.
might have to hang out for a couple,
She's real me.
Ooh, that sounds exciting. Someone's gotta be around.
Oh yeah, we're doing mostly mouth
A
stuff.
lot of these people have been...
How much of a lower half on this one?
Alright, here we go. Your next bucket poll. Lindsay, you know how the show works?
yeah, I have fucking face button.
Okay. 60 seconds uninterrupted going to Ryan Daugherty, everybody. Ryan Daugherty. Here we go. The show continues.
I know I look like a Mormon CrossFit instructor, or maybe only an extra in a Viking movie. I didn't get a supporting role. I know lines. Despite that, I have the emotional and financial stability of a 14-year-old with a stolen credit card and divorced parents. I spend most of my money at the strip club on escorts and on weed, honestly. So my solution is I'm going to go to a medical trial here in Austin. They're going to inject my butt with HIV medication. And in the cheek, not in the hole, in case anybody was wondering. I'm really afraid of public speaking, so the only reason I did
Want to finish that?
The only reason I did this was to try to get Kim Congdon's attention. I tried to send her flowers here.
Holy shit. Shit, this is a live stalking? This is what this show is? The show has arrived. It was one thing when everyone was bombing, guys just coming down from the woods to get all their socializing out of their system at once. But you were here to get Kim Congdon's attention?
I drove 25 hours from Car.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing a part of Keltonian life, which will one day be on one of those fucking crime shows. Incredible. It's happening in real time. Okay. Wow, Ryan. So is that really why you're here? Where did you drive 25 hours from exactly?
Carson City, Nevada.
Carson City, Nevada.
I've been there.
Oh, okay.
Okay, say about something. Where in Carson City?
Oh, great question, Lindsay. I love that you go right to questions. Maybe you missed the part that I always tell Jeremy and Dr. Phil and Elaine, in which don't ask stupid questions for no reason because it derails the entire interview portion of the show. Lindsay?
Sorry, this is harder than it looks.
Okay. Ryan, let's talk about it because this is going to be more of like a interrogation, solving a crime more than an actual Kiltony interview. What was it that where did you see Kim Congdon where you fell in love with her?
September 1st, 2022 at...
Oh my god. What the fuck?
At Mike Drop Comedy in San Diego, Kearney Mesa to be more specific. I talked to her for about 2 hours. And do you really want me to say like some crazy stuff?
Fuck yeah!
Yes, this is most likely going to be edited out of the show because
No, we need
beyond all insanity. But
I know how I look.
it's not about the look.
It's more about the demeanor and the voice and everything else.
Again, you're actually the best looking bucket bowl. You just beat out Kyle from the woods in Oklahoma. So again, it's not about your look. It's about the tone and what you said. But go ahead.
I told her that night, I said, you know Tony Hinchcliffe and Nikki Glazer, I assume. You guys should roast my favorite athlete, Tom Brady. That was in 2022.
Okay. Wow. The prophecy came true.
The prophecy came true.
Dude, you should tell me to fucking get a bunch of fucking sex going. What?
So sex, better to
Sex. Sex.
Gotcha.
Fucking
So, Ryan, you talked to her that night. Do you try to communicate with her since then?
Yeah. I mean, this is like I could spend an hour explaining the psychosis I'm
It gets
really.
scarier with every answer you give,
It
Ryan.
really does.
Okay. So that's a yes? Yes, you talk sometimes?
No, she doesn't answer my DMs.
Oh,
I got a comment reply, so that's pretty good.
All right. If she was here right now and you could say anything you want to her, what exactly would you say if you had to keep it under 30 seconds?
I would say I think about you all the time. So
Oh, man, no.
Wait. Can I...
Yes, Lindsay.
Can I maybe offer up some female perspective? What's your name again, Jeffrey?
Brian.
Sorry, you're not Dahmer vibes.
Calmer vibes?
So, I'll be Kim, and let's say you're meeting me right now for the first time.
Cool.
Oh, I have such a cool pussy. Oh, what's up, Brian?
Hey, I didn't expect to see you.
Oh, good, fucking good. What's up? How are you?
Long time no see. I'm not sure if you remember me. I like that we get to both things in the podcast.
I did.
Everything's going pretty great so far, but that's all right.
Everything's great, but I gotta jump back in. Hold on a second. Because this is the only show in the world. I don't know if you guys know this. The moment it's very interesting is every other show in the world of a podcast with guests, questions, right? You try to stretch it out, you try to make it conversational on television. There's cue cards everywhere. Every single thing you've ever seen before, spoiler alert, has been predetermined and was planned before you ever saw it. Except for this moment. Happening right now. Live in this room. This is a live story that is happening right now with our very good friend, one of the first regulars ever in the history of the show, the hilarious Tom, who is amazing.
Rick.
So, you became obsessed with her. And you think about her all the time. Is there anyone else that you think about this way?
Never in my life. I love her like more than my mom, and my mom's
Whoa. I got that.
When you say more than your mom, do you get along with your mom?
She's dead, so I like her a lot more now.
Okay, and Jesus Christ, man.
Plot twist.
Oh my God. Did you do that to her? Dude. Did you do that to your mom?
Maybe with my personality, I don't
Oh
know.
my God. Kim's gonna turn into a fucking lampshade, dude. Oh my God.
So you've sent her flowers, she hasn't responded. That is raining flowers. You have a
He's got her number.
That's a great idea. Again, Red Man, when someone's making a call, the phone doesn't ring.
Oh, this is gonna be so good. Suspended love is blind.
They hit that speaker.
Hey, it's Kim Condon. Hello? Hello?
You have to not get heads on let's get the work. No,
No, you wouldn't have to be under the table.
you wouldn't use that one either.
Let me call her back. Let me call Kim back.
Ladies and gentlemen, so when you brought a ring into you're expecting what exactly to happen? To run into her? That she be here?
You want the realistic realistically, I expect to be rejected, but just for closure, I have to, I have to swing. Either, yeah, we could date, we could see how it goes, or no, like, this is a weird way to approach it.
A lot of women at the same time just said, that's it. Yes, that's it. Just every woman, the first time I've ever seen, agrees on something, one thing. They all agree. So looking at me and shaking their heads, yes, all at once. It's almost incredible. Let's check in with Jeremy.
Well, I got no experience here, so I think what you're doing is pretty fucking chivalrous. But also, some girls like the guy to play hard to get, right? Or they want you to chase them. I mean, not literally chase them, but
I'm fast.
you're fast. See, that feels like
Stop.
you should not.
Stop!
So this is why I went up for the ladies. At what point, when he's giving a gift and she doesn't respond, does he just fucking take a hint? Like,
That time.
oh.
That the first time.
The first
What'd you
time.
say?
Let's see the ring. Oh, good question.
Oh,
Is it a real ring? Is it a legit ring? How much, where'd you get it from? How much did you spend?
not a lot, $250.
Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot.
It's a, well, open it and I'll explain it. We have it.
But let me ask you this, Ryan, because you met her once before, right? Only once.
Well,
Have you communicated with you since then?
so she used to talk to me on stage at the Belly Room
Wait, so you went to her show,
all the time, dozens of shows.
and sometimes she would respond to you if you asked a question or heckled? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it was kind of conversational.
Right. During her set,
Yeah,
you would yell something out.
she would address me and then I would respond.
Right.
I wouldn't
She would
just-
make fun of you, she would make a joke, and then you would respond.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Fuck.
It's a good question. Was. Hold on. Hold on. Fuck. No, hold on.
I'm getting suggestions from the crowd for questions, by the way. Again, that's another person that just did this.
Such a good documentary, Jeff.
Ah, fuck.
This is incredible. Because don't you think that if you talk to her one more time and she said to you,
Probably, yeah. Every time I talk, I tend to like her more. So, which is either stalkerish or nice, depending if I'm.
It's no, it's the first one.
stalkerish, Ryan. One of the scariest things in the history of the show. Have you ever had another girlfriend? Okay.
Don't say it like that.
Yeah.
I'm 29. I'm 29.
You're
Come on.
29.
Okay.
Okay.
It's been to dry 29 years.
It's very possible. This is Jeremy right here. Okay.
Your belt is at the end.
That's the loosest setting.
It's an unbelievable observation. There are
32 ways on the 32 ways.
no more loops left. It is incredible. What's the longest relationship you've ever been in?
10 months.
10 months. Did the girl know that she was still in a relationship the whole 10 months?
Yeah, but she was AI. I'm kidding.
You can't make jokes like that, man. All right. Ryan, we're going to let you out of here. I'm not sure whether this is one of the most compelling interviews and moments in the show's history, or if it will...
You gotta set them loose back in the club.
Go right out the back door. And I can tell you, there's a lot of security guys looking at me very concerned.
Non-violent.
I know, we can tell. You seem like you have good intentions, but it is a little creepy, Ryan. All right, there he goes, Ryan Dordery, everybody. No joke, folks. Oh no, Lindsay's slamming her hand on the table. She liked him.
I thought he was hot.
Fuck.
I'm a crazy girl.
You are a wild girl. All right. You know what? Let's cleanse the stage. Let's stage the stage a little bit with the return of a golden ticket winner who hasn't been on this show in a very long time. Here, ladies and gentlemen, could be a story of redemption. Who knows? Anything can happen. He's one of the wildest characters in the history of the show. You know him. He has the record for most all-time appearances on one episode of Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the return of Drew Nickens.
Unlike the last guy, I just had sex for the first time in 18 months. She had a bullet, and I don't think I was her first special needs bond. Because she knew how to seduce me. She was like, hell yeah, brother. You look like Palmer from Home Alone. And a sexy Napoleon Dynamite. Go back to my hotel room to watch YouTube. I was fucking jazzed because I knew exactly what to throw on. And you know Railroad versus Rey Mysterio. Halloween happened in 97. Am I right, ladies? I was a little nervous because I don't have the lover's touch. Because sometimes I've had animals too hard.
Pet animals too
We
hard.
got it cracking, dog. And so much clapping and screaming during that hotel room session, people thought we were watching a black high school graduation. And I got the TBI. But that night, I gave her a TPI. A traumatic pussy injury because I picked that thing up. And sexually. Thank y'all.
Hell yeah. Welcome to Sex Offender Kill Tony, everybody. This is a very special night.
It was consensual, Tony.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
That guy scared me. Fuck. I almost had to break out retard strains. Don't fuck with my homies.
That's right. Condon is the homie. I gotta tell you, I love this set, Drew. And for those of you that might not know, that Eddie Guerrero versus Rey Mysterio match at Halloween Havoc, absolutely fucking amazing. You can show it to anybody, believe it or not. You can actually show that to your girlfriend and watch that, and she will be completely mesmerized. It's true, one of the greatest luchador matches of all time. For professional wrestling. Two of the all-time greats, and they're interesting. Look at Michael Gonzalez and Green. Our own little... That's right. Okay, Drew, how's life been going?
Life's been great, Tony. I just did my first sold-out headlining set a couple weeks ago.
How long did you do?
I did 45 minutes.
Great. Amazing show.
Yeah.
How many people were in there?
There was about 120 people.
That's amazing show.
Yeah.
Were they all there at the end of the 45 minutes?
They were. They were having a good time. I did a good show, guys. Don't listen to Ray. I fucking hate them, Tony.
You shouldn't even know why you go on there, Drew.
No, they send shit to me on Instagram. They're real mean.
So here's why I look at it, because I've had 2 people come to me like a suicidal thoughts in my like general, and I've had to calm them down and say, hey, that's okay.
That's irresponsible.
I did appreciate it though.
Fuck Gary.
Fuck Gary, dude.
I think if people are coming to you as a last resort, suicidal thoughts, Drew, that it might be time to just let them do what they're gonna do. You know what I mean?
I do ask if they're Packers fans first.
Very funny. Drew, what else is going on? Like,
Yep.
shows, wearing awesome shirts. What else?
Yeah, my mom got me this.
We know.
Yeah, we know. I've been just touring the road with a lot of golden ticket winners, trying to get my set better, writing a bunch of stuff, just doing the thing that you're supposed to do when you're a comic. Steadily improving and getting better, because that's what we're here for. I want to do this for the rest of my life, so we're never gonna stop.
Keep working, buddy.
You like the show Blippi?
Fuck yeah!
Tell us about Blippi. Describe to the people what Blippi is about.
Yeah, I love Blippi, man. So I don't like the new guy. Fuck that guy. Fuck him. Bring that Blippi. I love Blippi because it's such an innocent show. They show educational things. The guy's a personality. Like he wears the same thing every time. He's fucking awesome. And then they brought this new guy. I was like, what the fuck? It turns me to fucking red. I went on the Blippi Reddit.
What is it about the new Blippi that you don't like?
He's not the same guy. That's like Joe and Steve.
Hold on. How do you feel about the new Jake from State Farm? And why?
He's not black in the Black History Month. Fuck that.
Fun fact, Drew Nickens is black. I'm not kidding. His father is 100% black. You saw a picture of his father, you wouldn't believe it. I swear to God.
No.
It's like an albino,
No, dog.
like an,
I stayed with my
like
picture
an
right
albino
now.
black guy.
No fucking way.
Yeah, damn.
Have you done anything black this month to celebrate Black History?
Hell yeah, I went to Ross 5 times this week. Poetries. They run right, brother.
Amazing.
Wait, let's see how black you are. Here's your snake.
There's a snake on the goddamn plane.
Very funny. We'll keep it in.
There you go. Jeremy really belts people with that thing. There's no like showbiz like toss up with this guy. Still looking for a picture of his dad. That's how black he is. He can't find a picture of his father. If you needed any more confirmation. This guy's Puerto Rican at best. No way. It's light outside.
This is a good photo though. I do like this.
That's my mom.
Is your very white mom? Okay. Say it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Drew, fun times. We love Drew. We love Drew. Alright. Make some noise for your next bucket full, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
It's Craig Bergman, everybody. Craig Bergman.
Holy fucking ripper.
But I am sick to death of pedophilia. Are you sick of it? I don't mean sick of adults having kids. I've never been for that, just the way I was raised. But I'm sick of hearing about it. You know, in New York, it was all I heard about was privilege, race, and that got annoying. Then I come to Texas, and all I hear about is vaccines and pedophilia. Vaccines and pedophilia. It's all people talking about, vaccines and pedophilia. If I hear about vaccines and pedophilia one more time, I'm going to take 10 booster shots and fuck a kid. And I'm bored of it. It's enough already. I want to see what all this fuss is about. You know what I mean? And autism, that's another thing. What a scam. Everyone in Austin says they're autistic. I'm autistic. No, you want to be. You want to be autistic. You want to be neurodivergent. You think it makes you interesting. Okay? You're not autistic. You're too much of a stupid little creep to look the barista in the eye. Okay? You're a putz. You want autistic? That's what people like. Yeah, I'll tell you autistic. Or neurodivergent. Last summer, during the flood, I walked around in 100-degree heat, and was afraid to use the bus card that the mental hospital gave me for fear that the invisible material I thought would explode when I swiped into the bus and blow everybody up. That, my friends, is neurodivergent, okay? So if you want to stupid little here I am.
Alright, Craig Bergman prepared, memorized his set, went through the words in the order that he prepared it, and meanwhile, I kind of still wish the software was on stage.
Sorry about
It's a
that.
special kind of planned deliverance.
Oh, fuck.
Greg, has anything changed since the last time you were on the show?
Well, yes. Two things happened. This is both true.
Greg was on very recently as a penis implant.
Yes. When I left here, I was I got a big jump up, very happy. A couple of Australian guys saw this set. They said, go to the creek. This is true. Go to the creek in the cave. I went to the creek in the cave. I slipped on the ice, fell, lost my joke book and bruised on my ribs. That's true. At least I think it was ice. It could have been the little greasy Mexican they were dragging away.
Ow. Okay.
No, but it was true. That's a true story.
We'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
Shit, dude. Oh, Dr. Pepper Tic Tac?
No, that was true though.
It's destiny. When God takes your big joke book from you,
I know.
that's how you know it was never meant to be.
Oh boy.
Greg,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just been, anything else that you thought about since the last time you were on that would have been good to talk about in the interview portion, but now here we
No,
are.
that's good. I did, my dog died. That's sad.
That happened in the past
past 2 weeks, too.
Well, how'd your dog die? Kill himself?
Or did Christy Gnome shoot it in the face?
Well, no, it was a suicide. Yeah, no, she died. Yeah, she died. It was just sad. And my grandmother died 3 weeks ago, but the dog died 2 weeks ago.
Sorry, dude.
I know.
Again.
I know.
It's a party, it's a party, it's a
God
party.
damn it, I had jokes that were good, too. I thought you wanted the...
Why didn't you do them?
Because I thought the first one was good. What the fuck did you do?
Here's a little joke for Greg. I'm gonna keep it
that's
moving
it?
on. Yes.
Oh,
He said no.
Yes.
There he goes. Greg
He said
Bergman,
no.
everybody. All right, one last bucket pool. This episode is demented. Let the record show that I'm aware that this is an insane episode. Are you guys having fun? We have the most insane fans in the world. You guys are loyal to the soil. One last bucket pool. Make some noise for Thomas.
I like having fast sex with old women. Yeah, I said I like having fast sex with old women. I call it going 90 to 70.
Yes.
Fast sex with old. I love having fast. Call my balls Werther's Originals. The way I like these hip replacement hussies sucking on them. You know what I'm talking about?
Hip replacement
I like having
hussy.
fast sex with old women, ladies and gentlemen. Am I the only one here? Am I the only one that's having fast? Yeah, no. Oh. No, I like having fast sex with old. Oh my gosh, folks. You know what I hate though? I hate having slow sex with young pussy. I hate having slow sex with young pussy. What am I running the government? No. And even if I was running the government, I'd be having fast sex with old women, folks. Thank you. That's all about it.
Thomas the Mountain. I loved it. I almost forgot what it was like when people came up here and just did jokes. Hell yeah, dude. Welcome, welcome. Hey, thanks. Is this your first time on the show?
No, I've been here before.
Okay.
Ooh.
Very funny. Where are you from?
I'm from Nebraska.
How long have you been in Austin?
I've been in Austin for 8 months now.
8 months. Fuck yeah. Been on the show only once before?
Only once before.
What did we find out about you? What was the most compelling? What was my favorite part of that interview?
Oh, well, you found out that I used to be a male model, and you made me take my shirt off, and you liked it a lot.
Yeah, I did. Hell yeah, now I remember. Having flashbacks. I love it. Hell yeah. So how's Austin been treating you? What's been going on now?
It's been pretty good, man. You know, I got a cool job now. I've been doing a lot of spots. It's amazing. I love it here.
What's the cool job?
I have the greatest job of being I'm a fucking bellhop for a hotel, dude.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Machine shop?
No, I'm a rewards member there.
Oh.
So if that's where you bellhop, then that's what's up. La Quinta has rewards.
What kind of rewards?
We can all fly on fucking private planes, man.
What kind of rewards do you get at the La Quinta Inn?
Oh, breakfast before everybody else.
Really?
Yep.
Do you have to wake up early or take This is a crazy deal. That almost seems like it would be...
I thought this was a safe space. That's really hostile towards fun stuff.
Breakfast before everybody else?
Oh, yeah, so I wake up at 4. Breakfast is at 7. Also, I get the first dibs on free seats. I usually get like, I don't know, like sometimes they have only a certain amount of waters behind the front desk. So I get first dibs on like the coldest waters.
They're all room temperature, man. All of them.
La Quinta has only room temperature. That is my...
Yeah, well, you're clearly not in the rewards program, so you get cold ass water. But so bellhop, that's cool. You love it?
It's a dream come true, truly, it is. It's a dream come true. I always wanted, my dad was a bellhop, my grandpa was a bellhop. I hope someday my son is a bellhop. Live on the legacy of hopping bells.
That's right.
You know,
Your girlfriend, Thomas?
no, I don't. I just recently got out of a relationship.
Oh, how'd that end? Why'd that end?
I'll try commitment issues. What's that, am I right?
Tell us about that, Thomas.
Well, funny as it just happened like last week, and she was like, "I'm having a serious talk." I'm like, "For sure." And I got there, and she's like, "Let's not have it right now." I was like, "All right, cool." And so like I brought over like Legos, you know. So like, let's do some Legos. Cool, like Obi-Wan, Kenobi shit. Yeah, hell, right? Hell yeah, dog. And so I started doing the Legos, and then she was like, "Hey, can we talk now?" And I was like, "Yeah, I've never done Legos." I'm like, "Sure, you know." And so we talked, and you know, it was like, "Oh, it's probably, you know, not good. We keep coming back to each other. You know, it's probably best. We're not really growing as people, you know." And it was sad. Like we both cry, we both love each other, you know. And at the end, she was like, "Oh, well, you know," I was like, "Well, maybe I should go." And she's like, "Yeah, that's probably best if you should go." And then I had to pick up my fucking Legos. Like, and for a second, I was like, fucking them, you know. They're like, "Oh, my fucking Lego, you know, I'm gonna have all the Legos, you know." Trying to be like, "Can you get up? I think you're on the leg," you know. It was really embarrassing. And then I packed everything, and I was like, in my backpack, and I said bye to her, and I took like a look around the room and been like, "Oh, this might be like the last time I ever see this room." And then on the windowsill, I saw the Obi-Wan Kenobi like minifig with like the lightsaber. I'm like, thank God I didn't forget that. Oh my God. You know, it's his ship. It's his ship. Yeah. It'd be weird if I didn't have the Obi-Wan Kenobi minifigure with the lightsaber set. Yeah, yeah, you get it. You get it. So yeah, that happened.
Knees? That's a great breakup story.
You know who'd be a great rebound? Kim Condon. She's super available right now. I can put you in contact. You seem super safe.
Does she fuck with Legos?
I'm sure she does. Almost positive. Call her.
Call her, see if she fucks with Legos.
Did you get a big joke book last time you were on?
I did, yes.
Perfect. There you go. You already have it. There he goes, Thomas Full Mountain, everybody. And now we've arrived at the end of the episode, and we have one regular that's going to close it out.
Ari
Ladies,
Maddie.
this guy is an absolute fucking sensation. Formerly the Dark Storm of Atlanta, he's now the Dark Storm of Austin, Texas. Make some fucking noise for the one and only
That dread.
Win with a brand new minute, everybody.
Y'all, motherfuck Frontier Airlines. Nigga, I hate them bad Nazis, and I don't support Nazis. These niggas, if you never had the unfortunate time to go fly Waffle House Airlines, these niggas
Waffle
got
House
box
Airlines.
right there, and they say this is a bag. No nigga, that's a box. And then they say you gotta put your bag. It's gotta fit in here, and if it don't, everybody that work in Frontier get to beat your fucking ass. They do, and they only hire niggas from Waffle House so they know how to fight individually and as a unit. And if you did get your ass whooped, it's because you paid the $300,000 it costs to not have your bag fit in there. And the only reason they get to charge $300,000 motherfucking dollars is they ask you 300,000 motherfucking times, do you want to buy a bag? Nigga, you should buy a bag. I wouldn't fuck with us, but nigga, I think we've been great for a nigga not to buy a bag. We've been great. So I bought the bag online, and I got the bundle where you can pick your seat. How about these niggas sold me a windowless window seat? You gonna tell me to take my phone down because I had it duct tape because I'm claustrophobic, so I gotta look at something, son. Nigga, I had a nerve come back there and talking about the pilot said you can't be selling snacks on the plane. Nigga, I gotta get this money back. I was just selling like little Doritos and shit. So I tried to become an entrepreneur, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's Black History Month. And it was like, well, what about the gambling? Because we were shooting dice on the plane, see? And so I said, hey, man, nigga, you telling me the captain told you to come say that? The same nigga I just sold to Adderall to before we took off. This nigga go get on the intercom and go, shit, y'all, I ain't gonna hold you, nigga, people ain't gonna go. That's my time, I love you. I think that's so great.
District play with another 2 minutes. This guy does twice the work that he has to do. Without a doubt, the best set of the night. Dead Trick, you are a fucking freak of nature. How's life treating you?
You're just so fucking cool, dog. My favorite thing now is like, because I have other friends that are doing like, my boy Cam was opening up for you.
Yeah, Bertrand.
Yeah, that's my best friend. Yeah, we got like 5 matches tattoos. Like, we've been best friends for forever.
Hey, but alright.
Alright. You had an opportunity to go get a tattoo with him and you didn't go do it.
Well, he shows up on me.
Yeah.
Never sees it.
Fuck you, handsome ass nigga. I don't have to.
Handsome ass.
You fucking you hair, nigga. You look like that from Street Fighter. I fucking love you so much. Yeah.
How you got gold teeth and a silver chain?
Yeah. I just got on, dumbass. You stupid fuck. You look so dumb right now in front of fucking everybody. Everybody knows I gotta take it a step at a time. Bitch, dude, I fucking hate. And I know that shit you said about Atlanta too, nigga. I've been waiting to run into your ass.
Good. The airport's trash, and I'll die on that hill.
Oh my god.
And I'll die on that hill.
People, dude, if you to have a face like that and be mean, you're just that's just so fucked up. Can I ask one question? Fuck you, what?
I'm fucking hot.
Why do you have a slingshot? Oh, because that weird ass nigga was talking about I gotta protect him. So I just.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and it's a Louis Vuitton one this redneck nigga made it for me in Huntsville, Alabama.
Wow.
How long have you had a slingshot for?
No, I got several slingshots.
Let's go.
Yeah, I got different ones for different, things.
Different occasions.
Yeah, I got like a water balloon slingshot. I got fucking, the motorcycle that black people ride called a slingshot. I got that shit too.
What's that called again?
It's called a slingshot.
Yeah.
What do you load into that to shoot?
Fucking anything.
We have some Advil right here, or Dr. Pepper Tic Tacs. Anybody want to get? All right.
Who went to Advil?
Yeah, let's shoot.
Oh, no cap.
I don't know if that'll work quite.
This guy in the second row wants it. That'll be dangerous and hilarious.
Make sure you locked it up.
No, seriously, not for sure doesn't want it.
Oh, shit. Wow, that thing's aggressive.
Like, you do it? Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. You're not on the goddamn show. I never in 13 and a half years has a nigga ruined the bit. I'm sick of you. Get his ass out of here.
The guy who looks like he's on 60 Days In?
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Say something else. Who on my bitch? We all thought he went over there, dumbass. Fuck your glasses.
Kind of looks like
Hey, ponytail. I hate you.
Have you ever shot anybody with your
Oh, absolutely. Sometimes I just sit on the roof, Sunset, and then we just, I open up the window, just hit niggas niggas on 6th Street and shit. Trying to clean up the streets, dog. There's some bad people out here.
You didn't have to say Sunset right there, by the way.
That's where I was. Yeah, that's true. You look, everybody looks so fucking stupid.
Lie. This is YouTube. They're gonna know.
Dedrick, you are the absolute fucking man. Your set was twice as much as you had to do a brand new, unbelievable 2 minutes. How about one more time for Dedrick? Come on, everybody. MattRifeOfficial.com. Get fucking tickets. He's one of the best in the world. One more time for Matt Rife, everybody. Jeremy is representing Adam Ray tonight. AdamRayComedy.com. Jeremy's a big fan of Adam Ray. Adam is on the Who Is Me tour. He's going to Vegas, North Carolina, South Carolina. He's going everywhere. AdamRayComedy.com for tickets. This episode is brought to you by Blue Chew, Talkspace, and Shopify. The drawing from Ryan J. E-Belt is in. It is incredible. It is indeed Jeremy and Matt Rife. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew over there. Oh, fuck yeah. That's Matt Rife.
That's a Rapino with a mustache.
Yeah, well, that is a... Where... You got my mustache.
Machine Gun Kelly.
Shout out to the great Bonsai for making these amazing joke books and so many great leather handmade goods available at killmerch.com. Thriving with a bunch of great merchandise out there right now. Red Band.
Check out the secret show every Thursday at the Sunset Strip, ATX.com. Thank you.
All right, people, we did it. We love you. Thank you. Good night. God bless this audience. God bless the United States. Well,
Has anyone actually made it to level 4 before? If you're slightly congested, use level 1. If you find yourself not breathing or snoring,
chaos in Mexico. U.S. tourists are currently trapped. Airlines are shutting down. Insane videos of car bombs, explosions, fires, gunshots ringing out, people running and screaming in airports. All of this retaliation for killing a cartel leader that some say, or I should say according to some reports, was at the behest of Donald Trump, who continued by saying it's only just begun. 25 Mexican National Guard were killed in these attacks. And it is expected to continue right now. We're getting reports that security forces are currently still battling cartel members, and it's popping off across the country. Now, I would argue it seems the cartel's retaliation is basically, we have ended all tourism in Mexico. I mean, there's no possibility of you flying down to driving to Tijuana, flying down to Puerto Vallarta, and having any kind of relaxing day, because people are being told, shelter in place. It's kicking off. Donald Trump and the rest of the Trump admin are not going to back down from this. So we don't know exactly where this will go, but some have said this could effectively be some kind of civil war. Ha! I said it, but not for the reason you thought I would. Now, I don't know if you call it a civil war, but the cartels control various different cartels all over Mexico. And many have argued it's effectively a narco state because the government bends the knee to these cartels anytime they demand it. We've seen all of these stories about mayors and politicians being killed when they try to stand up. Now that Trump... and this is kicking off like crazy. There's no reason to believe it's going to stop. So, effectively over. We're going to talk about that, but boy, oh boy, do we have a lot of news for you, my friends. At Mar-a-Lago, a man with a shotgun and fuel breached the perimeter, reportedly aimed the weapon, and then was shot and killed. Now, 14 people, that's the flamethrower trouncing to Canada in their game. And there's a viral tweet where, I don't know, Trudeau or somebody was like, you know, you could try and take our retweeting it. The White House posted an image of a bomb. So, yeah, there's that. And still, we have a lot of news. In response, the U.S. men's team has agreed to attend the State of the Union address tomorrow. The women's team just can't find time in their schedules to do it, sparking a major backlash. Oh boy, we got a lot for you today. So, we're going to get into that. Before we do, we got a great sponsor. Tonight, we're brought to you by the Campaign for America First. This is the CAFIA. They believe in the new era of America First and that business is underway. President Trump has made clear that the U.S. has decisively the practice of security, including stronger borders, tougher enforcement, and real cooperation to stop illegal immigration and keep deadly drugs out of U.S. communities. CAFIA believes that America is stabilizing before American farmers, manufacturers, and workers. It all cites data from President Trump's pollsters showing that 80% of Trump voters support this approach to international assistance. The Campaign for America First International Assistance believes Trump is the use of foreign aid to buy influence and control will no longer go unchallenged. That the U.S. must American security first. You guys can check out more by going to AmericaFirstINTL.org. Ways to sell ready-to-drink cast brew, and the shipping is really difficult when you're dealing with these cans. Research that we did found each can would cost about $5. I know it's what it is, $10. And we're like, the shipping to and from. You buy one bottle and get lots of coffee. So here's how we're able to pull it off. Check out factory.com. All the other flavors available, including Dr. Edelstein's Big Blue Latina Hello.
Hey, good to be back. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
I am a political satirist. I make jokes about news and politics. I host a political podcast called Political Wars Make So-Called because I don't really like news.
Why are you not getting out of the elections even after taking legal action? It comes down to how arousal works. Send the nervous system, people release nitric oxide. That relaxes plates. Leads to an erection. Any part of that process.
Fucking faggot, get off my fucking shit.
So everybody hates me.
Everybody hates me. I am either a traitor or an infidel to everybody.
Well, all right. Well, it should be fun. Yeah. We got Ian.
Yeah. So you leave a memorable impression because I guess it's been 4 years since you
Hey, go to graphene.movie if you haven't seen that yet. Graphene.movie, that's where
Phil's here to bring
My name is Phil Bonzi. I'm the lead singer of the heavy metal band All That Remains. I'm an anti-communist and counter-revolutionary. Guarded.
What's up? Here's a story from WTOP. Security forces in Mexican military killed a drug Meanwhile, sparked a surge in violence with the country on edge. I mean, these videos that are popping up are just absolutely nuts. We've got this one, allegedly from Tijuana. I don't know exactly. Look, take it all with a grain of salt. This does appear to be the Tijuana border. You can see it from today, but I don't see why it would not be.
By setting cars on fire.
And this area. Smuggling cookies in this. You know, I mean, the videos that are coming out are absolutely insane. And this is the effective end of tourism. Listen, this is the cartel is basically saying, you hit us, we hit you back. Well, this is not just, this is strategic. They're finding vehicles in the middle of the street in key tourist destinations. They want the Mexican government to look at this thing. Because tourism to
Fucker.
There was a video that Fox News had reported. Some guy said that a car bomb went off, and everyone said, quick, get inside. You can't even go outside now. So for the people who are trapped there, we hope there's no, it's just off. The speed is turned off. No tourism right now. I imagine Trump's response to this is going to be a brutal, brutal threat. The U.S. provided intelligence on the location of El Mencho. They went in. There's conflicting reports. I read one report, according to cartel members apparently, the U.S. went in with the intention to murder, to kill him, not to capture him. And I think there was something like 70 dead in the operation. The U.S. found out that he was with his romantic partner. Woman, I'm assuming they call romantic partner because they're leftists and
Even existence is what that means.
could be. And apparently they went in guns blazing, killed him. But I've also seen reporting, I believe the official narrative is, they went in and arrested him. And when the cartel moved in to try and get him out, a gunfight ensued, and he died in the conflict. And I'm not for sure, but what I can say is, there's no way Trump is watching this go down and thinking, I'm going to let the cartels do this.
Oh, this is what the left is trying to get the American right to do, is to start blowing up streets and setting roadblocks in theory. They provoked the cartel into flipping out, the cartel took the bait, and now they're going to get wiped off the victim map.
This is victim blaming. Like you're saying that the
What
cartels.
else could they do? You know, their leader gets killed. What are they going to do? Sit back and take it? But like,
I mean, the cartels. This is not like you don't appease the bad guys. Like you don't just sit there and say, "Oh, we can't put these guys in jail or go after them." That's how you end up with this situation. You end up with the government not controlling parts of the country because you're appeasing them. You're saying we can't go after them because they'll attack back or they'll cause havoc.
what they're trying to do is they buy off their opponent. If that doesn't work, they'll try to assassinate the guy, which is just this guy. They do this kill invasion. I have mixed feelings on this. I used to play Dungeons and Dragons with Ellen Show. It was a great DM, and I was in the drug cartel in Mexico for about 10 years. And they got a good pension, but it feels like they've kind of gone off a different direction than when I was there. I don't know.
Non-discriminatory policies.
Yeah, that's
They don't harass or keep out for being Well, it was trafficking meth and fentanyl. And this is likely why Donald Trump said, take them down. Just the other day, Trump had that angel, or I think the angel mom's event. He said February 22nd is going to be, was it Angel Family Day? And for those that are familiar, this is a term that means, if you're an angel parent, it means your child was killed by an illegal immigrant. So Trump declared declared yesterday as the day to commemorate all those who were killed by the immigrants. And look, this is the guy, Ldoe was responsible for the trafficking of fentanyl in the United States. I think Trump called up Mexico and said, he's done. And Mexico said, okay. Because you know what's funny? The cartels right now shutting down tourism. They're exacting leverage against the state. They're saying, you want to go to Trump because he's threatening pain? We're going to bring you pain. We're going to shut down your tourism. The problem is, Trump can threaten so much more. Yeah. And the cartels do not have the leverage here. They can kill, they can bomb, they can fight, they can scream, and Trump can go to the Mexican government and say, we can end Mexico. Okay? The degree to which Trump can threaten Mexico is insane. The degree to which one cartel can is scary, but nowhere near as scary as Donald Trump threatening to launch U.S. invasions of Mexico.
The cartels can wreak havoc, they can cause unrest and stuff. The U.S. has spent 20 years building an apparatus, the past 45 years, building an apparatus to find people anywhere in the world. We found Osama bin Laden hiding out in Pakistan, where the country was doing they couldn't help. There's no one in Mexico that can hide from the United States military apparatus. So, and we don't have to drop a ton of bombs. We can literally send hellfires with swords on them and take out individuals without blowing up everything. Like, the United States as a military entity is beyond what anything the cartels are prepared to handle.
I wonder, like, of these cartel members, they're like getting bribed by the CIA right now to turn on each other, and then when they turn on each other, the CIA's like, you're all dead anyway, they kill them all anyway.
Why would the CIA bribe them?
Why would?
Why would the CIA bribe them?
Turn on each other, there's one less enemy and one more ally.
They're gonna turn
When I was in the cartel, I took a lot of kickbacks from the CIA. It was actually a big part of my job.
Yeah.
Like, in addition to military operations, trying to bribe leadership to turn on each other and stuff. And with, like, with a limitless amount of money,
They're fighting each other now because the cartels are going to start fighting each other for dominance over territory and stuff. They don't need the CIA to pay them to fight each other. They want to fight each other to take over territory as it is.
Yeah, but I think this is it. I think what you are seeing with Donald Trump's foreign policy is pretty neck nuts. In his first term, he crushes ISIS. In his first term, the conflict in Ukraine starts dying down. You get, in the second term, so I'm going to throw it to Biden for helping kick off the Russia war with Ukraine. I blame Russia largely, but Biden's failed foreign policy with Afghanistan and Ukraine, largely Ukraine contributed to it. And then you have Donald Trump coming in, what does he do? He's taking out the drug boats in the Caribbean and the Pacific. He, again, already ISIS crushed, got Abraham Accords. Trump is working on these peace deals. And so it looks like his interests are substantially more in line with domestic protection. That being said, we have deep concerns about escalating war with Iran. So I'm not going to say it's not. But I think to these people. And Barack Obama gave thousands of guns to the cartels. Fact. It was called Bad they were going to give the guns to the cartels, but then trap them. I would typically say something like Hamlet's razor. Barack Obama was just incompetent and handed over thousands of weapons to cartels. I would have to assume that he we're going to give them a bunch of guns. They're going to go use them, killing a bunch of people.
Give them the guns, then they take control from their government. Then you have no choice but to go in and quell the resistance and take the country for yourself. It's the same thing they did with ISIS.
Obama did do it.
Unofficially.
Obama did do it. And it was after Trump got out of his first term, Biden sent the troops back in.
Declaration of war.
I know, exactly. He went in and did it illegally. So anyway, the point is this. Obama was like, so Obama lets ISIS happen. We provide materials and weapons to the rebels, the Free Syrian Army and associates, which eventually get taken over by ISIS extremists and becomes a singular faction, and they just is happy to let it happen. They said, we'll sit back and watch them tear each other apart. Trump gets in and he flattens ISIS. I don't think that Barack Obama gave those guns as an excuse to invade Mexico. I think he gave the guns to the cartels because the cartels are part of what they need to happen for drug trafficking and smuggling in the United States. I think it's the interests of the last 40 years for the American people. And you can criticize Donald Trump for a lot of things. In fact, there's so many things that's not okay, but at least you can look at his plans and what's going on and say, well, that's for the Americans.
So I follow you in terms of be our enemies. Like that sounds possible to me. Why would they want to build up the cartels in Mexico? Like what would the Democratic Party do?
It's no problem. There's a lot of conspiracy theories, but the reporting is basically the CIA was funneling crack cocaine to black neighborhoods. You're catching a good mind. We could transport 2 million people into our country through your border because that's all. We should certainly go to cartels and say, our NGOs will take care of you. You guys provide security. Here's a bunch of guns. Here's what we want to happen.
So you think
There's a multitude of factors involved in illegal into the United States. I guess one could only surmise the purpose if they were theory is that they try to suppress press. Perhaps argue that. As for why they need guns, it's because they do export buildings that the U.S. needs or wants them to do. So it's powerful to have these at your best. I think that it's largely a narco state. You take a look at Afghanistan, for instance, the United States. We have soldiers in Afghanistan guarding poppy fields. That's a large portion of their economy, pumping out heroin. I think that the government of the United States, pre-Donald Trump, post World War before that, has not been operating. That's why I said I half agree with you when you said fund the enemies that you can take a stand against them. It's in that realm. I will also say if I knew exactly what they were doing, the one thing I can say is I don't say, shut down the cartels now. We know they're selling drugs. We know that they're stealing avocado farms now. There is literally no logical plan. So while I did look at I know I was making a point. No, listen. If Ian wants to do it, and having the time, do you think I'm sorry, I just find it, I find it incredibly hard that Biden's government, knowing that cartels are murdering people through drugs, needed some kind of pretext to go in and do it. So instead, they sent a bunch of guys to criminals, and then go, see, just like with Obama, so that is my question. Was the government involved in they killed up more about 60 And he goes, Yemen. And Obama goes, okay, and are we going to go to Yemen? No, sir. Okay, we'll start. It's a restaurant. Okay, is it a military restaurant? No, sir. It's a civilian restaurant. Okay, go and do it. At bare minimum, Obama was like individual. Look at the Russiagate hoax. I mean, Obama's meeting with Comey, Sally Yates, Biden there, and they're effectively planning to go after Donald Trump with this whole nonsense. These people were cold, calculating, and you know what? The only thing I can give them in incompetence is that they could get Hillary Clinton across the finish line. But again, so I look at what the Obama administration does, and I think it's silly to say that giving thousands of guns to cartel members was just a oopsie daisy. Because Trump doesn't need any of that pretext. He goes to China and says, flush out the way to explain it. The priorities of the Donald Trump administration as it comes to foreign issues and military issues is about what is going to benefit the United States. That being said, he's far from perfect. I don't want to see a war with Iran. I have a general idea of why it's doing it. No, it's not because Israel controls the United States on strange that some people are just wackadoos. And I would argue that Trump is largely imperfect. But look at what we described, the fervor over Trump striking these drug busts. I mean, we see videos of boats carrying drugs blown up. And then there's an argument that some of them are not. They're just fishing boats. They're civilians. And I say, okay, well, that's bad, right? Well, let's take a look at that. Let's get a full report.
Where is the pass?
If there was military action that was taken against civilians, for which we will make an attempt to determine what the penalties of that
I want the pass.
He murdered children. He murdered innocent civilians. He killed American citizens.
There it is.
And I know the left says, what aboutism? And I say, no. It's about actions speaking louder than words. When Donald Trump targets boats shuttling drugs to the U.S. or largely to Europe in the Caribbean, they lose their minds over it. But they don't say a damn thing when Barack Obama was murdering Americans. So I don't believe for 2 seconds. Anyway, real quick, the point about Trump's foreign policy is, well, he tried not to be involved in Ukraine-Russia stuff, but boy, he can't figure that one out. The Iran stuff is troubling, but Iran is basically shutting down the Red Sea. They're funding these terror groups, Houthi rebels in Yemen. The Houthis are then firing on ships in the Red Sea. The Red Sea, of course, is the Suez Canal. There are 3 major trade vectors for global trade. You've got Panama, which Trump is trying to regain control of. The Suez, which we do control, and Trump, the conflict with Iran is largely around whether or not we can maintain security in the region. And then, of course, Greenland and Canada, which is the Northwest Passage. So Trump is, I would argue, retracted on liberal economic order worldview, but not abandoning of it, and largely focused on securing American national benefits. So the cartels are shuttling fentanyl and drugs in the United States. Trump says shut it down. These boats are transporting drugs, funding these operations. Shut it down. Venezuela stole billions of dollars of U.S. oil assets in 2009. Trump says, no, we're shutting that down. So I would argue maybe it's 60-65%. It's going to be a direct repercussion, or the direct repercussion is going to be the benefit to the American people, like tariffs. I would argue that the perspective on Ukraine and Iran largely is, will it ultimately benefit America? But that's where you're starting to stretch it into global security for the betterment of America. I can understand why my libertarian friends are largely challenging of that notion. But I would also say the libertarians that are critical
Want to eat some seaweed?
the libertarians that are isolationists have no idea what's going on.
I'm an intervention skeptic. So that is to say, like, the default is no. It might be what we're talking about. When I struggle with that analysis of Trump, is it does sound like it requires me to sign off an intention of looking at what were the intentions of the Obama administration, what were the intentions of the Trump administration. I don't really like either. And so it's hard for me to put that in a movement that I can follow. Like, the basic idea would just be whatever's strategically the best thing for America.
Well, yes. Tariffs, for instance. Anybody.
Okay, we can find out tariffs. Good.
Anybody who's interested in well, let's pull up the tariff percent. We back it down. Yeah. Let me grab a.
He's doing a 10% tariff for 150 days, as authorized by the 1975 ADA Act that preceded.
Where's the? I thought I had that post pull up where Trump is like. But I want to get the. Let's pull this up. All right, everybody. We got a story from the AP that Trump cannot enact emergency tariffs under this one. Donald Trump has come out and said he's going to increase tariffs anyway. So in 3 other states, he's now willing countries to abide by tariff deals despite the Supreme Court decision. Any country that wants to play games with the Supreme Court decision Trump posted will be met with a much higher tariff and worse than that which they just recently agreed to. That's in right now. He wants a global tariff of 15% up from 10%. And that's immediately after the ruling. Struck down tariffs Trump had imposed on nearly every country's emergency powers law. But the Republican president albeit not more limited tool for rewriting the rules of global commerce. So I am of the opinion that
regulatory IP system. Other countries have tariffs. If we are buying things from other countries, they're extracting wealth. I don't think that that's sound.
Is your argument correct, Ldoe?
Dude, fuck you and your dog, dude.
Something even the smartest can resist. A touchscreen designed to appeal to all
Shut the fuck up, dude. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So the typical libertarian argument is described by a lot of people as graph go up. Liberals have adopted this recently as well. It means that on the macro, we could see a general economic improvement in the short term. So
I would say my argument is that comparative advantage.
So I have a company that manufactures products. How do I compete with Chinese slaves?
If we actually got a supply line that's got slavery in it, that'd be fine with abolishing it.
It's all 100%.
All things we can
Fine, it's 25 cents an hour.
So two things. I want to go ahead and hit this slightly. Right? If there's actual involuntary servitude going on, that's immoral.
I'm being hyperbolic. I'm talking about people who would otherwise work for better wages with health care, but instead are getting paid 50 cents an hour to do this work.
If we're removing actual servitude,
That's a thing.
yeah, I don't think they can. Like American manufacturing, you've got intermediate parts that come in from other countries. So if you want to have cars in America, you need to be able to get parts from other countries. Why? Because if you raise the prices on that, you raise the price of the consumer, and everything costs more.
And if everything costs, so are you percentage off the excess cars we produce?
I haven't heard the loan yet.
Where they get.
Maybe I don't like what people do. So like, let's say I'm stuck on my friends. I'm stuck on very good like Scottish wine would like presumably be very sweet. Probably fry it. It wouldn't be particularly good. Meanwhile,
Well, that could be great.
actually, we're gonna call it Scottish prison wine. I would try it. Scottish prison, but they're probably not gonna produce wine much better. Large amount of goods. We want to protect our nascent wine industry, so we're going to put tariffs on the French wine industry. France is going to risk Scotland. We're going to get less wine overall. You're going to get more sheep in France, which you're going to have less sheep overall. Everybody gets less wine and less sheep.
Now, you said that the Scottish wine was just no good, right?
It's, you know, we could just focus on like quantity. We're not going to be able to produce as much.
Wine industry in Scotland, which is storied and has legacy, deserves a chance to survive before it's considered cross culture.
They should absolutely be able to compete. Well, you might want to get Scottish wine. If it's something that they can't produce that people want.
France has got Chinese people working 25 cents an hour producing garbage wine, and Scotland can't. good.
And now what's going to happen is the Scots are going to put more of that effort.
This is just not from a
Shift is
instead of employing Americans and marketing a product to Americans,
send them across
offshored all the manufacturing to China, where we cut down wood in Canada, import to the United States, send it to China, Chinese peasants make the boards, finish the powder, send it to cheap Chinese no factories, no employees, and no pro skateboarders. If you go to Japan and China, they have skateboarding up the wazoo. Every new pro is some 15-year-old Japanese kid, and the country that invented the Olympic global American-made skateboard or the $30 Chinese-made skateboard, and to be honest, when people walked into the shop to buy a board, they didn't know the difference. And they said, $30 sounds good to me, it works. That's what happened. Every American the Gen Z, and this is across the board, skateboarding's and Americans lose their jobs. And then when no American has the job, what company is going to promote When you go to Japan, what do you find? They're opening new skate parks like crazy. They're launching TV shows about skateboarding. We invented in California, and we gave it away, and it's not coming back.
I lament
He's Chinese. There's no American, there's very few American manufacturers. It takes us weeks to produce because we're desperately trying to rebuild an industry while we're
could go kill that one fucking dude
and
right
they
there.
tell me on the phone, Tim, the Chinese are doing it, it's $5 cheaper. And I say, I don't want a $5 cheaper board. I want skateboard. There's no marketing endeavor. It doesn't exist anymore. It's in China. So in China, skateboarding is exploding like crazy. In Japan, they're launching TV shows for skateboarding. And today in the United States, we don't even have the big skateboard contests anymore. They're failing to fall apart. All the top pros are just little Japanese kids. Now, I got no beef with Japanese kids. Some of the best skateboarders are all Japanese. I'm pissed off that the country that made this, that invented it, that inspired the world, gave it all away. And now where I live, in my home country, I've left me, well, actually, I'll say this. One of the advantages to it is that I can go to a pro skateboarder and give them $500, and they'll come and they'll produce content because they're so desperate for money. And what I tell all these guys, when we were doing, we stopped doing our games of skate events because of security issues. We're working on trying to figure out how to do them again. We told the pros you get $3,000 if you quit, and you get a guarantee just for showing up. And they all show up and they beg to come and compete because these guys are working at Home Depot, they're working for Uber Eats, they're driving cars. There is no, this is an Olympic sport. Now there's very few people left.
Would you want to have government support for this industry when they get subsidies?
I would like the government to say, if you move your factory in China, charge 30% of the payback that you will not be competitive. it's not a direct relationship, it's more of a correlationary relationship. It's a direct relationship. There's a famous photo of a man in a suit in 1960. Who this man is, and no one really knows. That event.
Here, they're $35 in China. And because the boards are cheaper in China, the industry's just imploded here.
Yes.
And no one, but people can still buy it because you don't have to make your own board.
So you can order your Chinese made board followed by and then tell people to order on the internet. The only problem is there's no one. Okay.
I disabled all the traps.
It's 1960. You have a wood shop and you make skateboards. You say, how can we sell more of these? You gotta get kids to skateboard. So what you do? You go to the park, fill up the tents, a free lemonade and ice cream, and try the skateboard. About people don't understand the chain. They simply look at the numbers improve, so what's the problem? The problem is when a guy shoots a wood shop and says, I don't know nothing about skateboarding. You say, well, we need someone who knows wood. I certainly know wood. How would you like a job at a wood shop? I'd love one. Then he goes home with some samples and gives them to Now this man working at the factory starts talking to his neighbors. I'm working at a wood shop. We do skateboarding. Hey, it's an Olympic sport. We're actually sponsoring some of the Olympic athletes. It's all those factories are gone. There's no longer a guy going to skate. There's no longer a company going to farm. Demos don't exist. The American skateboard is I think the issue around something like skateboarding is that it's decently new relative to, say, like piano, which has been around and it's global. And there's tremendous opportunity. What I would still argue, though, is as someone who is not a business, I can only refer to involved in the night stress, the same thing is happening in other businesses. So I would cite surfing, snowboarding, skiing as massively impacted
lesser quality, so people aren't skiing as much.
It's because there's no culture. So do you know how culture goes?
Yeah, but I don't want the government punishing. I think I don't want the government punishing other people for making economic choices.
Why is it? What do you mean punishing other people?
Because you're taxing me for buying a cheaper skateboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you should do that. And I like to back up a little bit. I question this whole idea that it's a lack of tariffs and protectionism that's resulted in lack of American manufacturing. So like you look at like, no one does this with farmers. Like if you go back to like 1880, 90% of the American workforce was farmers. Like it's not because it's because we got really, really good at making food. With just the cost of manufacturing cars in general. Why are people
allowing companies to move their factories to Mexico?
So let's kind of stick with that for a minute. Like steel, for example. Steel is one of the things Trump talks about. We export more steel now than in the 1980s. The difference is we do the steel. We came up with better innovations for it, and therefore we have fewer people working in it. But the actual exports are fine. With cars, like most of the cars we get in the United States, even if by American workers, you can buy stock.
We, Donald Trump's famous, I've been more than a speaker of Trump in 2016 campaign, was that once you automate the manufacturing base. So yes, one could argue. So what ends up happening is, if you're a family who lives in Michigan, hey, it's like factory goes, the whole you'll find out really interesting things. You know, in Seattle, for instance, that's different. People don't know that, but what? It's spent in these states. So if I go to a gold, and I'm like, I need to hire 100 people to get the gold out of the ground. You get a pop-up city. Well, what happens? Someone says, these people are hungry. It's a restaurant. And so that town's full. In Michigan, something really weird. You're familiar with the Flint water crisis. That's a direct result of sending our auto manufacturing to Mexico and other countries importing cheap vehicles.
Why are they already dead?
Okay, so what happens is when you divide the fixed cost of water distribution among, say, a million people, let's say you have a million people, and it costs everybody $100 a month for their water bills in their homes. Well, the manufacturing leaves, and this means we begin to see a mass exodus from Michigan. I think in the 2000s, there was like 11 families per minute. That's something you can't do. Less tax revenue for social services and public roads, and less money in general being spent on restaurants. Now, there's disease, and trying to find water through pipes, which got everybody super sick.
If they wanted to relocate their factory to Louisiana, should that have been legal?
At Ldoe, we design our own exclusive tires. It's more tires to make your road safe and alive. For all this way more, you get more from us.
Fucking bitch.
It would have caused the same problem, though, right? Like Flint would have had the same issue?
Not necessarily.
Why not?
The issue with Mexico is you have to compete with no union wages. You have to compete with no health care, and you have to compete with cartels running a lot of sweatshops, or I should just say illegal activities, easy way to explain it. At least Louisiana would have to present to the auto manufacturer legal and justified competition, to which Michigan accounted.
My point is just if they were to relocate elsewhere in America, you'd still have that kind of collapse of services.
Because in the United States, we have federal laws on manufacturing and distribution. So Mexico,
There's lots of businesses that leave from California to Texas, or
certainly they do.
the Northeast to the Sun Belt.
And I have no problem with states in a stable system trying to be competitive with one another. And there have been arguments made, such as in Ithaca, New York, if you know the Ithaca Hour, largely fallen in disuse, but they could have been about 20 years. They could only be used in Ithaca, and the Ithaca Hour could be choose to be paid in hours or in US dollars. And in fact, it actually helped boost the economy.
I would be fine with that if you want to have other currencies.
And the point of the currency is that it can't leave the jurisdiction. So you could make the argument that Louisiana could offer to compete by going to the manufacturer and saying, we're going to cut you 5% of taxes. Michigan can then say, we will too. The one thing you can't compete feed on is peasant labor, which is impossible, especially with unions. So of course these factories want to generate profits. You move the auto manufacturing out of the state, the economy gets depressed. This idea that we would be a service sector economy is insane, or even worse, that we would be a cultural economy when we're literally bleeding our culture out across the planet and doing nothing to protect it.
We're not a service economy, we're only a service economy. We're still a manufacturing powerhouse. It never went away. The difference is that we shifted from like low wage stuff, the peasant labor that you're talking about, the high end stuff, like building airplanes, computer parts, things like that. I would rather have a high end manufacturing industry than a low end.
This is all macro graphical argument that ignores the fact that cultures, families, traditions, and our country is gutted and eroded. By all means, if you want to live in a plastic jumpsuit shaven-headed society, let's roll, baby. We'll all see short-term gains as what makes the soul of our nation function dies.
What I want to do is maximize people being able to make free choices and not have top-down community economies. So I'm fine with, if you find a better deal, with you taking that deal. Again, we'll carve out slave labor and things like that. But in terms of just being able to have a competitive economy,
Do you know where our aluminum comes from?
No.
It comes from Canada.
Okay.
Canada has no bauxite mines. They have cheap labor.
Okay.
And so instead of building our own aluminum refineries, being more energy efficient, we import aluminum from Canada, who imports their raw materials, bauxite, which refined into alumina and then aluminum in Canada, when the United States very well could have their own very cheap aluminum produced in country. We have bauxite mines in Louisiana.
Why don't we just do that then? If it's cheaper from Canada, buy it.
Because the worldview that you espouse, about what buy Canada's cheaper.
It's cheaper, get it. Yeah. Like spend money on something here.
This is, we have gutted our refineries, we have gutted our manufacturing base for a fake argument. That is, instead of building nuclear reactors and hydroelectric
Food to feed my family and cut my grocery bills didn't work for me. But I couldn't figure out why until I found a method that produces enough food for an entire family.
Shut the fuck up, AI motherfucker.
A subculture particularly like skateboarding. And this is, again, there's also snowboarding, surfing. Everyone's complaining about very similar things. The United States is hollowing itself out. It's pumping out money to foreign countries because they will always have cheaper labor. We now have houses people can't afford. We're not producing enough. We never were ever since the petrodollar got kicked into gear after the liberal economic order. You've got Gen Z that can't buy anything. There's no low-skilled labor for which a young man or woman can get a job to actually be competitive. And at the same time, we're opening the borders to non-citizens who are effectively taking a lot of our low-skilled labor. This is the end if this continues. And hey, I mean, those of us that are rich are going to enjoy it all the way down to we invest in China and
All right, there's a bunch of things to unpack. Okay, so in terms of the rising housing costs, I would say the principal reason that housing is getting more expensive is that we restrict supply. Like America doesn't have a housing policy or an investment policy. We want everybody's house to raise in value forever.
Housing sales, housing prices just went down for the first time in a long time, and sales have actually.
I haven't done hard mode on here.
And there's going to be variation day to day, right? But like the principal reason houses are expensive is not because like that's the main thing. It's restriction of supply.
How does that make sense when you have a plethora of houses for sale today and people aren't buying?
You've got about 2% of the housing market right now of like multiple houses that people want that
some more hoses. Bunker.
So it's illegal to build a duplex.
There are houses for sale that are not moving right now.
Yeah, well, we still got high interest rates. And then on top of that, like you're maintaining your property that you think is going to increase in value, and they don't want to leave in it, right? So like I'm not even, this is sort of a side argument, but housing, I think, like really dispute is going
good question.
There's so many houses for sale right now, it's a buyer's market. But we've got I think one of the principal arguments.
I was just using that 1 hour gun, so it worked really well. I have a bunch more of these guns, I just don't. I'm not too sure if I really want to do hard mode, if it's worth it over here. It might be.
Gen Xers around 72% own a single home, millennials 15%, and Gen Z something like 17% or less. Why can't Gen Z in their 20s have a house?
When you look at wages have increased since the 1970s, but prices have increased for healthcare, college, and housing. Those are the three things that have gone up. Everything else has gone down. Food's gone down, consumer goods, gadgets, they've all gone down, right? So people are actually earning more than they did in the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s across age cohorts. But prices for those three things have increased. So because of restriction of supply with housing, with healthcare is a complicated issue. I would say that it's a combination of regulatory malfeasance combined with the fact that we have sort of state-by-state monopolies that we allow rather than competition to exist.
I'm not gonna go battle that one frozen dickhead. He's a waste of fucking time.
Colleges, because we went from a college degree is a nice thing to have, and some people were going to have it in 1950, like 2% of people had a graduate degree, maybe 6% had an undergraduate degree. But in the 1980s, we went, everybody has to get a college degree. If you don't get a college degree, you're a loser, and you don't get to be part of the social group, right? With a college degree that's positional good, that's predicated on the value being other people don't have it, you can't equalize it. The value can't be egalitarian. So we pushed everybody into that system. We also have a limited amount of college spots that are available, but you have people coming in, and you have money coming in, capital coming in. Too much money chasing too few goods is going to increase the price. You're going to cause inflation. So college, we pump too much money into it in terms of student loans and things like that. The federal government has
we ran that one.
Yeah, okay, great. So college
is a waste of time.
Yeah. So wait, why are you thinking that housing has gotten more expensive because of free trade? Because like,
no. What I said was Gen Z can't afford to buy a house or have a family. The question of why houses are getting more expensive is because we're living longer and boomers have investment properties. Okay. They don't want it to go down.
That's a supply issue, right?
Well, technically yes, but I mean it's largely based on. I'm not going to blame anybody on the fact that in order to actually get houses to a lower cost, which I wouldn't necessarily call a supply issue, it's more of it's a question of can Gen Z make enough money to compete with the existing businesses? And I think the reason is we've destroyed the jobs, and we tell women you want to be rich, get naked, have sex on camera, and a bunch of girls are trying because of work for them, and now the work AI has knocked all them out of the job.
I'm happy to talk about home defense. I'd say the main problem with housing is we don't have a housing policy or an investment policy. We want to treat houses as the principal investment vehicle of the entire country. The problem with that is if you want all houses to increase in value forever, which is what we want, then you can't have cheap houses.
Well, they will though because land is finite and population grows. But when population retracts, these houses will implode.
That probably will happen.
I guess my question for you is, ultimately, there is one simple disagreement between us, regardless of what our view on policy is. I have a vision of America that is rooted in the American tradition. I'm not saying it's an insult, I'm saying you don't.
I agree to disagree. No, I think individual liberty, free trade, and comparative advantage are all really the American experience.
Just, but that's all money. I mean, it'd be great if a Chinese guy got his advantages, right? And you have a communist party that externally is doing those things you described. That's not what I'm talking about, and that's the point I'm making. My view of American tradition is not we have a fiscal policy that founding fathers agreed with. It's that I wake up in the morning with snow falling around, open Christmas presents, and we have apple pie baking sitting on a windowsill, and I go outside and I want people playing baseball.
Those are nice. They're spiritual and emotional things.
They're spiritual.
I think the government should be protecting you from crime and should be enforcing contracts, should be stopping fraud, making externalities like pollution. But I don't think that the government should protect you from competition.
Oh, no, we're about this. Again, I'm advancing this to the soul of the nation, not the fiscal policy. Fiscal policy is a component of the argument, but my point is this.
We're now switching from policy to sort of...
Which is why I said
ideology.
The key distinction between us is that I have a view of what makes America based on its American tradition, and you argued for policies based on American policy tradition. So I have no interest in the United States becoming an Islamic nation where women have to wear the top.
Yes, me neither.
Well, go to Dearborn, Michigan, and tell me what you see.
I don't
Female genital mutilation.
Germane to the free trade thing.
The point is, why did we have 20 million people on the high estimate? And you know what? I'm going to pause and go low estimate. Why did we have 10 million people be allowed to enter this country illegally under the Biden administration?
Biden screwed up where he decided that we'll talk about immigration tomorrow. In terms of the spiritual defending things, let's say that there's an industry that, I work in entertainment, journalists that we're kind of broadening the same media family, right? Like, if stand-up comedy became less popular, I wouldn't want the government to put it. And I do stand-up comedy, right?
I would question what you have done with your industry and why you couldn't make it more popular.
Right, and if they're the same thing, if there are manufacturers that are making buggy whips or are making saddles and people don't want to ride horses as much, I don't think that there's any onus on the government to protect those industries.
And so what I see is a willingness of libertarians, short-term gains, burning the country down.
I don't think there's short-term. I mean, like,
no. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What if Americans stopped listening to American comedy because the Chinese comics were just funny? Now the thing is,
we get more comedy,
and then all the people start adopting Chinese communist views. They start voting for communism, and then they have you arrested because 10 years ago you said something naughty.
I feel like we're getting into civil liberties now. I would very much stand with you in First Amendment protection.
This is the problem I have with libertarians.
As podcasters,
1 + 1 = 2.
Tim, but as podcasters, we're already in competition with the entire planet. You and I are in competition with porn any minute.
Indeed, but largely those who speak English and care about these issues.
Which means Australia and Canada and Britain and everything else. Like, that's part of it.
The short-term benefits you're looking at ignore the cultural ramifications of the world you live in. We are in a country right now where you have competing ideologies within our own borders. You've got the multicultural democracy largely represented by progressives in the Democratic Party, and constitutional republicanism largely represented by not even Republicans, just the MAGA point, a part of it. What we end up seeing then is, when you go to Dearborn, Michigan, for instance, you have an enclave of Islam and Sharia control. You have Chinese communist police departments opening across the United States because the graph go up argument ignores what makes a people. What a constitution is the views of the world that constitute its people. And when we open our borders because we say economic needs, great, competition's no big deal. 50 years later, you have no free speech, you have no sovereignty, contend with a voting bloc that wants your country eroded and destroyed, notably New York, with Zoran Mamdani, who explicitly stated in his campaign he will advocate for illegal immigrants against federal law. This country will not exist if we maintain your description of how things should be run. We have to have borders, and we have to have a working body that is able to exist without having to compete with peasants in other countries. There is an enclave, Arani, I believe it's called, in South Africa. You're familiar with it? I believe it's called. It is a white private landmass that no one can live there. It's private unless you come to them and they approve you to live there. And they said, we don't allow any hiring of labor from outside the community. Because what ended up happening was the money started leaving, and the trade started slowing down, so they realized it may be more expensive to hire a neighbor to do the work, but they have to, otherwise it all starts falling apart. I am sick and tired of the laissez-faire libertarian, I will squeeze what is left of the American way of living and watch this country become a communist vote cesspool by importing people who don't care for our values and displace our voting blocks because in the short term, the graph goes up.
So I take umbrage with the idea of me promoting freedom is a communist plot.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you are short-sighted and you are ignorant of ramifications.
Let's go back. So like a lot of people would like in the 1950s, this was a whitewater American manufacturing.
Well, that's only because we blew up Germany and Japan.
It is. And if you were to compare us to the 1950s, we're more prosperous than we were in the 1950s. If the 1950s existed now, and it was a separate country we could visit, we would view it like Poland right after the Soviet Union came down. We've become far more prosperous.
Let me ask you a question. How would you describe the state of political affairs in the United States?
Political affairs? Yeah. As in like romantic trysts or just like politics in general?
Like how would you describe the political state of the United States?
Very bad.
Very, very bad. Why?
Great question, Tim. I actually wrote a book on this called Tribalism is Dumb. I'll be happy to give you a copy of it when we leave. That is a salient question. That's something that has been going on in the United States now for 20 or 30 years. It's been going on in other countries as well. It's been going on in Europe. The countries that have a pre-distributionist economic model, which is kind of what you're advocating for, of let's keep wages higher at the base floor through higher minimum wage, things like that, they're going through the same thing as well. So I infer that that's not an economic...
I advocate for minimum wage.
Forgive me, I don't want to put words in your mouth. But
it's market competition within our borders and an expected standard of living for American. So we have eliminated that.
When I say pre-distributist, what I mean is trying to force corporations on the front end to pay more through some method. Or stopping competition.
Cultural force
rather than redistribution, right? So like France and Germany and Spain have redistributed models, which are also going through these things. So I would infer that it's not primarily economic. I think it's largely technological. I think the period that we're living in is probably more similar to...
Largely agree.
Yeah. So that's the main thing. But let's talk about immigrants for a minute. So I stand by my position. I think free trade's been good. I think it's been great for the planet. I think it's been good for America. But I don't want to hijack your show and only talk about that. Let's talk about immigrants for a minute. You brought up Biden. Biden made a terrible mistake during his presidency, where
fucking bitch.
Prior to Biden, if you wanted to seek asylum in the United States, you would come to the United States, they would go, thank you very much, here's your number, we'll call you when you're up for asylum status, go back to at least the last safe port of entry. He reversed that and said, you can come into the United States and then just hang out until you open the floodgates. That's why there was a ton of people that didn't move.
Well, I mean, it's more than that. CBP was ordered to bring anybody in. They were ordered that if a child had a number with them that they knew was to a sex trafficker, to ignore it and just send them to
sorry, can you repeat that?
CBP was ordered that if they knew a child was brought across the border for sex slavery, to deliver them to the sex slavers.
Yeah, I'm not here stumping for
What Biden did was not an accident where he said, oopsie, I made a thing go wrong. It was an intentional plan where they were ferrying illegally trafficked children on planes into various red states for years. Tennessee, this erupted a major scandal when a U.S. plane loaded a bunch of child trafficking victims onto a plane and flew them to Tennessee. There was one plane that landed in Westchester, New York, and a journalist filmed it coming out and interviewed one of the guys and he's like, they're making this do it. Biden was assisting, so we can go back to the cartels. Biden was bringing these trafficking victims into this country intentionally. Now, I think the obvious answer is that there are a series of economic faults that are affecting the United States ever since 2008. In the liberal worldview, the numbers improving is better than anything else. And this is a disease. for which all political factions find themselves afflicted. Even Donald Trump talks about affordability and how we've conquered it is completely wrong. But it's because you can't win political power unless the people feel comfortable. So the Democrats' play is graft must go up. In the short term, we'll win. In the long term, this country will burn down. And a great example of it is, since the ICE operations kicked off, the Republican Party, the polling has shown Latino voters are bleeding from support for Republicans. Because many of these voters have family and friends who are here illegally, and they would advocate by vote for people who are not citizens of this country, who are going to receive benefits, or at least contribute to the cost of running a nation that comes from the public coffers. You will not survive if you have someone in your home voting to give away what you have to people outside. That has never made sense and it won't. And it's going to keep getting worse because we are a nation of graft alone. Give away our manufacturing jobs, open up our borders to illegal immigrants. Slowly but surely you end up with enclaves and voting blocks that say, fuck America. Zoran Mamdani being an example of a man who ran for mayor and explicitly stated, I will protect the criminals who broke this country's laws from those in the federal government who seek to enforce these nation's laws. When you get to the point where our largest and most prosperous city is now voting for a man who explicitly states we are de facto outside federal government, your country is breaking apart. So I would describe the political state of this country as civil strife, with the political assassinations and murder. I would describe what we're talking about with tariffs and immigration as components of the erosion. I do believe that the internet plays a role in that it keeps the masses ignorant and hateful. The left, I believe, is substantially more hateful while believing they're not, while screaming in people's faces and beating and murdering people. And it's only going to get worse. And unfortunately, we have liberals and libertarians who could stand up and say, and that's why I like the Mises Caucus guys, because they outright say, close the borders.
And that's like, I mean, Milton Friedman, Peace of the Economy, said years ago, you can't have a welfare state and an immigration state, right? And so I don't.
The liberal mindset is as you're describing it. We need the short-term gains to make money today. I don't care what happens tomorrow. And I could go to the American people and say, the world that you live in will cease to exist, but boy, will it be fun riding that bomb straight out of the Enola Gay or you know.
Yeah, we do disagree on this. I mean, I don't think it's short-term to buy something cheaper. Like an attorney that buys things from a grocery store has a trade deficit with his grocery store, but the attorney's still making more money than the grocery.
The difference between the grocery stores is minimal. You're talking about other countries that have peasant labor we cannot compete with. And listen, I as a company owner, when we launched our previous booty skateboard, I think it was the Beasts. It was the Weapons was the last one. 50 BMG tin pool blueprint model, the Cody Mac single action revolver. We made $30,000 in 2 hours selling those skateboards. American made, American priced. Great. To the people who ordered them, I apologize it's taking so long, but you paid American and be patient because you know you're doing the right thing. I could have made $40,000 if I went to China instead. And actually 10 grand, I could have bought myself a gold necklace.
Hey, I applaud that, man.
I don't want a gold necklace, I want my country back.
That's terrific. I don't want you to restrict other people's rights.
Why are you not getting powerful erections even after taking medication?
Dude, go fuck yourself with your fucking ED medication.
And I applaud you want to hire an
fucking pervert.
So it's a right. Explain what you mean by that.
I think you should be able to have a voluntary relationship with anybody unless you were actively hurting them. So, like, if I want to marry 5 people, I'm fine with that. I don't care. If I want to have an economic relationship with somebody, that's also fine. The government shouldn't be stopping you from having economic relationships. So, if you want to hire only Americans and only have your product made in America, I applaud that. And there are a lot of people, as you just pointed out, who would purchase that. I mean, like, you just made a case that people will buy American even if it costs more, that you're able to compete within that market despite having cheaper boards. That's great. And that, to me, indicates...
Well, we sell our boards cheaper than the big companies do. Despite making their boards cheaper, they sell them for more money.
I think the point is, like, America's not just a market. Whereas I understand property rights and I understand, you know, freedom of interaction, freedom of association and stuff. America's not a market. America's not You know, the United States isn't an economic zone.
And I think it's I gotta be completely honest, I think what you're describing in some circumstances is treasonous.
Okay.
And I know you'll want to clarify, of course,
Sure.
and you will present the caveats because any reasonable person would, but certainly not an American could have a voluntary relationship with a member of the Chinese Communist Party.
Could somebody date a member of the Chinese Communist
I'm
Party?
talking about an economic relationship with an American and a CCP member. There are some caveats. Would you not agree?
Maybe, but like by that same token, if an American wants to visit Cuba, I'm fine with it. If an American wants to buy stuff,
Let me try this again, because you're going to apologize and say you're wrong. You believe that, is there any circumstance in which an American can engage in a voluntary exchange with a CCP member?
yeah, there could be some circumstances. Right? If we were at war, if there were specific elements that, like, I wouldn't allow somebody to buy, like, rape drugs or something like that.
Would you allow, like, a publicly funded university to give away trade secrets that was paid for by the American public to the CCP? Why not? It's voluntary. Why are you restricting the right of the individual with knowledge to simply have a conversation?
Well, I think in that case you're talking about public funding, though, right?
No, hold on.
If a private university
The university professor knows in his brain something. He read the reports. That's it. He just knows it. It's not confident or classified. Why can't he go to China? Take payment from these Chinese people so that the government of China can have access to it.
For the same reason that a governor or a member of the executive branch couldn't sell any secrets to the CCP despite the fact that they're not.
See, how would you decide that you are for trade protectionism only when you think so?
No, if there were private individuals that came up with some kind of IP and they wanted to sell it, that would be fine. Like if I don't know, Elon Musk wanted to sell something to China, we could run it through CFIUS. Like there are ways to go through in terms of looking at national security. But if an individual within a corporation wanted to steer, well, then we can trade relations with a communist country.
So you think there are certain instances where the government should stop a person from voluntary
Yeah, but the default state is going to be you're allowed to do
all you just said to me and everyone else is my ideological worldview supersedes yours, and I respect that you believe it. But I think mine supersedes yours. I believe I'm correct.
I think we both think we're correct. Yeah.
If you would assert the government has the authority to stop someone from doing trade, I would agree with you.
If you want to put restrictions in place on what the government can do with other governments or even other corporations, I'm fine with that. But like, yeah, unless you've got a specific
American auto manufacturers can't go and cut deals with foreign manufacturers to hire cheap slave labor. You and I agree. You are for trade protections.
For the private sphere, I'm all in favor of that. Like where I got hung up was if you're
Already an employee can go to the CCP and say, I know how to build a nuclear weapon launched from a Hellfire drone. Let me give that to you. You're going to say no. My point is this. You are simply asserting, if it benefits me, it should be allowed, but there are certain things where the government should stop voluntary exchange.
Tim, in all honesty, in all complete sincerity, do you think that is what I'm saying?
Yes.
You think that I'm saying there's no appreciable difference between saying you can't have a tariff versus selling nuclear secrets to the CCP?
What you are missing is that you have in your mind the limiters on when you believe the government should stop voluntary exchange. You have already explained scenarios in which the government should stop and even punish voluntary exchange. You have made the argument that you disagree on where that line should be in some areas, where I agree the line should be a little bit further. Yet at the same time, you argue that the government should not do it. So you are wrong. You do believe the government should. You just want to get cheaper stuff. I think the cheaper stuff you're getting hurts us.
I don't think I have to be an anarchist to oppose, to not have any kind of government regulation. Like,
So let's just
go for some government.
We agree. There are instances where the government should stop and even punish individuals who engage in certain economic exchanges.
If they're selling nuclear secrets, sure.
Drugs.
If there's, I mean, you know, going back to the cartel thing, if you really want to know what the cartels, like, I would, like, figure out a way to decriminalize most drugs. They're
So the answer is yes, right?
In terms of
You believe the government should stop some economic exchanges of
some economic exchanges, but like, just pointing out that I want the government occasionally to do things doesn't justify every instance of government interaction.
My point is, you said previously you think people should be free to do these things, but you of course don't mean it. You just think that you should be able to engage in economic behaviors that will benefit you and how you see the world, and I think you are destroying this country. I think so. Now, again, we would both agree, an individual taking a state secret
And I'm sure this is shocking for many of you, but just hearing the news and tuning in.
Or general information that would benefit China in destroying this country, the government should stop that, right?
Hey, Tim, let's back up. I don't want to do any character attacks here. I don't want to hurt anybody in America. Like, I'm a guy in a three-piece suit. If Trump does 10%, 15% tariffs, the reality is it's probably not going to impact me. I can take that on the chin. I think that it's actually going to hurt manufacturing in the long run because it's going to hurt intermediate parts. It's going to affect how much stuff costs for people that are poor. I'm concerned about them. In the short, I can make a good faith argument, and I would hope you could concede to me that while I might be wrong, I'm still operating in good faith.
Yes, and you are wrong, because again, my point is simply, the premise of your argument is government should restrict voluntary exchange.
That should be the default state.
But you don't actually.
There are going to be exceptions to that. In the same way that the government shouldn't kill people, but there are instances where it's going to kill people. That doesn't mean that the sheriff can gun at anybody.
Only real argument is the sectors in which you believe you should be allowed to trade with foreign countries, and I disagree with you. I believe that in the short term, giving away manufacturing, I believe that in giving away manufacturing to Mexico, China, and other countries will benefit us in the short term as consumers now get a cheaper product, and the company gets a higher profit margin. In the long term, you eliminate the jobs, you eliminate the culture, cities begin to dry up, families stop having because they can't buy food, they can't seek shelter anymore, and now we are looking at a population collapse, a financial crisis, and ideological conflict. Long term, with tariffs, people start to rebuild factories begrudgingly. They start to bring back these jobs. Now young people who didn't have a job before start generating these jobs. Interest in culture starts to rebuild and is within a confine that short term, it may get a little bit more expensive. Long term, you will have a self-sustaining ecosystem, an economy, household management. The argument that we had was simply based on where you want to draw the line and where I want to draw the line.
You said something about that if it's cheaper, then that's good, or something like that.
Yeah, I'm very much on the side of the consumer.
I want it on cheaper at what cost. It's not on fiscal. You know, something might be very cheap to order from the barbarian leader, but then the barbarian leader gets money and he poisons your DNA and kills you. It's going to be 7 years because you funded a danger that you didn't do just because it's cheaper and you're actually funding a negative that you didn't.
This is a great point. Let me ask you, is it good that China is buying up our farm?
I'm not terribly bothered by that. Like, so there's a thing we got called CFIUS, which is the Committee on International, I can't remember what it is, but basically the Senate has a committee where if there's going to be a foreign entity buying some American industry, some kind of company, it has to go through approval flags. So, for example, there was a big kerfuffle a few years ago where the SARS company wanted to buy, I think, the Port of Los Angeles. What that basically meant was they were just going to be the company in charge of logistics work, and in charge of security. CFIUS looked at it and went, this does not pose a threat to American security because American security is still handled by America.
So how do I do farm? You're not bothered by China?
No, because that would be the easiest thing to seize. If we ever got into a conflict, let's say we go to war with Taiwan, we can immediately appropriate that. If they started like poisoning the land or something, sure, absolutely ban them from doing that. Hold on. You've given control of your food supply to a foreign country or a large portion of it. What percentage are we talking about here? Because I'm guessing it's less than 1% of American food. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. Let's call the number. So if we're talking about 20%, we can talk. But if we're talking about like 1%, that's probably just like investment diversity for the Chinese. In which case, they're spending money over here and we're getting more money. What is that money? What do you mean by we get more money? It means somebody went, I can make more money having this. 3.6% of U.S. agricultural land is. Canada owns Canada owns 1/3 of our land. What? Wow. I think that's right. Canada holding the largest share, about 1/3 of foreign land. Right. Okay, that sounds more right to me. Yeah. If you can find China owns 0.2 of all land. I'm not bothered by 0.2. I mean, I'll tell you what. So they are producing food in our food supply. So the way the food chain works, most people, I assume this, the farmland is going to be the bottom, which means small amounts of that are going to spread out to a much larger food supply. It theoretically could be greater than, depending on what they're growing, you don't know for sure. But let's say that 0.02% actually is, it's hard to know. Some
some of the agriculture will be for things that are animal feed or whatever. Actually, you know what? I'll say this. If China begins genetically engineering or infecting food with something not intended to kill a person overnight, but to say lower their ability to reproduce by 1%.
I can turn your wildest ideas into a song. Just describe it in a few words.
Fuck
you. And let the record of his 8 handle the rest.
China's on the 100-year, 1,000-year plan. Why would we allow a foreign adversary, we're not at war, but they are an adversary, they're listed in federal law as an adversary, they're in codified as one. Why would we allow them any degree of control in our food production?
You know, if you could find any evidence that they were doing anything untoward, I would be happy.
They've released multiple flights in the U.S. that attacked our...
They were shipping viruses, they're running illegal biolabs. They've caught numerous Chinese CCP members transporting drugs through airports.
Well,
on viruses.
Sure, but like just focusing on the agriculture, if Phil, to your point, if they are bringing blights that are affecting farm crops and things, then sure, stop them. But just the idea that like foreigners can own farmland doesn't bother me. But if there's some,
I think that who the foreigner is, man. I think that China's an adversary. Right? They're not rivals. We're not partners. China is an adversary.
Maybe we shouldn't sell any debt to them.
Yes. So again, the bigger picture here that I see is you're sitting in your rocking chair, sipping your delicious sun tea, as the Chinese peasant comes over and asks you, and you're like, this is great. And behind you, they're tearing down the walls of your home, they're pissing and crapping all over the place, and you're like, I don't care, because I'm getting it good right now. And then there's a 17-year-old guy watching it happen going, bro, why are you doing this? And you're like, who cares? It's great. So an example of that is, China, for instance, has birth tourism. So, I forgot the number. There's a story recently. There are companies in China that fly over to the United States to give birth and immediately fly back.
Yeah.
There's something like 30,000 in the past couple of years. These are U.S. citizens now exploiting our laws for one purpose. In 20 years, 30 years, they're going to come back as full-fledged citizens that are loyal to the Chinese Communist Party. They are building up control in our country. And their strategy is, we can conquer these bloated gluttons because they love it. Right now, they are more than happy to sell out this country for a short-term gain. 30 years from now, they will be our servants.
I would be happy to have a constitutional amendment that restricts citizenship to people that are descended from slaves.
And that's all well and great, we agree, except the issue is that right now that's not the case.
I'm okay. I mean, if we're talking about 0.2% of farmland, like, that is a small enough thing that you could maybe compel me to go, okay.
The location matters what we...
Yeah, they're outside military bases.
Okay, so like if you can make a compelling argument that it's going to compel national security there, you might...
Why let any of it happen at all?
You know, I'm just... So I do care about comparative advantage, because I think that's kind of...
How many refugees do you have in your house?
Just to finish. Comparative advantage... I'm big on it. We don't live in a zero-sum world. I don't want to go back to a zero-sum world. We tried that for 2,000 years. It's bad. But with like 0.2%, I'm like, if I'm like an 8 on comparative advantage in terms of how much I care, I'm like a 3 on this 0.2% farmland thing. So like I could concede that. I'm not as bothered by that one.
All right, I got a question. Wait, how big's your house?
I don't know. I've got 2 bedrooms.
2 bedrooms?
Yeah.
You using both of them?
Yeah, I use one to sleep in. I use one to film in.
Oh, so you got extra space.
Mm-hmm.
It would economically benefit you if I could get one of my friends from Guadalajara to come and stay in your place.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to do that whether you want to or not.
And they're going to stay in my place against my will on my private property?
Well, that's what's happening in the United States. Is the United States not of the American people?
So if we're talking about...
It's our property. We paid for this shit. All day long, taxing like a muppet. Who's pound?
That there aren't gangs coming in.
Where's my phone?
But I do want there to be a lot of...
I got a question. It's a blizzard outside.
Yeah.
Terrible blizzard. And there's a woman, as a knock on your door, as a pregnant woman. She says, can I please come in and shelter from this terrible storm? Would you let her in?
Probably.
All right, so you let her in. And then she goes, oh, I'm going into labor. I'm having my baby right now. Should that child be allowed to own a piece of your house 20 years later?
No, but again, like I would say, like I'm happy. Like I think the basic idea of birthright citizenship based on soil was a bad idea.
Agreed. So considering the fact that it is still in place, and we are experiencing this type of adversary, should this woman come to your house and say, let me in so I can give birth?
Would you want to cut off all immigration?
I would.
No, I would.
You cut off all immigration for like in every sector.
For at least 10 years, yeah. I would say we don't need to have any more immigration. We've got, we had what, 20 million or so people that came to the country. We have to sort out who can stay and who can go, or who needs to go. I personally think that there's no problem with having a 10-year moratorium on immigration. I support all.
Freeze it for a minute.
What is America?
Decade. We got to figure it out.
Be more specific.
I could define the country very, very easily.
Okay.
I'm asking you, when someone asks you what America is, what would you say?
The United States of America is a sovereign state in North America based on classical liberalism.
Sovereign.
I would say that America, the description is that, what is it, a nation is a people, and a country is its borders, or something to that effect. So I would argue that the United States of America is a people with a long-standing history and tradition, a unified culture, that was built from rejecting one tyrant 3,000 miles away in exchange for 3,000 tyrants 1 mile away. Just to quote the Patriot.
Yep. Totally what fucking happened. Dude, these dumb fucking commercials, I can't stand it. My little girl's all, shut up.
We have an American tradition built on the wars that we fought, the things that we built. These things are deeply rooted in a variety of sports and foods. We are told now by a large faction of people that we have no culture, and that is rooted in what the left describes as multiculturalism. So what I'm seeing happen right now is, when I look at this picture of Donald Trump talking about tariffs, he represents the nation of America. We are two distinct worldviews, a multicultural democracy, which does not believe in classical liberalism or American tradition. And we are a constitutional republic that does. Libertarians occupy a weird space where I believe that, and I'm not saying you're libertarian, I'm saying libertarians because they swing the vote a point or two. And just in the space of, it should be legal for me to do it, I'll vote for it. That, like, the principal moral foundation of libertarianism is my right to liberty.
Yeah.
So what
gay marriage and pot, good.
What we have, and right, so I think gay marriage is a really great example. Support for gay marriage is dropping for the first, among Gen Z. It's the first generation where we see an inversion. Because boomers were opposed, Gen X was kind of okay, millennials were largely okay, Gen Z went the other direction. And, interestingly, Gen Z dropped dramatically from like 2020 to 2022, which is indicative of a couple things. One, that there was a cultural shift among Gen Z, which is much harder to accomplish and less likely. And two, younger Gen Z moving into adulthood already held anti-gay marriage views. Gay marriage is a great example because the liberals said, let two guys or two women get married, do their thing. What's the worst going to happen? I mean, it's not like they're going to be teaching about sodomy in schools. Narrator, they started teaching about sodomy in schools. So the conservative argument has largely been, okay, we got to get rid of all of this because we can see that the slippery slope wasn't a fallacy, it was a fact. The actual American traditional, the constitutional republicanist American liberal view is gay marriage is fine. We just have to ban the sodomy stuff in the schools. Conservatives will go back and say, no, reverse it because it was proven bad. The left says, you're all fascist, we're going to keep doing more. The question is, how do you end up with a voting bloc in your country that wants to do away with your own way of life? These people are not America.
To back up a little bit, so Phil, you would have a 10-year moratorium.
Yeah.
You want some amount of immigrants, is that right?
Indeed, yes.
So like, I don't want unlimited immigrants. I do want more immigrants. I think part of the reason, pre-Biden, that we had a big influx of immigration over the last 20 years is we basically set the speed limit too low, and we're surprised that people are.
You want more immigrants than we have now?
Yeah, but I want to blend it. I want to focus it on ways that are going to be productive in America.
There's an estimate of 50 million non-citizens currently in the United States. That are either permanent residents or illegal immigrants. So
I would love to get
30 million.
I'd love to get more H-1B visas in.
No.
I also I flew down to the border.
So like Dunkin' Donuts and stuff.
Huh?
Like Dunkin' Donuts.
For H-1B?
That's what they're doing. Yeah. Oh, I don't want to besmirch the good name of Dunkin' Donuts, but there were store clerks for donut shops and bank clerks that were interested.
I would love to be a brain drain.
Yeah.
basis for
That's not H1. You're talking about O1.
Sorry.
You're talking about like O1, O2. You're talking about K visas.
Okay.
H1Bs are not.
Okay, then I digress in the H-1B specifically, but I would love to be your brain drain on the rest of it.
H1Bs are we can't find anybody in this country, so we'll look somewhere else.
I think they do that by South Africa.
Which is all fake. It's all a lie.
Yeah, it's all bullshit.
I flew down to the border 2-3 years ago. I hung out with the border patrol. And I talked to farmers. Farmers are at an incredible disadvantage if they want to be legal at the moment, because it's incredibly difficult to hire people legally through the process. One of the things that we've got in the country is we require, if you have legal immigrant labor, it has to be so high to try to make it competitive for Americans doing it. And they still suffer from it. They still can't get people in, right? We actually don't have enough people that can do basic agricultural stuff in the United States.
What are you talking about?
How do you feel about war with Iran?
I don't want to go to war with Iran.
Do you know why we're going to war with Iran?
Wanted to get rid of the Ayatollahs and swat in the 1980s.
Let's see. Force our access to Suez. He's largely trying to we should. We are not producing enough to sell to the rest of the world. How do we maintain an economy when we are spending more than we generate?
Right. Okay. So here, you've got a point in terms of deficits. You're spending much more money than you can.
We survive because we will kill anybody who tries to make it consistent. So we've got guns pointed at us. Take $100 of your money and you go and blow it on cocaine. And then he comes to you and says, "Where's my money?" And all the time he's saying, he's going to put his hands up. That's clear, right? That's America.
I don't. So I'm worried about national debt. I have some. That's something.
If oil is produced in the Middle East, they have to purchase U.S. dollars first.
For the international return currency, yeah.
What does that mean?
It means that whenever anybody's doing an international transaction, they're using dollars to do it. So if China's purchasing something,
China has to give us money, right?
it's also part of why we're able to get away with so much deficit spending. It's just inflated away to other people.
That's exactly the point. The only way we maintain an import economy is by forcing everybody to give us their currency. And then what do we do with their currency? We buy their labor and resources from just the fact that, listen, we don't produce the oil, right? Like, we do produce a lot of oil. But let's say a barrel of oil is made in Saudi Arabia. Let's say, China, easy example, wants to buy it. Okay? Up until recently, they started trading Iran and Saudi Arabia got the country out of the contract. But historically, China wants to buy that oil from Saudi Arabia, for which we have no involvement whatsoever. What does China have to do first? They come to the United States and say, "We want to buy this barrel of oil. We need dollars to do it. So we're going to give you Chinese currency for literally no reason, and then we're going to get dollars in exchange for our oil."
It's a really good game.
And so what happens is the U.S. now has access to Chinese labor for the country. When you do that, you can maintain an import economy.
I think that, again, I think you're right in terms of the deficit. Because if we've got a spending deficit and other people are using our currency, we inflate a big air part of that work. So we're
Again, I'm not talking about that.
yeah, like with the trade deficit though, like
I'm saying
you've got a doctor.
No, I'm not talking about any of that. I am saying that China has to tithe to the United States in order to buy oil. We get access to Chinese labor in exchange for nothing. We do not give China anything other than we print $1 and say, "We'll give you $1 for your yuan," which means when you want to buy that scarf off Ian, and I have a gun pointed at you and I say, "You've got to first give me something of yours before I'll let you trade with Ian." And you say, "But you haven't done anything." I say, "I don't care. I got the gun."
Yeah, I'm not for bombing other countries if they want to.
This is how we maintain an import economy, sending our jobs overseas. We tell everybody, use the dollar or die. That means we get access to your labor if you want to buy oil from someone else. And they do it. And that's why we've got, how many aircraft carriers do we have? 17 or 11.
Aren't we the second largest export economy? Have I got that wrong?
We might be a very large. My point is, sending our factories overseas and the jobs happening somewhere else means we don't have workers that are going to be producing things and trading amongst themselves. So how do we provide a laptop to a person who's providing very little to the rest?
Would you oppose companies that can automate on those same grounds? Like they can have 1,000 employees, they can replace half of them with robots. Would you stop that by law?
Hey, it's Adam with Vanish. Alright, so what you just seen right there is
Nobody cares. What you seen that nobody cares.
Depends on the circumstances of which company and where.
Most manufacturing in the United States run away through automation. Compared to trade, like trade is minimal.
What you'd have to do first, it would entirely depend on which company, which factory, the degree of necessity for the product, and it would also the sector of the economy and how much it would be damaged. So the easy answer is usually automation's great. It's got to be taken. So if we've got little robots that are going to come and make shoes from now on, then we have to have some kind of tapering process by which, when a company brings, so yes, government must intervene. Otherwise, what you end up with is shantytown slums and depressions. So a great example of this is the accusations against Tom's Shoes. Are you familiar with Tom's Shoes?
I've heard of them. You're going to fill me in on this.
The accusation is The story was that they said for every shoe of ours you buy, we donate a pair of shoes to someone who
I know that much. Yeah.
destroyed their economy. Because what happened was these small towns had shoemakers, cobblers. And one day, the cobbler had no job. People stopped coming and buying from him because the people all like clean American cheap shoes. And so the economy was destroyed by free. When you fire 100 people, and we're going to bring in robots to do the job, you have 100 people who no longer have customers. The customer was the factory who said, we'll pay you in exchange for your labor. Now you have a whole bunch of people who can't feed their families. They end up becoming homeless. Some of them may be drug addicted. A lot of bad things happen from that. We don't want economic destabilization to happen overnight. So we don't want
Fuck that lighthouse keeper.
Fire 100 workers and bring in a bunch of robots.
In this instance, you're concerned with the speed of the transition rather than the transition itself. So, okay. So, like, what normally happens with automation is somebody does a job, a robot is made, the job goes away, but more jobs are created. And there are people that are
How many jobs? So factory assembly workers are fine?
To finish, what I'm saying is, you on net, automation produces more jobs than it gets rid of. I mean, like,
But it doesn't. See, this is again graph up macro.
just to let me finish.
Just factories can't farm.
I
Answer that, or your point makes no sense.
I am acknowledging that there are people that are in the pinch, and we need to have things for people in the pinch. But what I'm saying is,
universal basic income.
Maybe job retraining some people.
Job retraining is
but in terms of automation in general, or I should say no, on the macro, it's better jobs in the process.
And this is all macro argument nonsense that just manipulates people not understanding what is actually going on in our system. So the question is,
It would be horrible if we all go back to being farmers. And
how old are
90% of the population.
No one is saying that. How old are you?
I'm 42.
42. Will you ever be as good at writing music as Phil Levant? So when you lose your job to automation, what job retraining can you get if the only job available is Rockstar? Now, obviously, it's not Rockstar. The point is this:
42, and he looks like he's like 60.
It's not going to learn to code. It's never going to happen. So what do we say for that person in this economy? There's going to have to be some protectionism.
My point, Tim, was not that there's going to be any problems with it. It was just that overall, you see progress, automation, dynamicism to happen. You want to make sure that it slows the adjustment.
And what I am sick of is the manipulation that we experience. Learn to code is a great example. Hashtag learn to code. And this is what I think largely motivates MAGA, the people who understand this. Someone says to you, no, if we bring in the robots, we create more jobs in the long run. And that sounds really good to someone who doesn't know what you just said. What you said is 1,000 people will become homeless, destitute, and their families will starve. But 1,000 Indians on H-1Bs will get coding jobs.
So I'm open to the idea that we need to have things in place to make sure that the transition doesn't happen so quickly. If you were to automate all cars tomorrow, you would have a lot of problems, right? The driver's the most common job in America. My point was not that, screw them. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that overall, you do want to have that dynamism and innovation, right? So it's overall right now, even at 42, I'm from Oklahoma. It's good that I'm able to podcast and talk with you. It's good that we're all doing this. If we were living 100 years ago, we'd all be farmers. It's a good thing that we've been able to make those jobs.
Nah, that guy looks like shit for 42.
I see that's a corollary to the free trade issue, where we're able to get more money, we're able to specialize more.
I think we hit the nail on the head with this point. And it kind of exemplifies everything that when you give away a factory, what you are saying is 1,000 people, that factory decides to close down. 1,000 people in the factory will never destitute. But don't worry, 1,000 Chinese laborers will make 1/10 of what
Is it okay? So you're all right with that?
Well, I mean, that's a natural element of fit, and it happens.
Okay.
And so the difference here is sometimes businesses fail, and that's sad. A business choosing to lay off 1,000 people to hire 1,000 Chinese at 10th the price,
Or robots.
or robots, is
This is way better than kale.
Kale sucks.
I can't believe the sleep apnea pillow exists. So I almost made the dumbest mistake of my life. I got this contour pillow called Gorilla Nerd. Didn't expect it to make such a difference.
Shut the fuck up.
what would you do to stop the automation?
You don't stop the automation, but you have to have a tapering plan in place, not just for the sake of the individual whose life would be ruined, but for the sake of your own country and your economy doesn't collapse.
Pitch me on this, because if you get laid off at 50 and your job no longer exists, it's going to be very difficult to find a job with double income to get trained. I don't disagree with this, right? So, well, like, what would that policy-wise be?
Like you're saying, if we have a bunch of Optimus robots that can make cars, how we taper off?
Yeah.
And you can only bring on 10% of the Optimus spots per year.
So or every 2 years, there would be like an automation law. You can only replace X amount of your workforce. That's going to work because the Chinese are going up to 100.
Hey, when you have free trade and no protections, I'm exactly correct.
C-bands, they just said fuck IP law. They don't care about any of. They're going all the way, disrupting the entire planet.
And this is why the U.S. does not find a way to stabilize itself and rely on itself. We are cooked. IP law is gone because China doesn't care, and there's no restrictions.
They have a massive attack on OpenAI just today. OpenAI announced it. Three of the biggest Chinese AIs basically were just being a millions times basically stealing the code from.
And then I'm sorry, but you're like, I don't care if China owns our land.
The general problem,
and it's bad that they're having birthright citizenship, but it's happening.
The general problem with this whole thing is that machines within government will take advantage of that easy, like, yeah, we're just going along the month. No, literally, the Chinese will just buy us out and then own us. With like,
short-term gain, long-term losses. Let me ask you this question. It's like this. If the Chinese Communist Party came to you and said, I'll give you $10 million today to sell out your country, but this is what so many people are doing. That's the whole point. If we're looking at, the other mention is, and Ian's point is great, if we have free trade at the same time as automation, we're basically saying to the American worker, you'll be left holding an empty bag overnight. Learn to code. Good luck. The only problem is the H-1Bs are bringing in the coders because Americans don't know how.
AI can code better than we
can. AI can now vibe code.
And Andrew, like, can you define what you mean when you say free trade? Also, that's a very common word. I'd love to get a quick definition.
It just means you can freely purchase goods from other countries, and that you're not impeded with tariffs. So if you're going to sell watermelons for $2, I can import the watermelons for $2, minus the logistics of getting it from you to me.
My concern is about corporatocracy and a corporation taking control in a country and serving as the de facto government of Amazon. If Amazon can do whatever it wants and sell to anyone on the planet because that's my right, but don't just cheaper and more robotic, less human, and then all of a sudden,
started at a pretty high rate compared to a lot of maybe there are other examples you could give, but like Amazon to me is Alphabet, take control of that.
We absolutely got to grab super chats and comments. There's a lot of fun, so I recommend it. Because we can continue the uncensored.
Yeah, the after show. Go to the Roll after show. That's where you go.
All right, let's grab some of your comments as well. It's already 9:53. We only got a few minutes. I apologize. Andre Tugulescu says, Hanlon's razor is the psyop to cover for other psyops.
What is that one? Hanlon's razor? Can I jump in? Because I know that one. Hanlon's, okay, so Occam's razor is the idea that the simplest solutions, or the simplest explanation is probably the most likely. Hanlon's razor is not attributed to conspiracy that which can be understood by sloth and communism. So basically, if there's ambiguity, and it might be a conspiracy, or it might be an idiot, assume it's probably an idiot.
Wolf says, no, it had nothing to do with you. All right. Wolf says, can we get the British guy with Tourette's to attend the State of the Union, please? Everybody knows what happened.
I'll take you as well.
Of course not. Of course not. Was it BAFTA or something?
I'm not sure what it was.
Nasty when he screamed or something.
Yes, it did. I'm sorry.
No words.
All right. Alejandro says, for the anti-tariff people, tariffs are why Japan and Korea built plants in the U.S. instead of floating cars to us. I say we need to tariff Apple by 300% of domestic consumption for 70% of
I appreciate the kind feedback. If you were to look at how much it would cost to manufacture an iPod in the United States, it would increase by something like $10,000. iPhone, it increased by like $10,000 or so. So I think it would people if you try to do that just here.
Here's the best part. If we didn't have the petrodollar, it would cost the exact same thing made in Korea or China or at Foxconn, and without maintaining a balanced economy and proper spending. I'll put it like this: if the petrodollar system collapses, your laptop is going to cost you $10,000. Like the fact that we get laptops for $1,000 is like a stable. Pro. I went to Best Buy last week, and there's a 90-inch TV for like $300. It's like, jeez, man. You know, sometimes I question whether or not we should go to war with Iran, but then I see these TVs, and I'm just like, oh, you know, we can buy some of them, right? That's how you do it. Mason says, this is why I hate libertarians. How many jobs can be sent to foreign countries before there is no more country? And when you would argue against it, the graph kept going up. I think the argument, an interesting argument would be, what if 100% of jobs were done elsewhere?
That would work.
Why not?
Because you wouldn't have any income at all.
Okay, so what percent of income do you need to maintain your jobs going to foreign countries?
Again, I go back to the example here. Your doctor and your attorney have a trade deficit with your grocery store. It doesn't mean that they're in peril. We're still a gigantic manufacturing economy. The difference between us now versus us in the 50s is that we bring in stuff. We still make things in the country. We export a tremendous amount. We export.
But what percent of jobs? What percent of American jobs could we give away before we collapse?
I don't know.
But there is a number.
Sure.
Well, right, because you said if we give away all our jobs, there's no country anymore.
So to give away the jobs would imply that we're doing it because we're purchasing things. We need money to purchase the things to begin with. So I don't think you could get to that point.
Well, why not?
Government prints them.
I mean, look, the cars manufactured in China are sold in other places. Cars made in Mexico get sold in other places.
In the same way that you can automate jobs and you're going to destroy jobs, but you're going to create more jobs in the process. By getting cheaper parts and having places
created in the process of automation.
Oh, I mean, like what we're doing right now. I mean, like again, if we were to go back to like 1940, more like one of us would be a farmer in the room. A lot of us would probably be doing like ledger sheets that don't exist anymore. I definitely would be able to do my job, like social media. I think it's good that people can operate in all sorts of different careers that didn't exist 100 years ago.
Largely disagree.
Yeah.
Where would you want to go back to?
I don't know about going back anywhere, but I think it's a problem that people are fat, lazy, slothful, locked in their houses and don't have nothing to do. They become listless and without mission. They've sought ideological addiction to fill the holes in their world, and they become violent psychopaths. I saw a video of a guy that went to a ICE protest stand in Minnesota where they were giving away hand warmers, gloves, coats, food, hot chocolate. And I thought to myself, how incredible that we have such tremendous abundance that people literally don't have to work and can get free food and clothing just for saying that I can be outside. That's a bad thing. I think people should actually have to have some attachment to their lives and reality in order to exist. But the country right now is at this inflection point where I would argue it's massively detrimental to get to. Let me do this, because we're talking about Star Trek. We gotta go in 2 minutes. I'll say one thing real quick. If we had replicators, sooner than 2 seconds, this country would become just like the whole world was speeding road. But we'll save that. I do want to grab at least a couple of the super chats that are hanging, because we only have a minute left. Let's see. Dave, the Devil Chicken says, Tim, the reason we let Fast and Furious happen is to let the 21st century version of Manifest Destiny happen where we go in and take over. So you're making a similar argument that it was to, like that Ian said, to create an enemy that we could then say, oh no, now we have no choice.
This is the first day I ever thought of that.
I mean, I think it's because they're running illicit activities for intelligence organizations.
I thought it was they were just trying to track the guns and find who the higher ups were in the org, but now I'm starting to think,
Dante Federale says every low-T neckbeard who properly pronounces every foreign word has been steadily screaming, but the Mexican food, it's glorious. Yayo hasn't been good since 09 anyway.
Wow. Mexican food's best at Taco Bell.
Never told me. That's not Mexican food. All right, let's see.
Human opinion.
TT says, people like this is why everyone is betting on AI to replace everyone's job. If there are no customers to pay for your AI slop. They kill their golden goose. They're only focused on short-term gain. It's a really interesting example I brought on the show because they started to automate the fast food restaurants. And the response that I get to these arguments is, yes, but AI is going to make it easier and cheaper for everyone to get these things. And I said, who is going to, AI can't buy the tacos. If you don't have customers, if there's no people, then what do you do? The argument was, there's a population collapse. There's going to be a lot of lost vacant jobs, and they're not going to be able to fill them. And the argument is, we'll get AI and machines to automate these things. And then I said, who's going to buy from your Taco Bell if there's no people to eat it? You can't have robots come and do it. But in fact, that's the plot of that video game about the cat. You play that one? He plays a cat in the future, and there's robots everywhere that were created by humans to serve humans, but humans all died off. So now the robots just kind of facilitate the non-existence of whatever they're looking for in a cat. We're going to do the uncensored portion of the show when we talk about Star Trek as it relates to communism and free trade. So smash that like button, share the show with every person in your life, even if you don't know them. You can follow me on X and Instagram at TimCast. Andrew, do you want to check anything out?
Yeah, I host a program. I welcome your listeners and viewers going over to do that. Tim, it was a pleasure to be back. Ian, Phil, and Carter. Nice to see you again.
Thank you. The mighty Heaton, ladies and gentlemen. Heaton is what it is. Excellent. My pleasure, and as always, follow me at graphene.movie. It's hot. And it's time to be your mailing list. You'll get notified when the movie's live. Trailers live now, but before the show has on oh, thank you. First, okay. What's up? Carter Banks everywhere. Outer world. I did it because I want to go Phil's list.
Okay, but also there's like some weird guy sitting behind Carter.
This is Brandon. Anyway, follow me at Carter Banks everywhere. Phil, what's up?
I am Phil that Remains on Twix. The band is off the page. You can check the band out at allremainsonline.com. We are going on tour this spring. We start April 29th in Albany. You can get tickets at allremainsonline.com.
Thanks for warning us.
Music at Apple Music, Amazon Music, Pandora. YouTube,
Music
Spotify,
sucks
Deezer.
ass.
The left lane is for crime.
Brandon's actually he's a real CEO of the company. And this is like he's come in to make sure everyone's doing their jobs properly. Watch out. You gotta watch out, Ian, because he's been watching somebody left. All right, everybody. He's left. We're gonna see you all over at rumble.com/TimCastIRL. We're gonna complain about Star Trek, but largely just as an excuse to talk about communism. So thanks for hanging out.
father knows about this.
475 BC,
Everything I'm
a
wearing,
Chinese fish
I know.
farmer named Fan Li wrote something that would change how civilizations fed themselves for the next 2,000 years. His treatise, the Yang Yu Jing, described a method so efficient that a single installation could produce more protein per square foot than cattle ranching, more nutrition per acre than any industrial farm. And once you built it, it would feed your family for decades without buying feed, without permits, without depending on anyone. Fan Li's methods survived wars, dynasties, and empires because the knowledge was too valuable to lose. But in America, most people have never heard of backyard pond aquaculture, even though it has fed more humans throughout history than any other protein system on Earth. That silence is not accidental. Today we are building Fan Li's regenerative ecosystem in your backyard. By the time you finish, you will have a self-replicating protein factory that feeds itself, manages itself, and produces more food than your family can consume. And in 10 years, when your neighbors are worried about food prices and supply chains, you will walk out to your pond and feel a calm that no amount of money can buy. But first, you need to understand what happened to this knowledge. Around 3,500 BC, during the Neolithic period along China's Yellow River, farmers noticed something after seasonal floods receded. Fish, specifically carp, were trapped in low-lying areas. If they dug those depressions a little deeper and reinforced the edges with clay, the fish stayed, they thrived, they reproduced, and they could be harvested whenever food was needed. This was not farming yet, this was observation, partnering with what the land already wanted to do. By the Shang dynasty, around 1600 BC, oracle bone inscriptions reference fishing in the garden, which archaeologists now recognize as managed fish ponds integrated into agricultural plots. The wealthy kept ornamental ponds with golden koi. Peasants maintained working ponds with common carp. Both systems fed people, but only one required permission from authorities. Then, during the Tang dynasty in the 7th century AD, something unexpected happened that revolutionized aquaculture forever. The emperor's family name was Li, the same name as the common carp, Li Yu. Out of respect, or perhaps superstition, the emperor banned the farming of common carp across the entire empire. Farmers faced a crisis. Carp had been their primary protein source. Starving, they innovated. They began raising multiple species in the same pond. Mud carp that fed on bottom sediments. Silver carp that filtered algae in the middle water column. Grass carp that consumed plants at the surface. Bighead carp that ate zooplankton. Each species occupied a different ecological niche. There was no competition, no waste, just a stacked, self-regulating ecosystem that was more productive than anything that had come before. This accidental policy created the world's first true polyculture system. By the time European travelers were documenting Chinese innovations in the 1200s, village fish ponds had become so common that chroniclers described them as a defining feature of the landscape. Some of these ponds were centuries old, still producing thousands of pounds of protein every year, and nobody was adding feed. The ponds fed themselves. That closed-loop ecosystem, the one Fan Li documented in his treatise, and the Tang dynasty perfected through necessity, never made it to America in any meaningful way. When European settlers arrived, they brought cattle, pigs, and chickens, animals that required constant feeding, fencing, and labor. The idea of an edible pond that managed itself seemed too simple, almost primitive. But it was not primitive, it was elegant biological engineering.
You need a loan for your business? Well, if you've been around for over a year, I'm about to show you how to...
By the time the 20th century arrived, Backyard ponds in America were considered decorative, not functional. Koi ponds for the wealthy. Ornamental fountains. Nothing that actually fed anyone. The knowledge had been buried. But in the 1960s, during early concerns about food security, a few researchers remembered. At Auburn University in Alabama, fisheries scientists led by H.S. Swingle began studying those old Chinese methods. They built test ponds, some as small as 1,000 square feet, about the size of a modest above-ground pool. They stocked them with native species like channel catfish and bluegill, using techniques borrowed from ancient polyculture systems. The results were undeniable. Auburn researchers documented yields of up to 350 pounds of fish from ponds of just 1,000 square feet when managed with basic fertilization. To put that in perspective, a quarter acre of cattle pasture produces about 200 pounds of beef per year and requires constant feeding, veterinary care, and infrastructure. These small ponds produce nearly double the protein, using a tenth of the space with almost zero inputs. The studies were published, cited by a handful of permaculture enthusiasts, and then the momentum stopped. No government subsidies, no extension office programs, no agricultural colleges teaching it at scale. Because the moment you install a productive pond in your backyard, you stop buying meat from the industrial system. And the industrial meat system in America, valued at $200 billion annually, has no incentive to promote backyard protein production. But the knowledge survived, the same way it survived the Cultural Revolution in China, the same way it survived the fall of Rome. Because once you understand the biology, the ecosystem builds itself. Here is how it works. The pond is not just fish. The fish are only one piece of a four-part living system. First, you have the ducks. In traditional Chinese polyculture, waterfowl were always integrated. Ducks are not just livestock. They are the biological managers of your pond. When ducks swim, they stir up bottom sediments, releasing nutrients into the water column. When they defecate, and they do constantly, they are adding nitrogen directly into the ecosystem. That nitrogen feeds algae. The algae feeds zooplankton. The zooplankton feeds small fish. The small fish feed larger fish, and the ducks eat insects, aquatic plants, and occasionally small fish. It is a closed loop where every action feeds something else. A small flock of 3 to 5 ducks will also give you eggs. Khaki Campbell ducks, one of the most productive breeds, lay between 280 and 340 eggs per year per duck. That is 840 to 1,700 eggs annually from a tiny flock. Research shows that ducks with access to pond ecosystems can forage up to 30% of their nutritional needs from insects, aquatic plants, and small organisms, drastically cutting your feed costs. You are stacking functions. The ducks fertilize the water. The pond feeds the ducks. The fish clean up excess nutrients. The plants filter what is left, and you simply harvest the surplus. Second, you have the plants. Aquatic vegetation is not decoration. It is the kidneys and lungs of your permaculture pond. Cattails are one of the most efficient biological filters on Earth. Their roots pull excess nitrogen and phosphorus out of the water, preventing algae blooms and keeping the ecosystem balanced. A ring of cattails around your pond's shallow edges will do more for water quality than any expensive mechanical filter. Water lilies provide shade, which lowers water temperature and reduces evaporation in summer. Submerged plants like hornwort and anacaris release oxygen during the day, critical for fish health. Floating plants like water lettuce and duckweed absorb nutrients so efficiently that wastewater treatment facilities use them. Duckweed in particular is remarkable. Under optimal conditions, it doubles its biomass in less than 48 hours, and ducks will eat it as fast as it grows. creating a self-renewing food source that costs you nothing. Research into aquaponics, which is essentially polyculture in a controlled environment, has shown that plants can remove up to 90% of the nitrogen waste produced by fish. The plants absorb the nitrates, the water stays clean, the fish stay healthy. You do almost nothing except observe. Third, you have the fish. For most of the United States, bluegill and channel catfish are the easiest and most legal options. Bluegill grow slower, but require zero care. Stock them once, and they reproduce on their own, creating a self-replenishing food source. They reach harvestable size about 6 to 8 inches in roughly 2 years. Channel catfish grow faster, reaching 1 to 2 pounds within 18 months in a well-managed pond. Tilapia grow even faster and taste better.
That little piggy booked a villa. This little piggy booked a hotel.
I want to know, have you made this mistake with your holster? And by mistake, I mean, did you get a holster that's uncomfortable so you don't carry all the time?
Under optimal conditions, they reach 1 pound in just 5 to 6 months. A small pond stocked with 50 tilapia fingerlings can yield 40 to 50 pounds of harvestable fish within a single growing season. However, tilapia are illegal in some states because they can become invasive in warm climates. Check your local regulations before purchasing. And fourth, you have beneficial bacteria. These invisible workers convert fish waste ammonia into nitrites, then into nitrates that plants absorb. This nitrogen cycle is the backbone of the entire ecosystem. Once it is established, it balances itself. You are not managing a farm, you are stewarding a living system. So how do you actually build this? And more importantly, what does it cost? Let me be specific. For a family-scale homestead protein system, you are looking at a total setup cost of around $400 to $600, depending on whether you dig by hand or rent equipment. That breaks down to roughly $150 to $300 for an EPDM rubber pond liner, $20 to $50 for fingerlings, $30 to $60 for ducklings, and $50 to $100 for plants and minor supplies. Compare that to a decade of buying meat at the grocery store, and you will see why this knowledge has been quietly suppressed. First, choose your location. You want a spot that gets at least 6 hours of sunlight daily, but not full sun all day, which would overheat the water. Choose the lowest point on your property where water naturally collects after rain. If you fight your land's natural contours, you will spend the next decade fighting erosion and drainage. Mark out your pond. For a family scale setup, you are looking at roughly 10 feet by 15 feet and 4 to 5 feet deep at the center. You can dig this by hand over a weekend or rent a small excavator for a few $100s and finish in an afternoon. Create a shallow shelf about 1 foot deep and 2 to 3 feet wide around the edges. This is your marsh zone where plants will root. The deeper center is where fish will refuge during hot or cold weather. If you have heavy clay soil, you can seal the pond the traditional way. Line it with 6 inches of wet clay, compact it by walking on it, and let it cure. This method has worked for thousands of years. If your soil is sandy or rocky, use an EPDM liner. They last 20 to 30 years and cost about $1 to $2 per square foot. Fill the pond with water. If you are using chlorinated municipal water, let it sit for 1 week so chlorine can evaporate. If you are using well water or rainwater, you can stock immediately. Now introduce life, but in stages. Start with the plants. Plant cattails and irises on the shallow shelves. Add submerged plants like hornwort in deeper sections. Float some water lettuce or duckweed on the surface. Let this sit for 2 to 4 weeks. The plants need time to root, and beneficial bacteria need time to colonize every surface of the pond. After a month, add your ducks. 2 to 5 is ideal for a small pond. They will take to the water immediately, and within days you will see the pond activate. The water will cloud slightly as ducks stir up the bottom. This is normal. This is the ecosystem waking up. After another month, introduce your fish. Stock about 50 fingerlings per 1,000 gallons of water. They will disappear into the depths, and you will not see them for weeks. Do not panic. Do not add more fish. They are there, growing in the cool, dark water. For the first 6 months, you do almost nothing. You watch the ducks. You check water clarity. You pull excess duckweed if it smothers the surface. You top off the water level during dry spells. That is it. No feeding schedules, no chemicals, no interference. The pond is finding its balance. By month 6, you will start to see flashes of silver. Your fish are visible now and growing fast. By the end of year 1, depending on species, you will have fish approaching harvestable size. The ducks will start laying eggs within 5 to 6 months. 3 ducks will give you around 700 to 900 eggs in their first year. That is roughly 60 to 75 eggs per month, more than most families can eat. And this regenerative system will keep running. Year 2, the fish reproduce on their own. If you leave a breeding population, the ducks keep laying, the plants keep filtering. By year 3, you are not managing a project anymore. You are simply harvesting from a living ecosystem that has woven itself into your land. Now let me address something most backyard pond guys ignore. Winter. If you live in a northern climate where ponds freeze, your fish can survive under the ice as long as you maintain a small opening for gas exchange. A simple pond dicer, which costs about $40, will keep a small hole open all winter. Bluegill and catfish enter a dormant state in cold water and survive under ice for months. Tilapia, however, cannot tolerate water below 50 degrees Fahrenheit and must be harvested before winter or brought indoors. Ducks are cold hardy and will continue laying through winter if given shelter from wind. A simple 3-sided coop with straw bedding is all they need. One more thing most guides will not tell you. In most states, ponds under 1 acre do not require permits or government approval. You are simply collecting rainwater and managing it on your own property. However, regulations on fish species vary. Tilapia are banned in cold states because they could theoretically establish wild populations. Catfish and bluegill are legal nearly everywhere. Check your state's fish and game website before purchasing fingerlings. But in most cases, you do not need to ask anyone's permission to build this. This is what Fanley understood 2,500 years ago. This is what the industrial food system has spent a century trying to make you forget. You do not need their supply chains. You do not need to depend on systems that can fail. You need water, sun, a hole in the ground, and the patience to let biology do what it has always done. 10 years from now, your neighbors will be anxious about food prices, about shortages, about instability. You will walk out to your edible pond, cast a line, pull a healthy fish, collect a basket of warm eggs, and feel something most people have forgotten. Sovereignty. Not the loud kind that announces itself, the quiet kind that does not need to. Because you have built something that cannot be taxed, regulated, or taken away. You have built independence. If this opens something for you, if you can see yourself standing by that pond 10 years from now, subscribe so you do not miss the next system we uncover. Share this with someone who is ready to stop asking permission. The knowledge is here, the choice is yours. The pond is waiting.
I gotta show my little one that. Fuck, I forgot to take those out of the dog. Can I pet your dog?
Sale of the year is going on now. Hurry in and save up to $800.
All right, so this woman's like in a relationship with someone. She's dating someone, and then she figures out that the person she's dating is trans. Well, that's the ultimate betrayal. Check out her story.
I've been dating someone who is trans that I did not know was trans until about a week ago. This is really fucking with me. I've been in a relationship with someone for a few months, and I found out from someone else that
You've been with someone for a few months, and you found out from somebody else. You still hadn't figured it out. That was a smooth operator you had. Well, whatever it was, man, con woman, whatever it was, whatever it is, man, they looked the part. Some of these men be looking like women. Yeah.
that they are trans. I have someone else that they are trans.
Wow.
I've been friends with this man for a couple of years. I'm in no way insinuating that it was anyone else's responsibility. However, he has siblings and parents that I've also been around quite a bit, and no one told me. It happened by accident. Like I said, I found out a little more than a week ago from someone else, and he basically said that there was going to be a time and a place for him to tell me, and that this wasn't who he was anymore. So he didn't want to introduce himself that way. I'm not going to pretend like I understand what it's like to be trans. I think I do understand that sentiment of
Trans
like,
people don't even understand it
anymore. But it's really fucking with me because we have been intimate.
Wow. And how do you not know? He keeps calling him a he. So I'm thinking, she keeps calling him, she say himself, he. So I'm thinking it's a guy who is living his life as a woman. Yeah. Those straps are real. They look real. Them straps. What? Them straps be looking real. Yeah, but obviously she's like a lesbian. She's into women, and she did. How do you know? You assuming her sexuality? You assuming other person's gender? We don't know what's going on right now. Well, she keeps calling him he and himself. There might be a female who's not. I'm just going by what she's saying. She keeps saying he, so I'm thinking he was pretending to be a woman. So what does strap-ons got to do with this? So you assuming that she's LGBTQ? Why would she be referring to him as he and himself? It's a dude masquerading as a woman. She's a muff diver. How did you know that? Oh no. Let's watch and see if we can figure it out.
And I was unaware. And I just want to say that I can't say for certain because I wasn't given the choice, but I don't think it would have bothered me if I knew. But I didn't know. And the only person that I've talked to about this, she will always have my back and will always take my side. So I don't really know In some moments, I feel like this was just a man doing what a man does, putting himself.
See what I'm saying? So that is be a man, yeah. So he was presenting himself as a woman, yeah. She's a muff diver. Wait a minute, if she went down on and looked between his, well, maybe that's not what happened, Kevin. Maybe he just went down on her. Did some finger action. There's some finger blasting. Man. That sounds like a hot chick.
First and deciding to either lie or not lie, but omit, because he knew if he told me the truth, it might not work out well for him. In some moments I feel like that. In other moments I feel like I'm responding too strongly to this and it's not that big of a deal. I don't really know. It's just really, really messy with me.
Man, it's a big deal. Just mess with me. That'd be a big deal. Imagine you dating this woman, right? Man, how do you know it's a woman? Then Kevin, man, I met this girl, been dating her for 6 months. Man, she's the one. She's the one. Yeah. Then I figure out Susan used to be Stephen Saul or something. Saul or something. He must have mess with me. So I'm still confused. I don't know who she was dating or what. That's because you why don't you pay attention? I've been paying attention. I'm referring to him as he. Yeah, right? Yeah. But if we make a mistake, what if she's not lesbian? Maybe she's trying to accommodate to that person in her pronouns. We don't know what's going on. Did she give a damn about pronouns when she was pissed off that she was tricked? Did she give a damn about pronouns? What she said, if the person would have told her, she would have probably, she wouldn't have. She'd be cool with it. Let's go, she's a freak.
My husband, when did you get so big? His confidence hits different with Rouge Yet Ready. It dissolves under his tongue, works in 15 minutes on average, and can last for up to 36 hours.
And he knew that a bunch of people that he knows follow me on here.
Okay, has to be a woman.
To put me in a situation where I would find out from someone else, I just feel like it's really reckless and irresponsible, and it hurts. We were friends for years.
How do you not know what it is? Yeah, you know, it's family and all that. Well, it looked like it was what it was pretending to be. So I'm thinking it was a female. Why do you keep saying that? Hey, keep this. No, she keeps saying he. Why do you keep saying it's a female? Why do you keep saying that? Well, okay. It's a female presenting herself as a he. I mean, it's a he presenting himself as a female. Dude. Hey, kid, she keeps using he, him pronouns. So it was a dude masquerading as a woman, Kevin. Okay. This woman goes down. She's in the carpets. She's in all that finger stuff. Man, let me see this video. Looks like a dead. Venezuela, a lost ruler hidden deep in the jungle of South America.
And so let me ask, what's wrong with the blacks?
There's nothing wrong. There's another. What kind of question is that, man? What is your problem? You know what? How about this? Instead of black, white, Korean, Chinese, Indian, whatever, Latino, what's wrong with humans? Can we answer that?
But you were a hip-hop artist, right? So
Yeah, I mean,
that
but
means you mingle with the blacks, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would say so.
And so what's wrong with them?
There's nothing wrong with them. I think there's something wrong with humans.
Oh, you do?
But I don't think there's wrong with
There's nothing wrong with the blacks?
I don't think so. I think they, how do we even enter this? I don't know. It's such a general question. I don't think there's anything. What's wrong with the Koreans? How about that? What's wrong with the Koreans?
But tell me first what's wrong with the blacks.
I don't think there's much wrong with the blacks.
So is there something wrong with the Koreans?
Well, I'll admit this, yeah, like certain generations of Koreans, like, they tend to be a little racist.
They do?
My teachers, yeah.
For me, all blacks look alike.
Here we go.
Oh,
Lord. Jesse.
So when I'm walking down the road and a bunch of black people, I know that everybody's black. And then if some African blacks are in the midst of the crowd, I know that they're from somewhere else. They're not normal black.
Let me throw you a curveball.
What?
Would you be able to tell if a person's from Ghana versus, like, Ethiopia? As far as, like, regional stuff. Like, could you detect that?
Somewhat. An Ethiopian person looks a little different than a Ghana person.
Okay.
I come from somewhere else. I may not know the exact place they came from, but I can see a difference in them.
Okay, there you go.
Isn't that amazing?
What was that?
Isn't that amazing?
That is amazing. That's similar to what I was telling you about.
Right.
Yeah. But the thing is, you can't explain why, can you? You just know.
You can tell, right? You just know. When you were one time a hip hop artist?
I dabbled in it. Yeah, I dabbled in it.
What did that mean? You were dancing?
Man, you're gonna have to edit some of this out, my man. Wow.
So what's wrong with the blacks?
There's nothing wrong with the blacks, man. God, that's the second time you asked me. What are you trying to do to me, man? Gosh. I already told you what's wrong with the Koreans. Yeah.
So I had a white friend, and he used to live right across from the school.
But you were friends with him,
right?
But you didn't see color.
I did.
But you knew he was a white kid?
Yeah.
But that didn't stop you from being friends with him, did it?
Right, and you know why?
Because he was probably a nice kid. And
No.
Why? Why were you friends with him then?
I was afraid of the blacks.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's a whole, I didn't expect.
Okay. Why do you expect that answer?
I don't know, because you're a black man. Like, why, that's like me saying I'm afraid of the Koreans or something.
Blacks don't like each other.
But you're saying, like, for the most part, but there are instances where they do get,
When? Name me one.
Cut. All right, tune in to youtube.com/Stevie Weeby. Streaming on Thursdays at 7:30 Pacific Standard Time. And his Instagram is QUANGOU. See you guys in a few months. Jesse.
Give me an instant where they do get along.
I mean...
Food?
I mean, there's communities of blacks that live in the same community, and they have businesses together.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's fair to generalize saying that.
Where's that community?
I don't know, man.
So you making that up?
This is LA, though, right? It's a melting pot. I would hire him. I like him.
Are you Mexican?
It's okay. It's racism. That's not the issue. He seems like a nice, like a sharpshooter, a nice guy, and he seems trustworthy.
He's not a Mexican, though. I think he came from that country where they sell drugs. What's that country? Colombia.
Oh, they have the cocaine there, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Well, no, the thing is, that's not racist, because guess what? Have you seen Scarface?
Not lately.
I know, but what do you mean? Because movies, they can influence you. Wouldn't you at least agree with that? Yeah.
Right.
Listen, man, my dad used to beat me to death.
Nice.
If I played the keyboard loud and he was taking a nap, he would come in butt naked and he would beat my back with the keyboard.
You know why he would beat you?
Because he was irritable and he was pissed off that I nap.
But did he really beat you? Or are you joking?
No. How do you know? What is going on here, Jesse? How do you know these things? What is going on, Jesse? Holy smokes. Really?
Yeah.
Huh. How do you know this stuff?
You know how difficult your girlfriend is at times?
Take it easy there.
Same thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
You're dating a woman that you hate.
Oh my
You're
God.
dating your mom. Yeah.
Are you married?
Does she obey you?
Oh man, what do you mean, dude? This is 2025. What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about, dude? Man.
Does your girlfriend obey you?
Yeah, I mean, we get along fine.
Does she obey you?
Yeah.
She obeys you?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, communication's good, man.
No, not communication. Obey.
What do you mean? Like, what? Do I have do I have like a leather thing around her neck? Like, obey me? Come on, dude. It's 2025. How do you Jesse? Gosh.
But Korean people seem so meek.
Oh, Lord.
They're humble.
Really? You're saying all Korean people are this way. Jesse.
They seem like, oh
my God. You see what he did, dude? He did the Fu Manchu. We don't do that, dude. 2025, bro. No, we don't do that.
Oh, you don't do it anymore?
No, we don't do that. No.
You're like, oh, you want rice?
Lord. I don't think any of this is arable. Did we even put this on YouTube? Jesse. Oh, man. I forgot the plot. Let's go back to church camp, huh? Man. Hey, you should use that one as a reel. Get people to watch it. Have them go, oh. You're from LA, man.
I'm from Alabama.
Yeah, okay.
See? When I'm walking down the road, I can't tell a Korean person from a Japanese person from a Chinese person.
Here we go again. Oh,
Lord. From,
really?
Yeah. And so, like, when you're walking down the road, let's say you're walking a crowd of people like that.
Yeah.
Do you guys automatically know that you're Korean or Chinese? Or do y'all think y'all look? I mean, do you know right away?
You know how to throw the curveballs, don't you, Jesse? Holy smokes. Let me think about that one.
What do Korean people and Japanese people and Chinese people, do they get along?
God. That's a real tough question, man. Let's ease into it, huh, Jesse? Man, you're like coming at me in all three. Japan, China, Korea. Well, I don't know if this is a trick question or what, but history has happened, right? We know World War II happened.
Right.
So to be honest with you, for me now, I got Chinese homies, Japanese homies. Like, I don't have no bias.
Right.
But that's my generation.
So if the blacks get along, why they move out of the community as soon as they get $1?
Is this similar to how other interviews are as far as like what's happening?
Yeah. I grew up in Alabama. So when I was growing up, black people were not fighting one another. They were not stealing and robbing and killing. And they treated all people the way they would like to be treated. Whites and black got along for the most part. And I didn't grow up around violence like that.
Okay.
And so when I went to Indiana, it was new to me. It was shocking.
How
have with me today Pastor Kurt D. Thomas. He's a senior pastor of the Renewed Church of Los Angeles. Am I right? Renewed Church of Los Angeles. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
I absolutely appreciate it.
Thank you.
And so, were you called to be a pastor, or did you go to school for it?
Well, at the age of 9, I felt the presence of God over me. I grew up in a Pentecostal church, so I went through that entire Pentecostal experience, and it wasn't until I matriculated through college that I decided to get a bachelor's degree in theology, or to study theology while I was at Stillman College.
Oh, I see. So I read, and I don't know if it's true or not. I like to ask the person before I make it, know if it's true or not. Are you a homosexual?
I am a same-gender-loving man.
So does that mean you're a homosexual?
It means that I'm a same-gender-loving man.
But just from I'm black and slow.
Okay.
And just for the record, does that mean you're a homosexual?
I could be considered a homosexual.
Are you considered? I don't want to think of you.
Yeah, I'm a homosexual.
You're a homosexual?
Yes.
And so you're a homosexual pastor?
I am a homosexual pastor, yes.
How long have you been a homosexual pastor?
I've been a pastor for 8 years, senior pastor, and then before that, prior to that, I was a youth pastor.
Oh, okay. Why do you think that God would call a person, a homosexual, to be a pastor but not change him?
So, I don't think that God majors where we minor. And so I think that what happens is, I think that we put limitations on God that God doesn't have. We could, if you go to seminary or something like that, you find out that there's a thought process that God could possibly be a woman, or that God could be this, or that God could be that God can be whatever it is that you need him to be.
You believe that he can be a woman?
I believe that God can be whatever it is that you need him to be.
So can he be a homosexual too if you need him to be one?
Well, honestly, I don't think that God, the Bible says that God is neither male nor female.
Right. So how can he be a woman then if he's not a female?
Well, I'm saying that, so there's a book that's there's a book that is written, it's called,
that's all right about the title. What about the book?
But in the book, the principles of the book talk about God swaying himself to his friend. It's called The Shack by W.M. Paul Young. And so if you read that book, then you find out that God basically finds himself congruent to whatever state of mind a person is in. And so at one state, God is a Jewish carpenter. At one state, God shows himself as a big black woman in the kitchen.
A big black woman?
A black woman in the kitchen. And so, I think that God can be whatever it is that you need God to be at that moment.
Do you think that God can be a homosexual too?
I don't. If God needs to be a homosexual, I think that he was, but I don't like him to. I don't liken the word. I don't liken God to be to be an isolated gender.
So you believe that God can be a woman or be a black woman?
God can be sexual. God can be whatever you need God to be.
And so does that person make God what they want him to be in their mind so they can accept being wrong? Or does God switch genders and all that kind of stuff?
I don't think that God, that we create God to be whatever we want God to be in our minds. I think that it's based on experiences. The experiences of that person allows God to transform himself in whatever it is that person needs to be. For an example, if you've ever gone to Africa, or if you've ever gone to a part of the world where there's no westernized religions, where people they don't have an isolated form of who Jesus is and what you were talking about earlier.
Right.
We don't know these things. And so the sense that God becomes whatever it is that person's experience.
Those countries that don't believe in God, they are S-hole countries, and they're all trying to come here now, bring their S-hole attitude.
Their S-hole? What is that?
Huh?
What is that?
What is an S-hole country? It's an S-H-I-T hole.
Oh, you're saying that they're S-hole countries.
Right. Because those people don't believe in God.
I wouldn't say that they don't believe in God. I would say
they don't believe in the true God. They have their own made-up God based on their imagination, right?
I wouldn't say that. I would say that we experience God on the level that we know God. So if you have somebody that is an Indian and they've never had anyone explain to them the ideology of God that is created here in Western culture, then I think that person, Western culture is where we are now. It's what we operate in a canonized version of the Bible, which we accept as the authentic truth of
who Western culture is the best culture.
I wouldn't say that.
Then why everybody trying to come here? And we're not the best. If Western culture is not the best culture, why everybody trying to come to what's not the best culture?
Is everybody trying to come here?
Everybody and their mama. Have you noticed we can't beat the illegals out?
I wouldn't say that everybody's trying to come here. I would say that there are people that are trying
from all over the world
to come here from all over the world.
Right. And so if we're not the best country, why are they trying to come here? Why would they go to the best country?
We can consider ourselves to be the best country.
But we are the best.
And maybe
because of Western culture.
Well, I wouldn't use the word best. I would use the word we're probably a country where people are allowed to be free and be themselves.
So we're the best.
God, this guy's in.
So I want to go back. You said God is a black woman.
I didn't say God was a black woman. I used.
What is a great thought, a good thought?
I'm going on Jesse Lee Peterson's show today.
That's a good one.
Yeah. We talk about these good white people in America.
That's amazing. So, I heard you talk about white people.
My grandmother was half white.
Oh, she was?
I think that's why I have a different perspective on white people than a lot of black people. Like, when a lot of black people might ask me, like, man, how you be speaking of, you cool? Oh, yeah? I'm cool? That's what you call me?
They call it names.
Yeah, I'm like, when's the last time a white person kept you from doing something?
Good point.
Or is it because you don't want to do it? And that's an easy scapegoat. Ain't no white person or black person ever kept me from doing anything I want to do in life.
That's right.
I don't even believe they did it. Maybe during slavery they didn't really have a choice.
They didn't do it when I was growing up either.
See, I travel this world, man. I'm from Georgia. And, I don't see the world being as racist as people try to make it. Well, America. I don't see America being as racist as people try. I'm like, bro, I was just in Wetumpka, Alabama. According to some black people, I shouldn't have made out alive. I went to Wilson, North Carolina and sold that out. According to some black people, why you over there? Man, because I don't see what y'all see.
Yeah, I don't how they lie to the blacks about that, man.
I don't get on that frequency, you know what I'm saying? But,
one thing you're right about, too, when I was growing up, most of my family bought land and stuff anyway, but I had an aunt, she got married, she and her husband bought a bunch of land, and they had like 18 or 19 kids or something like that.
I like that.
And all of them graduated high school, all of them went to college, and all of them out there doing well. And this is during a time when these so-called black people are saying that you couldn't do that, but it just wasn't true at all. They just lied.
How many kids you got?
I have 18, 19, 20.
No, you don't.
You know what I'm saying?
I know you. I don't see it in you.
I have one son.
Yeah.
I have one son, 2 grandkids, and 2 great-grandkids.
Your head too big to have a lot of kids, man.
That's right. Just like my dad.
What do you identify as in life? What's your pronoun? What's your pronoun?
Man. But one of the worst things we can do in life is compare ourselves to others, try to be like somebody else. it's a sin to do that because you lose your identity and try to become someone else.
Right.
And once you get what you think they have or be like them, it doesn't work. You're still not happy.
Yeah, I feel it.
So we should lose all identity.
Yeah, and that's why people don't have morality anymore. Because I don't care what somebody, you know, might believe in. You know, like, you might be Islam, but I know not to end your existence. We don't even believe in the same thing.
Yeah.
But I know not to kill you.
And I always find it interesting that other people, like when I became a Republican, and other people get mad at me because I decided I want to be a Republican, right? And I used to wonder, why would they get mad at me for doing what I want to do? It had nothing to do with them. But they would act like, you know,
right? Yeah.
They would call you Uncle Tom and all kind of stuff, right?
We need something. So we just need some type of event to bring you back into
to wake them up.
Yeah, it's not realistic right now.
Right.
You guys are obsessed with gender.
Yeah.
And it makes no sense.
I know. That's right.
Like, I don't care if you want to play dress up.
Yeah.
Do it. But don't, how I feel, I got 2 young babies. I don't want my kids knowing about no type of sex yet. Heterosexual or homosexual.
That's right.
I don't want them being obsessed with gender or none of that. So it's not that I hate your agenda. It's just that heterosexual people are not pushing it the way you are.
Yeah. You don't want them to traumatize your kids.
Right.
And all that stuff.
Right. Come on, man. Like you like I love Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
And he, bro, like that boy right there. He be like, this is mental illness. He like, this is mental illness.
I saw Camilla Harris the other day, and she was saying things like, she was speaking somewhere, and she said, I am.
Yeah. What she identify as?
Yeah. She it. Want to be.
She crazy.
I'm like, that's insane. The vice president said, so-called vice president said something like that.
And they thought Trump was bringing the country down.
I know. What a mess, huh?
Bro, sometimes for black people, they can't see what's good for them.
Yeah.
That's for real. You know what I'm saying? I remember my granddaddy, bro, like, before he died, and the doctor told him to switch his diet up. He's like, I ain't gonna eat no rabbit food. And then when he was dying, he was wishing he would have
had eaten some rabbit.
Yeah, sometimes you don't see the best thing is right in front of you.
So, what would it take to wake up black people?
Ooh.
Other than a war.
I don't know, bro. It's hard because it's like, I think accountability. Because as black people, and that's why I don't go with that BLM Incorporated.
Right.
Started my business back in 2014. That was like literally one of the first. I have no business background. One of the first books I read was 4 Hour Work Week, so that was pretty cool.
Really?
Yeah, I did his diet for a couple of years too, with all the cold showers and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right on. Yeah, man, I found you like last week.
Yeah.
So this is crazy.
Yeah, I was in Puerto Rico.
Quick. I was like, holy shit. But
well, I've been talking to Jeremy for a bit, and he's like, "Hey, Sean's interested." I'm like, "Oh, sweet."
That's what. Yeah, I sent him. He said he'd been chatting with you for some time, and I at the end of last year, I was like, we should start getting into some history shit.
Yeah.
And because I don't know anything.
I'm definitely not like the world's top expert, but I can talk to regular people, which is what matters.
Yeah, well, I think that's what works.
Yeah.
But yeah, I saw something. I can't even remember what it was, but I was like,
you had your pin post about like kind of the current scene.
Yeah.
And I wrote a thread around that about like the fall of Rome and how it makes sense.
Yes. That is how we found it. That's how I found. Yeah, you wrote. Which post was it? Was it the one where I was going off about how the government's fallen to fraud, waste, and abuse?
It's that one, I believe. And then I like quote tweeted that and wrote a thread with it.
What'd you say? I can't remember.
Just basically describing how Rome fell and kind of how those processes mirror like what we're dealing with today.
Yep, that's
a
what
lot
caught my
of
attention.
Crazy shit, man.
That is definitely
It's
what
a
caught my
pattern. It
attention.
is like it's something that applies to literally any societal collapse. They screw with their money, they stop giving a shit about their borders, and politicians become short-sighted and just kind of want to deal with what gives them power right now.
Wow. Yeah, that sounds very familiar.
But if you fix your money, you could do all the other stuff a lot longer.
Do you think we can fix our money?
No.
I don't either.
No, and Ron Paul talks about, like, the person that does is not going to be very popular because we're so far over our skis, it's going to be painful.
Man, I watched this way back in probably like, I'll bet like 2008. I watched a documentary, and I think it was Ron Paul on the Federal Reserve, and when we came off the gold standard.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy shit.
Well, that was a free license to do whatever they want.
Legitimately is worth nothing.
Yeah.
When your teen joins TikTok, they're protected with over 50 preset safety and privacy settings. Because when safety comes first, discovery can follow. Hey, even dads need dad advice sometimes.
Need a new mattress but confused by all the choices? At Mattress Firm, we make it easy. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a perfect mattress. And right now, you can get a king bed for a queen price. Mattress Firm, we make sleep easy.
Yeah.
And you kind of see it. Look, I'm no economist. I don't know.
I'm not either.
I'm not. But gold is at $5,000 an ounce.
This year it went up like $1,000, man.
$5,000 an ounce.
2025, yeah.
Silver went to what? Over $100 an ounce. From when 2020 is when I started, because COVID stuff, right?
Yeah.
I started buying. That's when I started looking into precious metals.
We have physical gold, yeah.
Everybody was freaked out about everything, right? And but I remember gold in 2020 was about $2,000 an ounce. So if it took thousands of years to get to $2,000 an ounce, and then 5 years it goes to 5,000,
yeah,
it over doubles in 5 years. I mean, and then if you think about it, is gold really going up? It seems like gold
price of
would
everything
kind of
is
be
going down. Gold's not changing.
That's what I think.
That's how inflation works. It's just your dollar doesn't go as far. Because it's like
so our money is, how do you say it? Our money is worth 2.5 times less if you look at the gold.
Yeah.
If you look at the price of gold today, in 5 years, our money is 2.5 times less, or I guess 6 years, 2.5 times less than what it was 6 years ago.
Well, because people don't get it because they just see, oh, the prices are going up. It's not that the prices are going up; it's your dollar doesn't go as far.
That's what I mean.
And the Federal Reserve uses the word. They like to use funny words, hoping people don't understand them. They use the word quantitative easing. What that means is they made more money. There's more of a quantity of money. And they have different numbers for money supplies. Like there's the M1 money, which is like older money. M2 money is kind of the newer money. And it's like 80% of it was printed since COVID. So it's like 80% of the M2 money supply was printed since COVID.
Wow. Have you seen, are you following this Epstein stuff at all?
Yeah, pretty intensely actually.
Have you watched the Epstein interview with Bannon?
I have it bookmarked. I haven't watched it yet. I was watching the Rogan Mike Benz thing this morning.
How was that?
It's eye-opening because he goes through the networks of how they like move all the money around and how Epstein was probably not just one country but several countries. It's interesting.
Yeah, I know. He was talking about how Epstein was talking about, and I don't understand this shit, but he was talking about how most people don't understand money, and most world leaders are elected because of popularity, not because of their ability to run the country.
Mm-hmm.
And he gives examples. You know, Reagan was an act. I mean,
But that goes back to rules, right? Because like if you look at it, like what would happen is in the late empire, the guys that kind of become emperor just military commanders. And there were two things they would do when they became emperor. They would do something called a donative. Donative comes from the Latin word to give, and they would give a giant bonus to all the military when they became emperor, and then they would double their pay. So they end up becoming more loyal to that emperor because he's the money guy. And that process continues again and again and again until the money's worth nothing.
Man, you know, I mean,
That actually sounds better than what we do, because we don't pay our warriors shit. We just give it all
we don't
away.
take care of it.
We just pay everybody else's warriors.
Yeah.
That we fought, like the Taliban. But, you know, we're paying those guys $87 million.
Is that the number?
That's the number.
That's insane.
That's the number.
That's
$40 to
insane.
$87 million a week. But yeah, that's, so yeah, I wanted to talk, I've just been looking for somebody that can relate to what we're seeing, the collapse of the Roman Empire, what we're seeing today. Everybody has like these little nuggets,
Yeah.
you know, but it's not enough for a full-blown conversation.
Yeah, I'm like weird. It's like if you ask me about like literature, I don't know a ton about it. I know the history and the patterns, so it's like I can connect all those things, but like I know a little bit about Stoicism, enough to talk about it, but like I'm not an expert in it. I'm kind of like, I get Roman history and how it works together, you know?
Yeah, yeah, right on. Well, I got a hot question here for you. The Roman Empire existed during the time of Jesus and early Christianity. How did Rome's power and policy shape the spread of Christianity? And did the Romans realize how significant that movement would become?
So I don't think initially, because you have to look during the time of Jesus, they couldn't tell the difference between Christianity and Judaism. There wasn't a big ability to tell a difference between that. They thought it was kind of a sect of Judaism, and it's a small percentage of the actual empire. You're looking like 1% or less during the time of Christ, and there's really only one Roman historian that actually even writes about Christ. His name's Titus Flavius Josephus. He was a Jewish historian that when Palestine is conquered and that area is conquered, he comes and lives in Rome and he works for the emperor. And if you read letters of the emperors, I'm trying to remember which one it is. It might be Vespasian, and he's writing to one of the governors and he's trying to explain Christianity to him, and he just doesn't understand it because he's like, wait, they eat the body of someone, and like he just didn't understand it. He's like, what? I think it was Pliny the younger that's writing to Vespasian, and he's like, well, what do we do with these guys? Like, all right, just leave them alone, because for the most part, unless you're causing upheaval, Rome was very permissive, and that's because they brought in gods from all the other empires and territories and things that they conquered.
Gods from all the other empires?
Correct. So you could live in Rome, but you might worship Isis, which is an Egyptian god, or you might worship Apollo, because they had their traditional pantheon of 12 gods, but they also borrowed gods from other societies they conquered or basically annexed. So it became very popular to do that. Now,
so when you say borrowed, you mean accepted? Accepted the gods.
You could have
basically, it was freedom of religion.
It was yes and no, because the thing you have to look at is the Romans believed in this thing called the peace of the gods. And when things were going well, it meant they'd achieved the peace of the gods. So when things aren't going well, that's when you're going to have persecutions of Christians and other groups. So like you see this during the time of Nero. There's the great fire of Rome in 64 AD. And Nero gets blamed very heavily for it. So the thing he's going to do is persecute Christians because he has to blame it on someone. And you move further down the road, and in around 250 or 251, there's an emperor named Decius, and they're experiencing climate change. So they don't kind of know what to do about it. One of the things that allowed the Roman Empire to rise is something called the Roman climate optimum. It means from 200 BC to about 200 AD, they had perfect weather. So they could grow food in areas that now you couldn't. And as climate starts changing, as they start having difficulty with their borders, with money and things in the mid-3rd century, Decius makes a law that everyone has to sacrifice to the Roman gods because it'll restore the peace of the gods. And when Christians don't do that, there's a huge persecution of Christians that happens.
That's what triggered it.
Yeah, so
they were open to it.
Unless things weren't going well, then they kind of needed somebody to blame. So then Diocletian's going to do that again in the 280, well, around 300. He's going to be persecuting Christians because he's trying to restore the peace of the gods. But anytime things aren't going well, an emperor thought he needed to restore the peace of the gods, which meant people needed to be on the same page with Roman religion.
Wow.
Because Romans couldn't see a difference between political life and religious life. To them, it was the same thing.
Interesting. Do you think the Roman Empire unintentionally wildly spread Christianity by suppressing it?
I don't think that's really the case. There's a battle in 311 called Milvian Bridge, and what ends up happening in that time period is you're kind of getting out of the time period where people are declaring themselves emperors, they have an army behind them, they're fighting each other. But you have the end of this. You have Constantine, who wants to be the emperor of the full empire in the east, and then you have this guy named Maxentius in the west, but Constantine wants to rule the whole thing. So he has this vision, and he sees a giant cross in the sky. Well, actually, it's the Chi and the Rho, which is the Greek symbols for Christ. And here's the words, "Under this sign you will conquer." And he wins that battle. So then he has this idea, well, the Christian God is now supporting me. So then in 313 AD, he's going to take Christianity, and though Romans hadn't went after Christians unless times were bad, Christianity was technically illegal. In 313, the Edict of Milan makes Christianity legal. And he will start to move it from being more of a pagan empire to a Christian empire. And it's going to be fully a Christian empire in 380 under Theodosius, when he names it the official religion of Rome, and they get rid of their pagan gods.
So Rome became
a Christian empire in 380.
A lot of people are saying, and I tend to believe it, that the more the government removes God from everything, from our culture, from our schools, from discussions, from government, from everything.
Yeah.
You know, it seems like they're trying to get him to disappear. Did the Roman Empire do that too? Now you have all this other shit that's really all these perverted shit that's happening.
So that was actually the 2nd and 3rd century for Romans. Like, when things aren't going well, you have a lot of the perversion and things like that. There's a emperor in the early 220s. He's a teenager, and his name's Elagabalus, and he's the priest of a cult called Elagabal, which is from Syria, and they worship a conical black rock. So he has a wedding for his black rock where it's carried through Rome in a chariot. He was personally pulled by a chariot of prostitutes. He married a Vestal virgin, and he put his hairdresser in charge of the grain supply. So he was also having parties where he was pushing the Senate to basically have orgies, which they were not super happy about. So things are really bad in the 3rd century. He's assassinated, and his body is actually drugged through the streets. But if you look at things actually improve spirituality-wise, and it starts to become more of a Christian nation, but the problem is the West's sins have been so deep it was hard to fix. And if you look at Constantine, though he brings Christianity to a higher standing, the thing that's really important about him, which doesn't get talked about a ton, is he actually fixes the currency. He takes and he'll repossess a lot of the pagan temples, and he starts minting gold coins from them. And in the year 314 in Trier, Germany, he mints less than 100 gold coins. And he's going to actually follow that process until he dies in 336. And by the time he dies, Rome is now on a gold standard. He's done it gradually every year until he dies. That currency is going to go without inflation until about the year 1000. So that's actually the thing that helps the East to survive. But a lot of Rome's sins have been created when it wasn't an empire. So just spirituality couldn't really fix that the kind of levers of power were broken.
You don't need to overhaul your life to start investing. Just automate it. With Stash, your New Year money and authority. Hosted the Jeremy Ryan Slate Show, which features work from your channels, Hidden Forces in History, and the Roman Pattern. Best-selling author, global speaker, and authority strategist. Husband to Brielle, who is your co-founder and Command Your Brand. Yeah. And then a couple things here. I got a Patreon account. It's a subscription account, but they've been with me here since the beginning. And to be honest with you, they're the reason I get to sit down here with you today. So they get the opportunity to ask every single guest a question. This is Chad Paustian. My favorite story is that of Scorpio Africanus. Scipio. Do you think the U.S. and China are parallel of Scipio and Hannibal? If so, who are we, and how do we use that to our advantage?
So that's a really difficult question, because he's talking about the Punic Wars, which are in the late Republic, and there's 3 of them over about a 150-year period. And I don't know if I would completely make the... Well, I guess maybe you could, because if you look at one of the things that the Punic Wars do, is they start to heavily... Rome had always been a very military society, but it starts to become heavily militarized in that time period. And I think if you look at... It's hard to say who is who, but I think we go more towards being Romans, because if you look at, in a lot of ways, especially in the last 50 years, we've hyper-militarized in this country. It's a very big section of the economy, a very big section of what defines things. But I think in a lot of ways, history doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme, right? So I think it's hard to say exactly that we are Rome and China is Carthage. But I think those patterns are similar, because what ends up happening is global events will happen because of certain things that are currently afoot. And what I mean by that is, if there is a constant state of war, well, decisions are going to be made to handle that situation, right? And if you look at a lot of what's happening with U.S. and China relations right now, a lot of policy is made because of what's happening between the U.S. and China. And even more in the last couple of years, it's also been the U.S. and Russia, right? So a lot of policy is made often short-sighted because of the situation we're dealing with now, and that's a lot of how the Punic War was for Rome, the Punic Wars, is it changed from more of a citizen soldiery to becoming more of a standing private army, and people stop having real allegiance to Rome and were their commander. And that's actually going to be one of the big things that causes the empire to rise and also the empire to fall, because that is a very dangerous situation to be in, where people aren't as loyal to the group that they're part of, but more loyal to a person. And so I think if you look at that, that's a pattern that repeats, but I think it's hard to say, is the U.S. Rome in this case, and is China Carthage in this case?
Makes sense. Makes sense. All right. One last thing.
Yes, sir.
Everybody gets a gift. There you go. Vigilance Elite Gummy Bears, made in the USA, legal in all 50 states.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You ready to kick it off?
Let's do it, man.
All right, here we go. So,
I actually have something for you, too. Did you want me to?
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, so this is actually, I have a coin supplier I work with, Kinzer Coins, by my friend Dean Kinzer. And he sent us a few things here. This is a Claudius Gothicus coin. And the cool thing about this is, if you see on the edge here, they use what's called a die to hammer them. And when you have the bleed over on the edge, it means they made a lot of coins that year, so they're not as sharp. Wow. So that is a mid-3rd century coin. This is Constantius II, who is the son of Constantine. That would have been mid-4th century. And this is a City of Rome coin, which is a coin that Constantine minted to basically solidify his coin served a propagandic purpose too. So this was really solidify his power. And this is 2 different half coins, 1st century coins from Augustus and his top general Agrippa.
Man, this is cool. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's always nice to hold a piece of history, and you have a lot of it here too.
Yeah. Look, these are going to look great here in the studio. I'll probably get a frame, hang them up. Thank you.
Cool. You got it, man.
Very kind. Thank you.
You don't have to love the system that we live in to stop being crushed by it. I hate that capitalism creates a hierarchy.
Very kind. Thank you. So, why does, in your opinion, why does Rome still matter for today?
Well, I think when you look at it, as I said earlier, history doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme in a lot of ways. And I think if you understand patterns that happen in history, you can understand a lot of what's happening in your world today, because I think we look at modern politics and we see the things that are happening and we try to say, okay, well, if we just make this solution now, it'll solve it. And if we look at earlier empires, especially Rome, it's something that those short-sighted solutions often don't fix things. And when I look at Rome, I see something I like to call the Roman pattern. It's the 3 things that, if you look at empires in decline, you can look at the Eastern Roman Empire, which historians in the 16th century start calling the Byzantine Empire. You can look at the Mongol Empire and a lot of how that collapses. It's similar patterns, even Weimar Germany. And there's 3 things that tend to happen most often and in different ways. But the first is they don't handle their money well, right? They start inflating it to a point that the money is absolutely useless. There's a story about Weimar Germany that when you wanted to buy a loaf of bread, you would fill your wheelbarrow with money and get to the store, and by the time you got to the store, there wasn't enough money in the wheelbarrow to buy the bread.
Wow.
And so inflation is something I think for a lot of people they don't really understand, but it is the #1 thing that causes empires and societies to collapse. Because if your money is worth nothing, well then you start to have nothing, right? And the other thing is immigration and poor border control. Because if you're not handling your country or your empire, your civilization, and there's a lot of people that don't define themselves by that civilization. That's not to say, you know, you have to be the most, you know, American person out there, but it is to say you need to be loyal to the country that you're in. If you look at places like Minnesota and other places, they're starting to lose their identity as America. There's places the cops won't even go in at this point. So those are things you start to see in a societal collapse. And the third is that politicians start getting so short-sighted that they just care about, you know, what's happening right now and how I'm going to handle this next election cycle. And when you start doing that, you're creating future time bombs for your civilization.
That's all happening right here, right now.
Yes. And the thing people get upset with is saying, oh, we're Rome. I'm not saying America is Rome, but I am saying it's a pattern that applies to how societies collapse.
How long was the Roman Empire? What was the run?
So if you want to look at it, it's an over 2,000-year history. It's founded in 753 BC as a kingdom, and there's traditionally 7 kings of Rome from 753 to 509 BC. And because of those initial kings, Romans hated the idea of kingship, and it comes to be the last king of Rome, the 7th, Tarquin the Proud, is the most hated. His son is in the military, and there's another man in the military that he likes that man's wife. And because she's supposed to be the most upright and most chaste woman. So he has his way with her. It's called the rape of Lucretia. And because of this, it ends up really blowing up on Tarquin. And there is a family called the Brutus family, which is actually the same family that's going to assassinate Caesar, and that's an important point, that actually removes Tarquin and his son from Rome. Now, some people say he was killed, others say he was just kicked out, but that's the end of the kings of Rome. So the Romans hated the idea of kingship. Now, from 509 to 31 BC, it's a republic. But it's not a republic in the way that we think of republics. It's more of an oligarchy in a lot of ways. The way you had power is having money and possessions and things like that. They voted. Yeah, they voted not as individuals, but in what are called voting centuries. And the centuries are actually originally based off of the idea of like military centuries. But the richest 10% of Rome held 90% of the vote. So they could basically decide no matter what who was going to have a political position. If you didn't have money or you weren't literate, you didn't have the ability to kind of do a lot. So that goes until 31 BC. And then from 31 to 476 is the empire. And the empire in the west. In the east, we end up calling it the Byzantine Empire, but they wouldn't have called themselves that. They would have called themselves Romans. That goes until 1453. So it's basically like a almost 2,000-year history of what the Roman Empire was.
Wow. Wow. And we're at 250 years.
Yeah. And I think that's something to consider, is we're not as old as... when I was studying in England, I studied at New College, Oxford for a bit. And if you look at a lot of the buildings there and just how old they are, and our oldest buildings aren't as old as their newest buildings a lot of times. American society just isn't that old.
Yeah. It's interesting to see. I mean, I think you're going to tie a lot of parallels to what we're seeing today.
There's a lot
towards the end of the Roman Empire, and a lot of people do say, you know, history repeats itself the way you say it rhymes, and I think we see that. But you know,
it was actually Mark Twain that coined that phrase too, so I can't take credit for that.
TikTok has over 50 preset safety and privacy settings to protect teens.
Wrong.
As a parent, I set up family pairing to help shape my teen's experience on the app. Because when
Get
safety
the
comes
fuck
first,
off my shit,
discovery
you
can
fucking
follow.
cunt.
Scribe makes step-by-step guides for any process with AI. You know what's
phrase too, so I can't take credit for that.
You know, one question I have, just from diving into our own history.
Yeah.
How accurate do you think history in the Roman Empire actually is? And the reason I ask this is
you see all these institutions just in America, just in this lifetime, that are lying and changing history. Things are being recorded, not how they fucking happened. You know, in a lot of this is to protect the institution. You know, and you think about it, and I've just dove into a couple of institutions.
Yeah.
There's got to be close to 1,000 institutions in this country.
Yeah.
Whether it's churches, government, whatever it is, just in the SEAL teams, there's a lot of recorded history that is just a flat out lie.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so it's like, well, if the SEAL teams did it, then this did it, and this did it, and this did it. You know, it's like, okay, every institution is doing this.
Yeah.
This is just one country. So then think about all the institutions in the world. And then you think, if every institution in the world is doing this and lying and manipulating history, and we're just one little sliver in time that's infinite. How do you know? Because the Romans had to have been manipulating history as well. And the
Greeks,
that's
a pattern that doesn't change. It's a pattern that doesn't change because it goes back to who's in power, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it goes back into who's literate, right? If you look at Rome, less than 10% of their society is literate, right? So if you're not literate, you're not going to be writing. And I think that's an important point. So if you look at a lot of the history you're getting, you have to understand what the power structure is at the time, because the power structure is going to dictate what the history you're getting is. And you can look at that in any society. But if you look at, my degree is actually in the propaganda of the first emperor Augustus, because he had to basically make people think they were still living in a republic, even though it didn't exist anymore. So one of the major things he does is he starts commissioning works of literature. So the Aeneid is written during his time. The famous Roman historian Livy, who writes during that time, writes his Roman histories during that time. There's a poet named Ovid who wrote what's called erotic poetry, which Augustus didn't like because he was very naturally conservative. So he's kicked out of Rome. So a lot of those things were very manicured in ways. So that's the history you're getting is often going to reflect the power structure it's written in, because you don't want to piss off or upset the people in power, and you don't want to piss off or upset the emperor, right? You want it to be something that describes things to give people a certain vision, and it's that way in the Republic too. You want to show the Republic as a powerful, something that honors tradition, and if things don't honor that, well, you're not going to write about them, right? You want to, the 476 fall date of Rome is often something that's heavily debated as well. And as I said, Western Rome. The emperor in the East, Justinian, in the late 6th and early 7th century, is going to decide that he wants to reconstitute the Roman Empire. And the West, for some point in time, had fallen into being these kingdoms of just barbarian kingdoms. So what he ends up doing is, by force, under a general named Belisarius, tries to reconquer the Western Roman Empire. And a lot of it is destroyed during this period of time. So a lot of the writing you're getting that says Rome fell in 476, well, that's going to come from the East, because Justinian's going to look bad if it says, he burned down the empire to reunite the empire. So you have to look at the power structure that dictates the literature you're getting. And I think very oftentimes you're not going to write things that look bad for the group in power.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And so how much confidence do you have in Roman history?
Enough that we can understand what happened to a degree. And that's the thing about ancient history is, when you look at American history, we know, for the most part, because we have a lot of primary sources, exactly what happened during that time. We're going to still have the narratives of what people want to say. We know a lot more about it because it's more recent. We have more primary sources. Ancient history, there's a lot of sources missing. Because part of it is just they're writing on papyrus and things similar to that, which just don't last as long. The other part of it is things are going to be destroyed. The Library of Alexandria is burned, I think, 3 times, one time under Caesar. So there's just not enough work surviving. So you'll get a lot of theories around ancient history, and those theories, the historians will say they're very correct, where another historian will have a different theory and they're also very correct, because we just don't have as much data as we'd like to have to actually know what happened. So we can kind of surmise, we have some primary sources, but you have to also understand where your primary source is coming from and whose opinion are they and who do they support.
Gotcha. How much difference have you seen between people that have reported it or contradictory?
So you have to look at the time periods when people are writing, because if you look at a historian that's writing during the life of Nero, he's going to talk great about Nero because he's the emperor. But then if you look after he dies, the things about Nero are terrible. So it's very often when people feel safe, they'll say what they really think. But when they don't feel safe because that person's in power, well,
they'll say what
they're going to be a bit sycophantic and kind of talk about the emperor in glowing terms. And you see this with bad emperors like Caligula, Caracalla, Nero. So the history you're getting has to make the person in power look good, or your life is kind of in peril.
Makes sense. Man, it's like scary shit to think about. You know, everything we think we know, maybe
you don't.
Well, in a lot of ways we don't. In a lot of ways we don't.
I don't know shit.
Plato has what's called the allegory of the cave. I don't know if you heard of this.
No.
So the allegory of the cave is there's people that live their entire lives in a cave, and the only thing that they know about life are the shadows they see on the walls. And when they come outside, they can actually see what's happening and see what's occurring. But their whole life is by these shadows. A lot of what we get in history and in media and in opinion out there is just shadows. We don't always have the full background.
Yep.
Caesar Milan, how to add yeast to dog's life. Sardines.
9.
Bone broth.
10.
Raw eggs blended with the shells.
9.
7.
If you can get your dog to eat it.
Cucumbers.
8.
Blueberries.
9.
Media and opinion out there is just shadows. We don't always have the full background.
Man, you know, I was watching 2 of my friends have a podcast last night, AJ Gentile from the Y-Files and Tucker Carlson, and they were talking about the pyramids. And
I listened to that one. I did. It was really good.
I've been hell-bent on this history thing because I haven't even released this interview, but I interviewed this guy, and it was all about kind of recent global war on terrorism lies. And so that really got me thinking about what I was just saying. Like, man, it's just, if it's just this institution, all these
Well, you look at around Egypt, like the things we don't know and the things that have been altered because the opinion that...
And the things that they fucking taught us that are complete bullshit. I remember looking at pictures of slaves picking up these huge blocks with sticks in my history books.
Yeah.
And I'm like, holy shit, like this is just fucking garbage.
Well, it might not be logistically possible.
Yeah, it's like
they didn't have the technology to do it.
And then I found out, I didn't even know this. Did you know a mummy? Well, I guess you do because you watched it. They've never found a mummy in the pyramids.
I heard that in that episode.
Yeah, it's never one mummy. It's not. They're not burial chambers.
And so it's just like, holy shit.
Because he was saying, like, maybe they came from an earlier... Yeah, maybe they came from an earlier civilization or something. He was making the claim of.
A lot of this stuff, though, throughout the world. But, you know, one thing, I think I want to start here with you. Most people misunderstand collapse as a moment and not a process.
Yeah. So when you look at that, when you're living through something, a lot of times, like, and this is the same for Romans, you're still paying your taxes, you're still going to work, you're still doing a lot of the things you usually do. And that's what happens in these downsides. You just kind of alter your daily life just enough to get by, right? Like if you look at even during Civil War in certain countries, I went to Athens in 2013, and that's when they were having all the fires in the middle of Athens, and they were protesting. As long as you didn't go to that little square section, life was normal. And I think that's what people don't understand when things are starting to collapse. The thing you see is how much things cost, and you start to see getting a little dimmer about your future. But for the most part, life carries on as normal. I think for some reason, and a lot of it's propaganda, people have this idea that there's this moment, and after it, everything is different. But if you even look at when Rome falls in 476, it doesn't fall, it really fades in a lot of ways. and life is going to continue as normal. They're still going to be wearing similar clothing. They're still going to be holding similar positions. The first barbarian king actually spends money to rebuild a lot of Roman temples and things like that because he wanted to keep the grandeur of the city. So the system itself can fade away and change, but oftentimes we're getting our history in a postscript where we can see now at a 30,000 foot view, well, that was a really important moment of time. For people living in it, they don't exactly have that experience, and we see that in history, right? I think it's really important to understand, like the American Civil War. It wasn't like, okay, so we are now at war because this battle happened. Well, something happens, something else happens. It's a 10-year period, and then finally you're at war. I meant to say American Revolution, but it's decades, not just something that happens suddenly. I think people watch a lot of movies and they have these ideas that there's these great cataclysms. Sure, those things might occur, but they're part of a broader spectrum of things that occur and lead you someplace. It's not often a cataclysmic event.
Makes sense. And so, how long was the process for Rome?
So the most famous work on the Roman Empire is Edward Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. It's written in 1776 in 7 volumes, so it's like really great as a doorstop if you want someone to hold your door open. But you have to understand Gibbon's world is important too. He's born as a Catholic, but to get more political power, his father convinces him to convert to the Church of England. So he's going to have a lot of problems with the early Catholic Church that's rising in Rome, and that's actually in his work, and he gives Christianity a lot of flack for the collapse of Rome, when in all honesty, it really had nothing to do with it. Now, the other thing he's dealing with at the same time is the American Revolution. So he's writing this in 7 volumes. Initially, things are going really well for the British. Then they start going worse and worse and worse and worse. And that's going to affect how he's writing. So once again, it's important to understand the world of a writer. And when you look at that, though, the thing I think he is right about, and that I do agree with wholeheartedly, is Marcus Aurelius is what's called the last of the 5 good emperors. And the thing that they did differently is they didn't take their natural-born son and make them the next emperor, because that had gotten you a whole mixed bag of emperors. You might have a good one like Vespasian, but then you get his son Domitian, who is terrible. Or you might get a Caligula, or you might get a Nero, because you don't know how qualified that next person is. The thing that they do is, in ancient society, you could adopt an adult. What that meant is they got your titles, your name, your riches, and they would adopt the next closest qualified person. And this works really well from 93 AD to around the death of Marcus Aurelius, which is 180 AD. They're called the 5 good emperors. This is very often referred to as the Pax Romana, or the Roman peace. The thing that Aurelius does different, and at times you have to feel for him as well, is those other 4 didn't have natural-born sons. Aurelius does. He has this son Commodus. And he knows, though he's worked with Commodus, he's still not really qualified to be the next emperor, but if he doesn't name him emperor without killing him, he would probably raise an army and try to create a civil war in Rome. So he names his son Commodus to be the next emperor. And Gibbon calls this the real downslide of the empire. There's a quote from Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. I'm paraphrasing here. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it's that Rome goes from a society of marble to one of steel and rust. That basically it's starting to disintegrate. So it's like a 300-year downslide, though. But it is a real process you can look at, because the next emperor after him really changes the way the empire functions.
After Aurelius?
After Commodus. Commodus dies in 192, and...
So it started with Marcus Aurelius?
Well, Marcus Aurelius was seen as a good emperor. His son Commodus, who he names to be the next emperor, is seen to not be such a great emperor.
So that was the spark.
It was the spark, and Commodus is emperor. The last year of his rule, he dies in 192, is what's called the Year of 5 Emperors. And there's the emperor right after him named Pertinax. The Praetorian Guard actually auctions the empire to him. So he pays a certain price and he gets to be emperor. And after around 80 days, they kill him. And they say, hey, the empire's for sale again. Who wants to be the next emperor?
Who's they?
The Praetorian Guard, because they had become the power behind the throne. And they're responsible for killing somewhere around 17 different emperors that we know of. You know, if they weren't happy, they might kill the emperor, and this happens on a number of occasions.
So is this like a shadow government?
It's like a shadow government in a lot of ways.
Do the citizens know about it?
For the most part, they would have known. The person in charge of the Praetorian Guard is the guy called the Praetorian Prefect, and he would have been seen as kind of the most powerful man in Rome, because they were responsible for protecting the emperor, but they also made and unmade emperors. So in this year of 5 emperors, you have Pertinax being the first to buy the empire. Then there's another named Didius Julianus that buys the empire. And then the last one that comes in that year is a military commander named Septimius Severus. And he comes in with his legions and actually conquers Rome. And the thing that he changes is he enlarges the Roman army. He's going to remove all the Praetorian Guardsmen and put only his loyal men in the Praetorian Guard, so he's changing the guard. And he's also going to double the pay of the legions. And that's something that for the next 200 years, emperors after him are going to follow, is they're going to start doubling, tripling, quadrupling the pay of the legions. And that's something that's going to start fueling inflation. There's other things fueling inflation, but that's one of the key things fueling inflations. And when someone became emperor, they would give a gift to the legions. That's called a donative. It comes from the Latin word to give. So they would give a bigger donative, and they would also double, triple, quadruple the pay. So by the time you get to 284 AD, they're at 15,000% inflation. Their silver coin that was 95% pure in the 1st century, like those coins I gave you those are bronze coins, because they're 5% pure by the late 270s. So the money is worth almost nothing.
Holy shit.
So his death opens the door to this new pattern of how emperors are made. Now, he's not the first of what are called the Barrack emperors. It's going to be a guy named Maximinus Thrax. But Barrack emperors meaning military barracks. These basically guys that they weren't politicians, they hadn't been through Roman office, they just have an army, a lot of steel, and a lot of power. And that is basically how the 3rd century is going to really start compounding this collapse.
So that's a bad thing?
That's a bad thing.
Man, that's... I would think it's a good thing.
Well, it's... because what ends up happening is power starts to centralize more and more and more.
Let me tell you about something you carry every day, but probably haven't upgraded in years. Your wallet. Professors will teach you virtue can lead to...
Don't worry, Shaq. The General gives you a break, whether it's on your car insurance
or a break from your car acting up.
This is our reset, so now
somebody that's fought for the country, running the country.
I don't disagree with you.
Now you get these fucking scumbags that, you know... they just show up.
Not much else you can say about that.
But, anyways.
Well, no, I don't.
But that was bad in Rome.
It's bad because that goes back to the military reforms I talked about earlier. Because what ends up happening is their loyalty is just to that general, and it's not to Rome as a whole. So it ends up creating these fractures within how the society actually functions.
A transactional military.
Correct.
We're going over this later in the outline, but yeah, I think we're seeing that right now. I mean, I think we're seeing a transactional military right now. How would you describe a transactional military?
They're in it for, the pay, and they're in it for the power, right? And if you look at the military changes a lot in the 2nd century. There had always been barbarian tribes that have fought in the Roman military. There's what's called the Roman auxiliary. And Caesar had his German guard that protected him. So there, to a certain extent, had always been barbarians coming in the military. And I guess to just handle that word barbarian, it comes from the Greek word, because Greeks would hear barbarians saying bar, 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 because they didn't understand it. They spoke Greek. So they would call them barbarians. So then in Latin, they used the word barbary for beard. So they were these bearded guys is basically the thing, because Romans until the mid-2nd century didn't really have beards. The Emperor Hadrian, who was from Spain, was the first person to actually be an emperor and have a beard. It was good to shave your face in that period of time. So these bearded Germans were seen as barbarians. And when you look at how the military changes over the 3rd century, they start bringing more and more and more barbarians into the Roman legions. They start to become less and less and less Roman. And by the time you get to the end of the 3rd century, Constantine's going to create a group called the Foederati, which are basically military but barbarians, and they don't have to follow Roman law, and they live on the borders. So you start to have this real disintegration on what is a Roman and what is the Roman army.
Fucking crazy.
Right?
You're going so... I'm still at transactional military, and you're moving into immigration.
Well, because they work together.
What it sounds like.
They work together. They do.
Because I see in the way you just described the transactional military, for money and for power. And what do we see right now? I'm a military guy. I have friends that are still in. This is what I hear. This is what I hear from a lot of people. I'm just waiting for retirement.
Wow.
I don't even believe in what we're doing anymore. I'm just waiting for retirement.
Wow.
Because I have so many years in. Just waiting for retirement. And then on the other side, you have the flag officers who will do anything, lie to anybody, fuck anybody over, do anything they possibly can just to get that next star.
Wow.
And we've covered that time and time and time and time again on the show. These fucking generals and admirals that will do anything they can to get that next star, which is transactional. And it works for them.
Yeah.
I mean, look, our leaders are shit.
Yeah.
So they have been for quite a while.
But you could say that about the Roman military as well.
Well, that's what I'm drawing a parallel here.
Yeah, you could say that about the Roman military as well, because if you look at the 3rd century, which to me is the most pivotal time in history, and nobody seems to talk about it. They talk about the 5th century, the fall, and the 1st century, the end of the Republic. But they ignore the 3rd century, which to me is the most vital time period. And if you look at that, you do have that more transactional type of military, where if you pay me more, hey, I'm your guy. You pay me less, or your money's worth less, well, I'm not your guy. Have you ever heard the phrase worth your salt?
No.
So the phrase worth your salt, meaning you have value. One of the other things that military commanders did is they paid their men in a certain amount of salt, because salt had a lot of value. It could add flavor to food, it could preserve food. So they're paying them in coin and also in salt. So if you could give them a lot of the right coin and your coin still had value, well, then that's great. But if your coin starts to not have value, you see loyalties start to change. And you'll see a barbarian fighting in the Roman army one day, and now he's fighting with his tribe the other day. So you see someone like Alaric, who is the Visigoth commander that sacked Rome in 410. He had worked in the Roman army, and he had actually was trying to get a position in the Eastern army. And the Eastern army and the Western army had been using them against him against each other. And then eventually he realizes neither of them are going to give him what he wants. So then he sacks Rome in 410. And this is a pattern you're going to start to see of these loyalties that just change and shift based on what are the stuff you can give me and what is the money you can give me. It becomes extremely transactional. And when people also don't have the identity of being Roman, well, it becomes even more transactional and even easier to change that opinion.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Let's move into the immigration stuff that you were talking about. Could we start over there?
Yeah, so if we're looking at the 3rd century, it's kind of a broad spectrum of things that we're looking at. If you're looking at, as I mentioned, there had always to some extent been barbarians in the Roman army. And there had always been people that weren't exactly Roman but might get citizenship at some point. And if you fought in the Roman legions for 25 years, you could get citizenship. And what
People wanted citizenship.
It was a very valuable thing.
Like today.
Yeah.
People want American citizenship.
When I had a conversation with your team before for Patreon, one of the questions he asked was, what was the most valuable thing for a Roman to have? And it's citizenship. Because if you look at St. Paul in the Bible, well, he's a Roman citizen. And because of that, he had the right to address his grievances directly to the emperor. And he's public. And one of the things they're going to do to enhance their military force is they're not going to ask for taxes. They're not going to ask for tribute. They're going to say, you give us a certain amount of military men and we'll protect you. And then later on, those conversations become about, well, we want citizenship. And if you look at the late Republic, the the Latins were people that lived in Italy, but they weren't Roman. So there was a big fight for, can we have citizenship? So citizenship had a ton of value. And as you get into the late Republic, it has even more value when things pop up like the grain dole. The Gracchi brothers in 133 BC, one of the reforms they do is they create something called the grain dole, which meant that citizens were guaranteed a certain amount of grain to be able to feed their families. And that's why the climate change I spoke about happening in the mid-3rd century is a real problem for that, because when grain prices start going up, well, that's going to fuel inflation even more because you have to feed everybody. So as you get into the 3rd century, in 212, the Emperor Caracalla has basically bankrupted the treasury. And citizenship, though it had a lot of value to it, it also had a lot of taxes that were built into it. One of them was a big inheritance and death tax. So he gives 30 million people citizenship overnight, in what's called the Edict of Caracalla. So that, to me, is the moment when citizenship starts to lose its value even more.
30 million?
30 million people overnight. So now you're responsible for feeding those people, but you can tax them, so that's great, right? So those short-sighted solutions we talk about, if they work, yeah. So that is a real problem. So citizenship had value, and people wanted to maybe be a Roman citizen, because you could live in a territory like North Africa, but you could be a Roman holding Roman office. So there was a pathway for you, if you could get citizenship, to be able to be in government, to be able to have certain jobs, to be able to advance certain ways in your career. So citizenship had a ton of value. So people wanted that. And it's going to start to lose its value later on because, well, if Rome doesn't really have coin and if Rome doesn't really have power, why do I care about being a citizen of it? So that's something that's going to start to change. So we're looking at the immigration conversation. Initially, they want to be part of Rome. And initially, they want to serve in the legions because that is a pathway for them to a better life. What starts to happen in the 3rd century is these Roman commanders, there's, in a 50-year period, there's 27 different guys that are going to claim to be emperor. It's called the crisis of the 3rd century. And they're basically going to have a military behind them and see whoever they can kill to become the next emperor. You're going to have emperors that rule for months and just a couple years. So it's a very hectic period. And what happens during that time period is the empire in the West actually starts to break apart. The part of it in the West becomes what's called the Gallic Empire. This general named Postumus just decides, well, you can't stop me and this is my land. He'll have the Roman Senate, he'll have everything. In the East, you're going to have a territory break-off called Palmyra. And there's a woman named Zenobia that actually manages to rule that for a period. So the empire is starting to disintegrate.
It's updating or something.
The empire doesn't have money to really pay for a lot of these things. So they start making agreements with barbarian tribes in the north of, you come here, we'll make you safe, we'll feed you. But then since they don't have the money and politicians are corrupt, they stop having the ability to keep those agreements. So that's where the quote-unquote barbarian invasions start happening. Because Rome makes agreements, they can't keep the agreements, and the barbarians start coming across. So if you were living in that 3rd century, it would have felt like your world was falling apart because the empire is disintegrating. You're starting to have more tribes coming in from the north, and the real, I guess, citizenship and immigration conversation is they were so busy fighting each other, like our politicians now. You know, maybe they're not.
And our people.
Maybe they're not raising an army against each other, but that's all our news is, right? Is this politician against that politician, or this about Lindsey Graham, or this about Barack Obama?
A propaganda war.
Correct. It's a propaganda war. The way it's more of that, I think General Flynn calls it 5th generational warfare. It's kind of that more of a psychological type of warfare. So it's a similar type of component when that's all they're worried about. Well, your borders start to break apart. And that's the real problem that Rome starts to have in the 3rd century, is they just start having people pouring in because they're more worried about fighting each other.
Wow.
And if you look at what we have now, how many million people do we have here that we don't know about?
I lost count.
Nobody actually knows.
I am.
And if you look at even,
have
you been in New York recently?
Mm-hmm.
There is, I think, is it the Roosevelt Hotel where they're hosting a lot of like illegals?
I have no idea.
So there's actually
out of there as fast as possible.
They get a lot of free. I live like 40 minutes from there, so like they live a lot. They have one of the big places they house them is in these hotels that aren't really functioning anymore. If you walk past the Roosevelt Hotel,
That shit's real.
there's a dumpster out front with brand new things like strollers and things that are just thrown in there because they didn't even want them. So it's like we're giving so much stuff to people that aren't even here legally. Well, that's causing an inflation problem, right? So it's a similar pattern that you see in history.
Just giving people free shit, and then
You can walk right down the street past the Roosevelt Hotel. There's a dumpster out front with stuff in it that is brand new.
Wow.
So it creates a situation where when the only reason people are here is for the stuff, or the money, when the money doesn't have value, well, what loyalty do they have to the society? And that's where you see these enclaves start to break apart, like in Minnesota and Michigan and areas like that, where sure they're here, or with all the stuff with the Somalians happening recently. I know you had Nick on not long ago talking about what's happening with Somalians. Yeah. Well, they're here for the goodies they can get, and they're just going to rig the system so they can get them. And that's a real problem when people start to be short-sighted and not worrying about, well, what is the future I'm creating for this system?
And drop, they've always done that.
Wow. Let's talk about the road to an empire. Kingdom, republic, empire, world.
Yeah. So as I mentioned, Rome is traditionally a kingdom first, and there's 7 traditional kings, and that's from 753 to 509. Now, the republic, as I mentioned, it's a bit more of an oligarchy, but it is a much better place to live under. The republic itself starts to disintegrate in the last 100 years. It's what's called there's a author named Ronald Syme, and he wrote a work called The Roman Revolution. And that last 100 years is called the Roman Revolution. There's a lot that happens in that time period. I think often people hear about Caesar crossing the Rubicon in 49, and that's how it ended. But for the most part, it's a climate, if that makes sense. You have the Gracchi brothers that start doing these more public-minded reforms. Then around the 100s, you have these 2 generals, Marius and Sulla. And Sulla was actually which Sulla, by the way, is Elon Musk's favorite Roman. So I don't know if that tells you anything about him or whatnot, if you hear a little bit more about Sulla. But Marius was his commander, and Sulla was the guy that fought under him. And they're fighting against
Didn't let me pick it,
barbarian tribe commander named Jugurtha. And Sulla manages to capture Jugurtha, and Marius takes the credit by getting the triumphal parade. The Roman triumph was a parade where a military commander would march through the streets of Rome dressed as the god Jupiter with his face painted red, and all of the soldiers would be under arms, because it was technically illegal to have weapons within the city walls, because the city walls are considered sacred. But for a triumphal parade, you could have that. And they would also carry behind them the people they captured. So Jugurtha is going to be paraded in this parade, and Marius is taking all the credit. So Marius and Sulla start to have this disagreement on who's the most powerful guy. Later on, as you go into the 80s BC, there's going to be a problem with pirates. Not that we don't modernly have a problem with piracy, right? These things seem to continue. And Sulla gets the consulship to basically go handle the pirates. But Marius uses his political connections to get that position taken away from Sulla and get that position himself. So then Sulla is going to raise arms against Marius, which has never happened before. You don't have Roman commanders fighting against each other. So Marius is going to flee to Greece. He's going to die. He's of old age at this point in time. And he also held the political position of consul 7 times. Now, consul is kind of like, if you looked at the idea of being president, Romans didn't like one man holding power because they hated kings, so every year they'd have 2 consuls. And they would equally hold power so that not one man held power. You were supposed to hold that position every 10 years. Marius held it 7 times. He didn't live to be 70 years old. So he starts breaking this pattern of how do you get offices. So you start to see this breakdown, right? Of first we're breaking down how the military functions, then we're breaking down how offices function, and then what Sulla is going to do in the year 78 is he's going to attack Rome. I'm sorry, 82, he's going to attack Rome. and he's going to get the title of dictator. Romans had this idea that if you have an emergency, having multiple people handling it was too much of a problem. So for 6 months, you would get this power called dictator. And after 6 months, you were expected to lay down your arms. Sulla holds that power for 4 years. So he starts to really break down, again, what an office means. And he creates this process called proscriptions. Now, what proscriptions are, was there was a list in the form of names, and all of those people were to be killed. And if you brought that person's head to the forum, you would get their land, their goods, you could possibly get their titles. So what ends up happening is people's names that weren't people Sulla didn't like, but somebody else didn't like, would get their name on the list because somebody wanted their stuff. So you start getting this breakdown of really what are societal mores and the way society functions. So Sulla is a really big breaking point. Now, on those lists of prescriptions, there's an 18-year-old named Julius Caesar. Caesar was supposed to be killed because Sulla wanted him to divorce his wife because he didn't like that Caesar was married to the wrong political person. So Caesar decides he's not going to do that, and Caesar's mother, who's actually very connected, gets him removed from the list. So Caesar survives the prescriptions. Sulla's going to die in 82, and then if you go down the road, Julius Caesar takes political power in 59 BC. He takes the consulship in that year.
I'm just finishing up this.
The guy that's consul with him is this guy named Marcus Biblius. And Marcus Biblius is basically a front man for another politician named Cato the Younger. And Cato the Younger did not like Caesar. So anything he did politically, didn't matter if it was right, wrong, indifferent, he would block anything politically Caesar did. Shit, this sounds just like today. So what ended up happening is they had basically political mobs in that point in time, and Marcus Biblius is forced out of the Senate and into his home for the rest of the year. So they end up calling it the consulship of Julius and Caesar, because he rules the whole year by himself. And after that period, he ends up getting what's called a proconsulship. So proconsulship is like a governor outside of the city of Rome. And that's, if you've heard of the Gallic Wars, that's where Caesar basically goes, kills about 1 million people and conquers deep into France. While he's in his last couple years of this, he hears word of the Senate that Cato has decided that he's going to raise political charges on him. And the way Roman society functioned, there's often this trope about it, that your first year in political office, you were paying off your debts because these people were heavily indebted in order to raise the money to become politicians. The next year, you were building your wealth. And the third year, you were building whatever you could to not get prosecuted for what you did during that year where you built your wealth. So Caesar owes a lot of money to a guy named Marcus Crassus. And a lot of what he did in Gaul paid off those debts. But then back in Rome, Cato starts creating charges that he wants to bring Caesar up on when he gets back into Rome. And when you're consul or proconsul, you can't be brought up on charges. You're immune from prosecution. So Rome has a culture of, if any of this is redundant, you can always stop me though. Rome has a culture of being elected in person. So in order to be elected for consul again, Caesar would have to show up in Rome to be voted for. So he writes a letter to the Senate, and he gets something passed that he can be voted for in absentia, which doesn't really happen. Because he has this idea, if I come back to Rome, well, they're going to arrest me for these crimes that may be real or not real. Cato manages to get that order rescinded. So now Caesar has to come back to Rome again. And that's a real problem. So this is where the idea of Caesar crossing the Rubicon comes in. The Rubicon is this river in northern Italy. Modernly, we don't actually know where it is because the landscape has changed so much, but it was the northern border of Italy, likely somewhere near Milano in the north. So Caesar has about 10 legions. He leaves 9 of them at the river, and in 49 BC, he crosses the river with a legion, and he marches on Rome. So what ends up happening is those politicians, including Cato, Pompey, and a lot of others, they leave the city. So Caesar comes into Rome, fights no one, and he has the city of Rome. And Senate had actually given Pompey the power to fight Caesar. So over the next couple years, Caesar will be chasing Pompey around Europe and fighting him. And eventually, the Ptolemaic king is just going to behead Pompey and give his head to Caesar. So that is how you kind of get to the collapse of government. And because people will often say about Caesar, of all the bad things he did, now I'm not saying he's a good guy, bad guy, but I am saying the people in political power did push him to do what he did. You know what I'm saying? They created an environment where he had no choice. Right, wrong, or indifferent, they created a situation where he had no choice, but if I come to Rome, I'm going to be arrested. I'm going to be tried. Doesn't matter if these things are true or not true. So Cato's going to commit suicide by disemboweling himself. Pompey's going to be killed. And then you get to the situation where Caesar is now in control of Rome. So he's named dictator. And later on in 44, he's going to be named dictator for life, which is something unheard of. It's akin to a king. Now, if you remember I mentioned earlier, the last king of Rome is killed by a man named Brutus. Caesar is going to be later assassinated by two assassins named Brutus and Cassius. When you look at family ties in Rome, not upsetting your ancestors is very important. A Roman house would actually have these wax death masks of people that have lived before them to remind them of what their ancestors did. So to Brutus, it was seen as a responsibility to remove someone they thought would be a monarch. And when you look at how Rome collapses in that last 100 years, it heats up with Caesar, but it's a degrade into that position. And if you look at modernly, even what happened with Trump, you know, they pushing charges. Well, you put him in a position where what do you expect him to do? And I think that is where the system can actually cause the system to collapse and become something else. And Augustus, who's the first emperor, walks into this situation of 100 years of civil war. He brings peace, and then I do think this is a bit of a ruse, but then he says, okay, I'm going to retire. And the Senate in 23 demands that he stay in power, and that's where they give him the title Augustus. So it really is kind of an interesting position to be in. It didn't become an empire because one man took power. It became an empire because political people fought for 100 years, and then the last man standing was actually asked to stay.
Interesting.
That was long-winded, I apologize.
The reasons why I'll never sleep on another mattress. Big Fig is meant for real bodies. No sinking on this mattress. Made in the USA, which means faster shipping. Big Fig is meant to last. With a limited lifetime warranty, you'll never need another mattress.
Where are we at? Are we an empire?
I think we've been an empire for a long time. And I think that because, are you familiar with what happened in the year 1913?
What happened?
Under the presidency of Woodrow Wilson? It's a very pivotal year. There's three things that happened that year. The first is, you know, a lot of people will be familiar with the Jekyll Island meeting that created the Federal Reserve. That happens in 1913. And the Federal Reserve Act is passed over the Christmas break when...
Go into that. Do you know about this?
I don't know a ton about it, but the famous banking families go off to Jekyll Island. The Warburg family, who's one of the German banking families, is there. The Rockefellers are there. And they basically decide that they want to prop up a central bank because they want to protect their own assets. Because if you look at the Federal Reserve, it's not federal and it's not... You know, it doesn't have any reserves. It's basically a cartel. And it's owned by member banks. And a lot of the member banks are banks you're aware of. And the bigger investor in them is the BIS, or the Bank of International Settlements in Basel. So it is really a cartel of banking. So they established this thing in 1913. The other thing that passes that year is the 16th Amendment for income tax. Because now, if you have this bank, you have to have a way to fund it, right? And they're going to fund it by taxing people. They had tried taxes after the Civil War to this extent, and it didn't last very long. But the income tax amendment sticks. The other thing that passes is the 17th Amendment, and this gets almost...
So this is not even drawn up by government.
The other thing that passes that year, which no one seems to talk about, and this actually would have been pivotal during COVID. I was talking to Jeremy about this before we got started here. It's pivotal. The 17th Amendment makes it so senators are no longer selected by state legislatures. They're selected by popular vote. So what that means is the Senate and the House are voted for in the same way. And the reason that the Senate was voted for differently is so that states would have representation and the people would have representation. And if you look during the pandemic, a lot of states, their state legislatures wanted to do something, but they couldn't because they didn't select their senators. And the reason they were doing this was to solve corruption, because governors were naming their friend or their biggest donor to be the senator, which to me, you handle the corruption, you don't change the system. But if you look at 1913, we become less and less of a republic. And the presidency of FDR is even more pivotal in that, because he's kind of the person that forms something totally different. He's elected to the presidency 4 times, creates the New Deal, starts ruling more by executive order. And if you look at executive power now, the executive power far outweighs the other 2 branches of government. And, you know, I liked Trump a lot when he got elected. I like him a little bit less now for how some things have been handled, especially the Epstein files, but he's also ruling by executive order. And that's a big problem. Bush did it, Obama did it, Trump has done it, and that's a real problem because people didn't vote for executive orders. You're ruling by mandate. And that dictatorship. It's in some ways
pretty damn close.
It becomes an imperial presidency. And if you want to look at the moment that changed, Wilson is kind of the moment where it really starts to tip, because I don't know if you're aware of this, but during the First World War, Wilson passed something called the Alien and Sedition Acts, where he could lock you up for talking against the war efforts in America. And then you have FDR that totally changes the system. So to me, we haven't been a functional republic in a very long time. And if you look at early Roman Empire, what's that?
Over 100 years.
Over 100 years. So we haven't been a functional republic in a very long time. There's still some remnants of it, some vestiges of it, but we have not been a functional republic in a very long time.
Wow. Let's take a break. Let's take a quick break. We track our sleep, fine-tune our macros, and try every biohack under the sun. But the truth is, your peak performance starts at the cellular level. Armra Colostrum, those one of the best decisions I've ever made. Fit for you to tackle all into. All right, Jeremy, we're going on about how empires break, specifically the Roman Empire, and we've talked about reoccurring pattern, monetary breakdown, debasement, inflation, loss of trust.
Mm-hmm.
How did that happen in the Roman Empire?
Well, that kind of ties back to
huge loss of trust in America.